Ryu Hanbin was an ordinary man who wanted to live a peaceful life after returning from the army, but fate decided otherwise, and now he survives in another world that is teeming with monsters. It was like a game where every time he killed a monster, Ryu Hanbin's level would increase. But when he reached level 5, due to a game error, his level dropped back to level 1 every time. Killing day after day, Ryu Hanbin's survival rate in Zelha-Lotness was less than 5%. Counting each day, he realized that it had already been 10 years since he had been in this isolated world. But after all these mistaken years, Ryu Hanbin has become much stronger than he was before. At that time, uninvited guests from another dimension appeared in the city of Lotna, and one of them thirsted for blood, explaining that she hadn't killed for a long time. Although they were looking for an earthling who, like them, came into this world. Having cleared away the evidence with a blazing fire, they set out to look for him. But if you remember how it all started 10 years ago, those were not the best moments. After getting into the game and being attacked by some unknown creature, Ryu Hanbin didn't understand what happened. He didn't have time to assess the situation and deny the reality of what was happening. But Ryu Hanbin understood only one thing: if he didn't kill, then he died. Suddenly, an incomprehensible instruction appeared in front of him, where it was indicated that mangacaps is a low-level monster in Zelha-Lotne that possessed combat power. By killing more powerful monsters, Ryu Hanbin could increase his level. But a couple of hours before that, Ryu Hanbin woke up like an ordinary person who had recently returned from the army. At lunchtime, he felt he could afford to relax a little and settle down comfortably in front of the computer. Having chosen the game, something began to happen, where the virtual game became reality. Finding himself in some dimension, Ryu Hanbin noticed more people and heard from the outside that all the players had been accepted. Looking up, the hero noticed a bright light and heard instructions that were artificial. At that moment, the ground suddenly disappeared from under our feet, and it was then that the gods began to land the players. But at some point during the fall, an error occurred, namely an error in the instructions. But for the gods, one person was still the norm. And then the game began for player number 398. The area surrounding Ryu Hanbin was the location of the Zelha-Lotna imitation. After destroying the mangacaps, an instruction appeared in front of Ryu Hanbin, with 13 experience points credited to him. Ryu Hanbin couldn't stop and continued to strike the mangacaps. And when he calmed down a little, he asked himself why him. But suddenly a sign appeared in front of him, which contained an option about suicide. After removing the sign, Ryu Hanbin realized that he needed to calm down, because death would overtake him sooner or later. Ryu Hanbin stood up and began to think about how he could survive and get out of this place. A class appeared before his eyes that he could choose. When he started choosing the class of a mage or a mage warrior, he was rejected everywhere. As it turned out, he didn't have enough skills and had to choose an ordinary fighter. The weapon selection was much faster, and Ryu Hanbin chose the long spear. But the system failed again, and Ryu Hanbin's weapon became a long sword. Then he remembered that the first error was when loading the instructions. Ryu Hanbin grabbed his hair and didn't understand why these mistakes were happening to him. Raising his sword, Ryu Hanbin didn't want to do as those gamers had planned, but he didn't want to die either. And from that moment on, his endless hell with increasing levels began. A week later, Ryu Hanbin was still asking the gods how to return home. But there was no answer. One way or another, in order to survive, he had to continue fighting. His opponents were still hellhounds, but their level had already increased. By that time, Ryu Hanbin had already realized that he needed to think like these hellhounds. And only in this case, knowing their habits, he will be able to find a way to defeat them. But there was one problem. Ryu Hanbin still didn't know how to use a sword. However, Ryu Hanbin somehow mastered the ability to cut, and decided to use this ability on the second-level hellhound to win. The hellhound was defeated, and Ryu Hanbin gained level 2, adding 22 points to his tally. After the victory, our hero prepared himself the meat of a hellhound, which contains everything he needs. Although the meat was tough, it was ideal for feeding, as was the blood of the hellhound. Ryu Hanbin also noticed that the hellhound's teeth and claws were dull and could not inflict serious wounds. While eating dinner, Ryu Hanbin recalled the day he found himself on the other side, because even then he noticed other players. Suddenly, he received information that upon reaching level 5, he would leave this location and be with other players. Reading on, Ryu Hanbin realized that he was at the Stone Mountain Point, an area created for training. Ryu Hanbin was eager to reach level 5 quickly so he could meet other players. The next day, he began to persistently search for and kill the hellhounds, because their level increased just like Ryu Hanbin. Every night, Ryu Hanbin consumed the meat of slain hellhounds to gain strength. With such success, Ryu Hanbin unlocked the horizontal strike ability and reached the 3rd level. A level 3 hellhound's skills were comparable to those of a novice fighter. Every day was the same for Ryu Hanbin. He ate, slept, and killed again. The day came when Ryu Hanbin destroyed the 3rd level hellhound. He finally got level 4, along with 3 new abilities. All these skills affected his body as well. Now Ryu Hanbin swung his sword with ease. But suddenly there was another mistake in his instructions. Ryu Hanbin's heart sank, because he had suspected something like this deep down inside. Exhaling, Ryu Hanbin decided to reboot the manual in hope. Opening the manual again, Ryu Hanbin realized that his level had returned to first. Having calmed down, he noticed that his skills and abilities remained at the first level. Then Ryu Hanbin decided that the Hellhounds would also become level 1, and he would easily increase his points. However, after meeting a first-level Hellhound, Ryu Hanbin's theory was a fallacy. Hellhounds became stronger regardless of level, and a mistake could cost a life. Day after day, Ryu Hanbin raised his level to the 4th, but the instruction gave an error. As he continued to kill the power-up Hellhounds, checking his points became a routine for Ryu Hanbin. It seemed like Ryu Hanbin had already been leveling up endlessly from level 1 to level 4. But after 7 years of hell, Ryu Hanbin realized one thing: players don't age, and minor wounds heal quickly. Also, after each rollback to the first level, skill points did not disappear, but because of this, there were no new abilities. At that time, Ryu Hanbin only had the ability to cut, horizontal strike, and vertical strike. But the Hellhounds were strengthened according to Ryu Hanbin's experience points. Ryu Hanbin realized that this was not a place for quick leveling up, but for death. But he adapted. Meanwhile, the gods decided to move on to the 5th simulation, to the world of Charon Wrath. Previously, simulations were longer, but due to the large number of players, it needs to be sped up. Opening the box with the previous simulation, the god noticed some other one lying around and looked at it. Looking at the simulation, God assumed that there must have been a mistake if she was left in the box. Ryu Hanbin woke up and opened his eyes to find himself in his room. In his joy, he decided to sleep a little longer on a comfortable and soft bed. Hearing the strange sounds, Ryu Hanbin suddenly opened his eyes and saw another suicide proposal. At that moment, he returned to his hell, and it turned out that while falling asleep, he fell off a cliff and survived. Looking back, Ryu Hanbin realized that exactly 10 years had passed since he had been killing and surviving. Opening the instructions, the player once again saw his first level. Ryu Hanbin grabbed his hair and asked to stop this, because he didn't know if he could continue to live like this. Taking another look at the proposal that the instructions gave him, he almost agreed. Although suicide was not an option, as Ryu Hanbin knew that he would die anyway. Taking the sword in his hands and looking around, Ryu Hanbin decided that it was not time to die yet, and he chose to kill another healthy hellhound. After being in this place for so long, Ryu Hanbin even found a hobby for himself. He made himself a new, powerful sword, with the thoughts of keeping it in battle. Alone in this world, Ryu Hanbin created his own country and built a house. Because of this, his days were full and the anger of so many years almost passed. Out of nowhere, a huge dog appeared and trampled Ryu Hanbin's house. This angered Ryu Hanbin, because the house was built for almost 3 years with bare hands. And piercing the dog with his gaze, Ryu Hanbin wanted to build himself a palace from its bones. Over the years, Ryu Hanbin has learned all the tricks of the dogs, and they first attack in close combat. But everything didn't go according to plan, and this dog decided to use the Devil's Breath right away. This attack has a huge area of effect and is impossible to dodge. However, Ryu Hanbin knew that if he concentrated, the attack could be withstood. The dog was desperate and began to use magic in the form of lightning, fire, light. All these magics are very fast and painful for our hero, so Ryu Hanbin used the ground to defend himself. And then he decided it was time to wrap up these toys, but his sword skills were still not enough. After all, if the level does not increase, and the abilities do not increase, although he repeated the cutting, vertical, and horizontal blows hundreds of times, he managed to survive. Trying to understand the mistake, the god understood only one thing: Ryu Hanbin had been in the same place for 22 years. This became a big problem for the god, because Ryu Hanbin cannot be killed. After looking at his simulation again, God found one way to solve it. Eating dog meat as usual, Ryu Hanbin reached the 4th level. But his thoughts were about normal food and meeting at least some person. He was also interested in how long he would remain in this place if he survived. After thinking like this, Ryu Hanbin decided to think only positively, and then he would be able to go out. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and looking up at the sky, Ryu Hanbin noticed a strange phenomenon. God, having struck the simulation of Ryu Hanbin, decided to immediately transfer him to the continent of Ratha. After all, then God will be able to destroy all records of Ryu Hanbin, and he will die faster. At the moment the player moved, a huge lightning bolt struck the forests of the continent. One of the monsters sleeping in the cave realized that uninvited guests had arrived. Looking at the new world, Ryu Hanbin couldn't believe his eyes. He doesn't even remember from what moment he began to accept that hellish place as a given. Ryu Hanbin didn't understand why he had suddenly moved here and why. The northern part of the Rata continent in the kingdom of Grelit had to rejoice at such an event. Looking at the instructions, Ryu Hanbin noticed the 5th level, but remembered that one gets to Rathu after the 20th. The hero was also interested in a new tab. Opening it, Ryu Hanbin was surprised. The last mission was written in it, namely, the destruction of one of the 6 goddesses, and for this he will be able to return to Earth. But all his pleasure was interrupted by a loud roar and a huge shadow on the top of the mountain. Looking closely, Ryu Hanbin realized that he was seeing such a monster for the first time, and that it was most likely a dragon. The monster asked the demon from another world how he dared to enter his forest. Ryu Hanbin realized that things were not going well, and reached out for his sword. But realizing that he was not behind him, he looked back and noticed him sticking out in the river. The monster did not wait and struck first with his fiery flame. Without losing his composure, Ryu Hanbin began to act quickly. Having hit the monster in the face with all his might, it flew back a good distance. But the further behavior of this monster surprised Ryu Hanbin. Ether, that was the dragon's name, told his story about how he was the pride of all the knights in the kingdom, and the stupid king of the kingdom of Xrad demanded that he be given a ride on a dragon. Flying was always a serious matter, and for a foolish king it meant instant death. The knight who cared for Ether was executed for the king's death, but not before helping the dragon escape. Ether was hiding in the forest, and aliens started coming to him to kill him and earn points. They were not worthy opponents for the dragon, but Ether was a kind soul and could not kill the aliens. But the aliens were only thinking about how to kill the poor dragon. And then Ether decided that they couldn't be left alive, and since then they have been appearing again and again. A characteristic feature of Ether was wings instead of front legs. This is a kind of wyvern. After hearing the whole story, Ryu Hanbin asked Ether how he knew that he was from another world. Ether explained that alien bodies evaporate after death, but here he decided at random. Looking at Ether crying, Ryu Hanbin thought it was some kind of performance. Ether also said that the kingdom of Grelit was destroyed, and now Xrad is here. Ryu Hanbin realized that the instructions had not been updated for a long time, and decided to ask why Ether attacked him first. Ether explained this by saying that Ryu Hanbin is a vicious demon from another world. After apologizing for such words, Ether continued to tell about the goddess. But Ryu Hanbin immediately interrupted him and asked for details about the goddess. The broadcast reported that aliens appeared 40 years ago, but stopped and said that his nose hurt a lot and needed to be lubricated. Heading into the cave, Ether continued that they got along well with the aliens, but not for long. As it turned out, in order to increase the level, the aliens began to kill the Rathanes and created an organization. The organization's name sounded like Great Of. Their goal was to kill goddesses. Ryu Hanbin realized how strong they were. The aliens killed with the power of a dragon, and for each kill, they increased their level. No magic could stop them because their leader was level 100. But at some point they appeared, the Sword Lord Baothol, the Archmage Genobia. Also there was the Assassin Karhan and the Lord of Life and Death Halion. The 4 heroes of the continent were killed one after another in a short time. And after that, the responsibility fell on the shoulders of the 6 goddesses. And Earthlings are considered accomplices of demons, Afer said. Ryu Hanbin didn't like this, because he spent so many years among the stones to be considered an enemy. Are the goddesses really that afraid of aliens? Thought Ryu Hanbin. But to return home, Ryu Hanbin was ready to make any sacrifice. After thinking about it, Ryu Hanbin realized that there was a problem right away, because no one should know who he was. Ether got scared and offered his help to Ryu Hanbin. A couple of days later, Ether showed an area where towering fortress walls could be seen from the forest. He said that behind them is the city of Onpros, which is known for its huge population. But the forests nearby and the vast plains of the Ipyong Valley were full of dungeons and monsters. Hunters also risked their lives to get rich, and the Onpros Hunters Guild still exists. And whoever crosses the threshold of the guild is a hunter or wants to become one, or perhaps he is an alien from another world. When Ryu Hanbin entered the guild, everyone started staring at him. The administrator quickly pushed the hunter away and began to greet the new hunter. Ryu Hanbin greeted her and told her that he wanted to become a hunter. A couple of days before joining the guild, Ether glanced at Ryu Hanbin and assessed his appearance. Hearing from Ether that Ryu Hanbin's appearance did not resemble that of an alien, he was delighted. Ether agreed to help, but asked only one thing, that he not ask unnecessary questions. Having picked up clothes for Ryu Hanbin, the hero immediately began to change and stripped naked. Ether saw this and closed his eyes. Ryu Hanbin did not understand Ether's embarrassment, since he himself was naked. When Ryu Hanbin was ready, Ether told him that he couldn't take his clothes off anywhere. Ryu Hanbin agreed with this and asked Ether to tell him how to meet the goddesses. As it turned out, only a few could meet them, and first they needed to receive a blessing. And since the demon Omplus is strong, the blessing can be obtained by becoming a hunter and killing all the monsters created by demons. Then Ryu Hanbin confirmed it, because that's what the instructions said. Ether didn't understand what he was talking about. And then Ryu Hanbin realized that only he could see the instructions, and explained to Ether that it was a kind of manual. Ryu Hanbin added that in his case, bugs constantly occur. Hearing this word, Ether was perplexed. Ether warned Ryu Hanbin not to act like a foreigner, and corrected his image. The girl clarified with Mr. Eric Haroon that he was born in Gombil in the northern part of the kingdom. After filling out all the documents, the administrator once again welcomed Eric to the On-Pro's Hunters Guild. Ryu Hanbin was glad that an important stage had been passed, and all of Ether's hints had worked. The girl also warned that they would send a request to the previous guild for all of the master's data. Ryu Hanbin immediately answered no, and the girl asked suspiciously if the gentleman was not a member of any guild. All the other hunters tensed up and began to wonder if this guy was an alien. Looking around, Ryu Hanbin noticed the rest of the group's concerns, and didn't understand where he had gone wrong. The girl asked Eric Haroon to extend her hand, but he was thinking that he was not going to engage in battle. The administrator explained that according to the guild standard, they would test the guest's skills. And for this, you just need to touch the verification stone. Ryu Hanbin decided that they wanted to check if he was an alien. But if he was exposed, he would not see the goddesses. And if the hero decides to run away, then this will automatically mean confession. But Ryu Hanbin decided come what may and touched the stone. After a couple of seconds, the stone showed that Ryu Hanbin was a level 5 fighter. Seeing this, all the other hunters began to laugh, because they suspected him of being an alien. Even the administrator couldn't hold back her laughter, and apologized to the guest for this. Having calmed down, the girl explained that aliens usually come from remote villages. After joining the guild, it was necessary to pay a fee of 300 X's. Ryu Hanbin began to take out the contribution money from his elegant handbag. But this money was lent to him by Ether, who barely saved it up. Ryu Hanbin promised to return it over time. They say that aliens have more money than they can handle. But this one is giving away his last money, the hunters noticed. After paying, Ryu Hanbin received the badge, and if he loses it, he will have to pay a penalty. Ryu Hanbin was thinking that now he needed to prove himself as a hunter, and then the girl offered him an application. Hearing this, Ryu Hanbin immediately asked about the dungeon task, but was interrupted. The young man suggested that Ryu Hanbin abandon this idea. With his 5th level, the girl approached Mr. Road, and he said that the number of monsters had increased and had begun to disturb the locals. Raud turned to Ryu Hanbin and said that a level like his was needed for such a quest. Ryu Hanbin looked at Raud and saw that he was level 27, just like Ether. Raud tried to charm the girl, and she suddenly remembered that the Mr. had a free place in the group. And she told Raud that Mr. Eric was level 5, and that he couldn't even handle an individual task. The girl suggested taking Mr. Eric into the group so that he could gain experience. Hearing this, Ryu Hanbin's face twisted. He didn't want to go to this show-off, but Raud said that they already had bangs, and there were no more places. The girl introduced herself as Addis, adding that she was a 25th level mage. But the character window showed level 37, and Ryu Hanbin wondered what she was hiding. Raud began to say that if a nice girl asks him to take the 5th level, then he is ready to take responsibility for it. Then Raud took hold of the sword, and asked how Mr. Erica carried it. Trying to get the sword, Raud couldn't even move it. Taking the sword in his hands, Ryu Hanbin lifted it along with Raud, and replied that he carried it very easily. Seeing this, everyone started laughing and saying that the 5th level was great. But from the 2nd floor, there were a couple more people watching Ryu Hanbin. One of the company from above approached Ryu Hanbin and said that his form was at least level 10. Raud began shouting at Bjork not to disturb the newcomer in his training. Bjork checked with Ryu Hanbin if his name was really Eric and said that there was no need to break anything. Ryu Hanbin confirmed his name and turned around to notice that he had knocked down a beam. Then Ryu Hanbin apologized and realized that now his name was only Eric. Having fallen to the floor, Raud turned to Eric, saying that he was a goat with his level and he couldn't cope without him. Eric realized that this asshole was right. With such a level, he was not capable of anything, and he had no money. But Bjork, hitting Eric in the chest, replied to Raud that with such form, the kid would quickly raise his level. At that moment, Eric received an offer to join Bjork's group, because he had been looking for such a mountain of muscles for a long time. Eric noted that Bjork was level 25, which was quite high. But as Eric was an alien, he knew that his leveling speed was higher than that of the Rathanes, and he will hardly be able to stay in Bjork's group for a very long time, but he agreed. Bjork said that Onpros evolved from monsters, and the work involves hunting them or material obtained from them. There are 2 hunting grounds in the area, the Ifan Valley Dungeon and the Sath Forest. There are villages near the latter, but the monsters do not harm them and rarely attack the inhabitants. But recently, many monsters have appeared near one village, and hunters have come from all over the country. Bjork's group hunted today for the dwarfs that live in the Sath Forest, a low-ranking monster. The dwarf is a slow monster, but its muscle mass can crush stone. Bjork was a fighter and was Onpro's first shield. Also in the group, Bjork was a key figure in the attacking vanguard. And this is Embo Veneta, a level 21 spearman. Embo noticed that Bjork had been injured during the fight and the bleeding needed to be stopped immediately. At that moment, Evan asked the wind of nature to direct its life-giving power. Even was Bjork's younger sister, and was a level 16 healer. While Even was healing Bjork's wound, she did not notice Dwolf's attack. Hubo came to Evan's aid, using the fire hammer to defend himself. Hubo Crutus was in charge of the rearguard, and was an 18th level mage. Bjork's band was good, everyone knew their place. They were considered the most reliable band in Onpros. For Eric, these were the best conditions for a novice hunter. True, Eric was responsible for the muscles in this group and was immediately a porter. Eric couldn't participate in the battle with everyone yet due to his low level. But while Bjork's group was fighting in the forest clearing, Eric was spotted by a group of dwarfs. In this group, there was also a dwarf lord, who was level 25. Dwarf Lord didn't like the way this little man smiled and decided to finish him off. But before he could leave the forest, he was defeated by that smiling man. Eric noticed their presence and, using physics, killed the dwarf lord with a stone bullet. Knowing that the dwarf lord had the highest level, Eric opened the manual and saw that a higher level monster was needed. Evan appeared behind Eric and told him that it was now safe to go. Bjork's group began extracting the necessary material from the dwarf bodies. Evan took out the heart and showed her brother how huge it was and what 15 X's could give for it. Bjork agreed with Evan, and Hubo added that they would definitely give a lot for him. Looking at all this, Eric thought that before he would have thrown up, but in the mountains it had become a habit. Evan praised Eric for working so quickly, and was told that he had been practicing for over 20 years. Everyone was surprised. They wondered how old Eric was. He answered that he was 24 and that he had a difficult childhood. He said that he was kidnapped 20 years ago and that he does not remember his parents, and that it is difficult to return home. Everyone was shocked by what they heard. Bjork told Eric that now he wouldn't have to suffer. Since they were now his family, Eric didn't believe that such good people existed. Bjork also said that the level is not so important, and that he himself was 25 5 years ago. Eric was surprised, since Bjork still had 25, but even added that there were no strong monsters in the area. Embo said that they don't go into the dungeon, and the strongest one here is the Dwarf Lord, but they don't have to hunt stronger monsters. Eric was confused and said he was going to practice with the sword. Bjork asked Eric not to overexert himself and not to go too far. Hubo approached Bjork, saying that he would go with Eric for safety. But once he left the gate, there was no trace of Eric. Running through the forest, Eric was surprised that there was no monster that would give him experience points. Everyone he came across was between level 13 and 21st. And then Eric remembered Ether's words that he was the strongest monster. Eric was desperate that there really was no one suitable in the forest. But having calmed down, Eric understood that if the monster had the same level as Ether, he would not receive anything. Unexpectedly for Eric, a very loud sound was heard, but not as strong as that of the Hellhound. Eric immediately headed towards the place, assuming that it was an ordinary monster. When Eric arrived at the scene, he was immediately ready to attack, but he was not prepared for this. Before him stood naked Addis of the Rauda group. Eric didn't understand why he was naked and apologized for the unexpected visit. Turning around and getting ready to leave, Eric still wondered why Addis was naked. Suddenly, Addis called out to him and said that he looked suspicious, and that this was no place for a level 5. Eric turned around again, looked at everything and wondered why he looked suspicious, and not Addis. Then Eric explained that he heard a loud sound and thought it was a monster. After apologizing again, Eric said that his group was waiting for him and it was time to go. But suddenly, Addis stopped Eric and ordered him to stand still. Then Addis asked Eric to answer honestly why he went to look for the monster. But Eric didn't like Addis's tone and he broke his magic wand. Eric told Addis that he was like Raud now, because you can't treat a person like that because of his level. Addis felt awkward about Eric's words and admitted that he didn't mean to say that. The same Raud was watching this whole situation from the bushes. In a strange pose, Raud emerged from the bushes and addressed the 5 level. Waving his swords, Raud said that this insect had finally shown its true face. Eric didn't understand at all what this crazy Raud was talking about, and Addis asked to let go of his hand. Raud asked Eric how he could not be ashamed to defile the lady from his group. After this, Eric did not understand anything at all, but Addis said that it would be better to avoid this misunderstanding. Addis told Eric that this stance is a special technique of Raud, and it must always be taken for combat. Raud turned once more to the one standing before the 2 naked blades. Eric looked at Raud and asked Addis to get dressed. Raud was angry and was preparing to show what the difference in levels meant. Attacking Eric, Raud decided to use a decapitation combo. But Eric didn't want the whole situation to take a bad turn, and asked for forgiveness in advance. Bjork reassured Eric that it was not his fault, but Addis's. But Eric could not forgive himself. After leaving the house, Evan allowed Eric to come inside. Bjork hugged her sister and supported her, saying that she did the best she could. When he went inside, Eric was surprised all the men who were nearby were silent. Raud alone was responsible for the incident, Eric thought. In the morning, Addis and Raud left for the city. But Eric didn't understand why Addis hid the fact that he was a man. 3 months have passed since then, and all this time Eric has been with his group. While setting up camp, Bjork reported that Raud was single-handedly killing monsters in the dungeon. Embo added that such a trip by Raud with his level was tantamount to suicide. Eric asked if his level was really that low. As it turns out, it is suitable for local monsters, since there are no high-level ones here. But in the dungeon, The monsters were created by the demon Omplus, and some are level 30 from birth. Eric wondered how he could get into the dungeon to find out if level 30 was enough for him. But aliens were also a danger, Bjork said. And when Eric heard about them, he reacted very negatively. Eric asked Bjork why Round went there, and it turned out that there was an artifact there that could cure all diseases. Bjork clarified that things that have magical powers are called artifacts, and they have many abilities. And according to rumors, there is one who can heal any wound, and he is the one Round needs. When everyone went to bed, Eric felt like there might be one among the artifacts that would take him home. After some time, Eric was already walking through the forest and realized that there were no monsters of his strength here. Then he remembered that Ether lived somewhere here and perhaps he could know something. Passing by the tree, Eric could not remember where exactly Ether's house was, but suddenly a monster appeared in front of him, which he had not noticed here before. This monster's level was 31, and its race was that Kiro. His body is covered in chitin, and attacks with cold weapons are useless for him. His only weakness is magic. Eric didn't understand what the monster from the dungeon was doing here. It wasn't good for him. But for the monsters, this man was just a piece of meat, and besides, Eric understood their speech. The monsters began to think that it was a magician, but seeing the useless sword in his hands, they calmed down. Eric began to kill the monsters, but they shouted at him that his knife was useless. But unexpectedly for the entire pack of monsters, Eric was able to kill their brothers. One of the monsters suggested that it was magic in the form of a knife, but a smarter monster reported that their dead brothers were fools. In panic, the monster began to scream that the knife would not penetrate their shell and they would eat the one with the knife. Grabbing the monster by the horn, Eric asked who we were, since everyone else had fled. Running away as fast as possible, the monster told himself that it was dangerous outside the dungeon. But unexpectedly for the monster, Eric appeared nearby, asking where he was in such a hurry. Having managed to get under the tree root, the monster began to dig something. But Eric did not abandon him. Having torn the tree out by the roots, Eric informed the monster that he had found it. But suddenly I noticed something more interesting than just a monster. The air was thick with magic, and this place was the dungeon of the Ethan Valley. Eric realized that he was very lucky and found the leading portal to the dungeon. When Eric asked the monster who opened the portal, he heard in response that they did not possess magic. Then Eric warned the monster that if he answered, he would let him go. But since the monster refused, Eric was forced to kill him. Then the monster stopped Eric, saying that no one could come back in because of his order. Eric was already diving into the portal and he had no idea who the monster was talking about. Having warned the monster that he had supposedly seen nothing, Eric went down into the dungeon. As he began to bury the portal, the monster repeated that he had seen nothing. Meanwhile, there was a battle with monsters in the dungeon and Cyan asked Alice to hold out a little longer. Cyan began to quickly get out of the monster's claws to help Alice. Having realized that the monsters were not affected by the axe and attacks, the only option left was magic. But at that moment the monster pierced Alice's leg and she screamed in terrible pain. Gathering her strength, Alice cast a spell to strike the enemy. The spell was so powerful that it also affected Cyan, and one eye could see it dimly. Keeping his distance from the monsters, Cyan called out to Ranar to heal him. But when Cyan turned around, he saw something terrible, how the monster was killing Ranar. Another monster was already attacking the wounded Alice, but she only managed to dodge. Looking at the whole situation, Cyan realized that they needed help. Unexpectedly for them, someone flew past them like a bullet and killed the monsters. Cyan knew that the Thathiro had a gap on its neck covered with a chitinous plate, but it was very difficult to hit. And in order for that there to lower its claws, you first need to hit the monster in the groin and then cut off its head. It turned out to be the warrior mage Raud, who practices fighting with 2 swords. It turned out that Cyan knew Raud and that he had gone down into the dungeon alone several months ago. It sounded nice, but 70 days ago Raud accidentally got here, and since then he has not been able to get out. Raud remembers how he drank booze in the guild, and when he sobered up he realized that he was in a dungeon. Cyan admired Raud for going alone, and for Raud it was a chance to get out of this place. Alice told Raud that he was rumored to be looking for a healing artifact, but Raud had never heard of such a thing. Noticing that Alice was injured, Raud took out a top-level potion and began to help her, and Cyan knew how difficult it was to find. Alice asked Raud not to do this, even though she was a girl, because the medicine was so expensive. Raud knew it would be more difficult to get out with the wounded man, and said that the medicine was useless for his wounds. After praising Alice for her efforts in battle, Raud said that with such a wound it was impossible to continue the cleansing. Hearing this, Alice did not believe that having come so far, they would have to give up halfway. Raud wanted to get out as quickly as possible because with his colon inflammation he wouldn't last long. Suddenly the entire dungeon seemed to shudder and start making noise. Cyan suggested that it was an earthquake, but Alice told him that they don't happen here. Raud took a stance and ordered Alice and Cyan to hide in the side passages. When Alice started saying that he couldn't do it alone, Raud shouted as loud as he could, faster. Then Cyan, without thinking twice, grabbed Alice in his arms and ran into the passage. explaining to Alice that they would be like extra ballast to him. Seeing this picture, Rao did not expect that the boy would run away with the girl. Rao didn't expect there to be so many monsters and quickly ran away from there. But the monsters were more afraid than Round and ran away with the words danger. Looking at this, Raud was at a loss to understand what could have frightened them so much. In another part of the dungeon, there was a completely different picture. While killing monsters, Eric's expectations were not met, as he had few points. Also, because of the narrow passage, he couldn't swing properly. The level 40 Thathir king ordered his idiots to flee, but they remained. This gave the king more faith, and he was ready for the arrival of this monster. But passing by the king, Eric killed him like everyone else, getting a little more points for him. After exiting the narrow tunnel, Eric no longer saw any monsters, but he noticed something. It was an artifact, namely the flame bracelet magic heart. Looking at it more closely, Eric wondered why this thing wasn't guarded by some boss. Eric thought that if he takes the artifact, the monsters will not appear, or the boss of the Thahirs will appear. If the owner of the artifact could throw fireballs, then he received the ability of self-igniting ball. Eric tried on the artifact and was ready for flames to pour out of his hand. While no one was around, he decided to test how powerful it would be. Not getting the expected result, Eric decided that the thing was broken. When Eric looked at the artifact, he saw that it required a minimum of level 41. Eric remembered that he was only level 5 and said that this thing was trash. Then he decided what to do with it, sell it or leave it until the required level. Suddenly, the room Eric was in began to move, and a tunnel opened up before Eric, leading into the very depths of the dungeon. Eric decided that this was where the boss's main room was. Having gone down, Eric understood that he needed to have time to return before the group woke up. Walking through the bullfight, Eric wanted to deal with the boss as quickly as possible. He was also surprised by the fact that there was not a single monster in such an important place. Approaching the strange thing, Eric was ready to pull it out, assuming that the dungeon would disappear. But suddenly his hands began to be enveloped in cold, slippery tentacles. Looking up, Eric noticed the monster who said he had been waiting for him. The instruction told Eric that this was the boss of the Tentacle Spectator dungeon, level 45. While held hostage, Eric could move, but his arms and legs were tightly compressed. Unexpectedly for Eric, a very happy Raud appeared in the room. Raud decided that he had found a way out and was able to escape from the dungeon. But noticing the level 5 in front of him, Raud's face twisted. For Eric, it was a failure. It turned out that he was exposed. Raud assumed his famous pose, and it all seemed ridiculous to him. Raud approached Eric, saying that he was using his fears and recent trauma. For Raud, Eric's appearance made no sense, and he simply could not be here. Eric decided to play along with Raud by telling him that he had exposed him. Taking a run, Raud began to attack Eric and shout at him that he would raze him to the ground. The monster cannot look in all directions at once, just like the fast tentacles. Therefore, the tentacles defended and attacked at the same time. Raud was so busy with Eric that he didn't even notice the tentacle attack. He swung his swords and performed an impossible attack. The tentacle viewer sucked Eric into itself as prey to kill. But it turned out that Eric kicked the monster around like a soccer ball. Returning to Earth, Eric looked at the monster and decided that it was too weak for a boss. And Raud, without wasting time, tries to kill Eric, telling him to beg for mercy. After all, it was because of the 5-level Raud that he lost his entire team. Raud also remembered his reputation in the guild, and of course his balls. Raud screamed that it was Eric who brought him to this state and his relationship with Addis. Louder and louder, Raud screamed for Eric to die, and his face changed. Looking at the scary Raud, Eric decided that someone was controlling him. Through Raud, the tentacle spectator began to speak, saying that the impudent man was playing with him like a ball. The boss decided that if he was hiding behind his comrade, Eric would not attack him. And then the tentacle spectator decided to kill Eric with the hands of his close friend Raud. But Eric interrupted the boss, saying that he only needed experience points from him. Seeing that Raud wanted to trample Eric into the dirt, the boss decided to help him with this. The tentacle viewer said that after their death, he would eat their bodies. And for the first course, the boss wanted to treat himself to Eric. The tentacle spectator infected Raud with parasites and transformed into a powerful monster. But the boss didn't even have time to notice how Eric swung his sword and struck. Having cut the monster in half, his vision was divided, and he could not clearly see his opponent. The monster couldn't believe that Eric's sword swing was so powerful. But for killing the boss, Eric didn't even get instructions, which means the boss was too weak for him. The last living thing left from the monster crawled out for a mission. It should have reported to that same person about what had happened faster. Using another physics trick, Eric knocked down the creature like a bug. Eric was a little upset with his boss, and it was time for him to go back. Suddenly, Eric noticed the figure as 545 billion. In the morning, Bjork was training near the camp, but was distracted by Even asking if he had seen Eric. Then Bjork and Embo decided that Eric had gone into the bushes, but Evan reported that his weapon was missing. Even began to wind herself up that Eric went into the forest and was killed by monsters, when suddenly Eric appeared behind Yvonne with a monster on his shoulder. She almost died from surprise. Even scolded Eric for not telling her he was leaving and making her worry. But a couple of minutes ago, Eric thought that he needed 2,200 points to reach level 6. He was happy that he got 140,000 points, which meant he had skipped many levels. Then he decided to see how many points he needed to reach the next level. The number was 545 billion. Eric's expression changed. While having breakfast with everyone, Bjork noticed that something had clearly happened to Eric. A week has passed since then, and Eric has not been able to find a suitable monster. The group then returned to Onpros earlier than they wanted. Their carriage was stopped, and the knight demanded a pass, without which they would not be able to pass. While the coachman was arguing with the knight, Eric asked Bjork why he didn't show the guild emblem. Bjork turned to the knight and explained that they had completed the quest and had not been home for 3 months. The knight recognized his captain Bjork and greeted him. Bjork asked him what was going on. Goraman said that the guild cancelled all quests outside the city 5 days ago, opening the gate and letting the cart in. Goraman added that the Ipen dungeon was closed. Walking through the city, Eric had a premonition of some kind of bad atmosphere. Eric understood that if he didn't take the dungeon core, then someone else did. Eric asked Hubo who could have closed the dungeon. Hubo replied that for a hunter to close a dungeon is an achievement, and the aliens would hide this fact. There was also the problem of the Inquisitors who were supposed to find and execute the alien, Embo said. They don't differentiate between residents and aliens, so they suspect everyone above level 20. Eric was scared because Bjork and Embo were above level 20. Bjork reassured everyone that nothing was clear and suggested finishing things. Taking out the bag, Bjork offered to hand over the demon stones and receive a reward. There was also a need to sell the raw materials from the monsters and celebrate Eric's first quest, Bjork added. Bjork asked Embo to go with Eric to the Bolton store, but Eric said he knew the store and would get there himself. Embo didn't have time to say anything about the prices before Eric had already moved the store. Bjork consoled Embo because Eric himself could find out the prices of all the goods. Having heard the refusal at the store, the owner explained that there was nothing he could do to help in this situation. Then the owner admitted that he would be an accomplice if he bought or sold anything that was brought. Eric, like a fool, asked the store owner to buy something. Eric took out all sorts of gadgets from his bag and offered them for half price. The owner told Eric that he didn't care about the price, but suddenly he fell silent and his look changed. There was an Inquisitor standing at the threshold of the store, ready to wait his turn. The shop owner shouted at the top of his lungs that the Inquisitor had come to see him. Eric turned around and looked in surprise at the Inquisitor who had arrived. Eric continued to look with a piercing gaze and figure out what level he was. But from afar, the instructions were not clear, and the Inquisitor at that time assessed the goods brought. Unexpectedly for Eric, the Inquisitor approached his face and asked what was wrong. Then Eric saw clearly that the level of the Inquisitor was immeasurable, as were his skills. The Inquisitor covered the distance between them in an instant. The Inquisitor asked Eric a couple of questions about why he didn't retreat, what god he believed in, what fairy tales he liked. The answers were that Eric had no religion, and if he retreated, then he would follow him. And he didn't know fairy tales because he was an orphan. Eric's answers seemed strange to the Inquisitor, and he began to suspect him of being an alien. Eric added that he became a hunter only recently. Then the Inquisitor suddenly took out a mini-stone and placed it on Eric's palm. If you became a hunter recently, the level should be low. The Inquisitor did not expect to see the 5th level. After passing the check, Eric went back to the owner to sell the things. The owner was amazed at Eric, who shook everything out in front of the Inquisitor, but the owner explained that he couldn't buy it in any case, because he would have no one to sell it to. Eric looked back at the priest, his heart about to explode from fear. While Eric was busy with his business, the owner asked if he was selling this beautiful thing. Continuing to look around, Eric rather wanted to take the artifact from the seller's hands. But accidentally hitting the owner's hand, the artifact jumped out and fell at the Inquisitor's feet. Picking up the artifact, the Inquisitor was interested in the explanation. Where does a level 5 hunter get an artifact from? The store owner immediately ran away, and Eric thought he would deny everything. The Inquisitor assumed that the level 5 would not go into the dungeon. And then, approaching Eric and giving him the artifact, the priest told him to take care of this thing. The priest leaned over and decided to tell the story to the novice hunter. About 15 years ago, a married couple lived in a village. The husband was a veteran hunter. He was not the leader of the group, but people were drawn to him, and as usual, his group completed the quest. One day he was scared by a helpless-looking monster. The group members did not understand why the strongest one behaved like that. Having started to give it to the hunter, he shouted to them that this monster was higher than level 800. They didn't believe him at first, and then he confessed that he was an alien and saw everyone's level. During this time, the monster woke up and noticed the group. The man was left to fight alone to buy time for the others. Stopping, the priest asked Eric who he thought died in the end. But Eric asked the Inquisitor a counter-question. whether it was the alien who revealed himself. The leader of the group was released after his confession, but the members of the group died as accomplices to the crime. The miraculously surviving Earthling returned home, however. The villagers found out about the rumors and burned down his house, leaving no one to greet him. Then the man destroyed all the inhabitants and fled. The result is that anyone connected to an alien is doomed. But what sin could a 5-level one have? Eric asked why he was told this story, and the priest replied that using a newbie in sales was a common practice. The Inquisitor promised that he would protect Eric as best he could. And after these words, the Inquisitor asked which group Eric belonged to. After such a question, Eric already swung and wanted to hit the Inquisitor with all his might. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Addis appeared, apologizing to the Inquisitor. Addis assumed that the priest had misunderstood and decided to intervene in the conversation. Eric turned to Addis and said that it was very dangerous. Suddenly, Addis started yelling at Eric that he was useless and couldn't handle a simple task. Addis continued to shout and say that it was his fault for entrusting the artifact to Eric. Pointing her finger at Eric, Addis ordered him to sit in that position. Having sat Eric down, Addis turned to the priest and introduced himself as Addis Bannister. Handing the medallion to the priest, Addis added that he was the 37th head of the Bannister family. The priest remembered that this family was dragon hunters, but according to rumors, they had lost their place. Addis explained that he was doing everything possible to restore his family. The priest was interested in what the 5-level had to do with it. To this question, Addis had an answer that he hired him a couple of days ago, and Eric was still a bit stupid. After all, Addis ordered Eric to sell the artifact for research. The priest liked that Addis was taking part in magical research. Then Eric decided to live up to Addis's story and approached him as a master. Hearing Eric, Addis immediately said goodbye to the priest and wished him to be protected by darkness. Walking away from the priest, Addis told Eric to never behave like that again, anywhere. Eric asked if it was suspicious for Addis that he had an artifact, but Addis replied that Eric had not said a word about what had happened in the forest, and had not asked any unnecessary questions. Continuing to talk, Eric began to take out the artifact, and the Inquisitor noticed this. Then he stopped them again and asked what the ability of the artifact was. At the same time, Eric said that it was a fireball, and Addis was electric. And then they realized that they had missed the mark 100%. The Inquisitor apologized and ordered Eric and Addis to remain where they were. On the first day in the group, Eric encountered low-level monsters and this upset him. After all, he finally got out of the Rocky Mountains, but in the end there is garbage here. Eric got more points from the Hellhounds than from this level. That evening, sitting at the table, Bjork offered Eric a welcome dish, the taste of which he could not vouch for. After hearing Bjork's words, Embo asked him not to talk nonsense about her cooking. Embo, having reported the food to Eric, added that their group did not need those who were picky about the side dishes. Hubo teased Eric and asked him how long he would last with them. But looking at Embo's side dish, Eric thought it shouldn't be any worse than hellhound meat. Eric couldn't remember the last time he ate anything other than meat, or the last time he used cutlery. After a couple of minutes of eating the entire side dish, Eric asked for more. The group was surprised by what they heard, because they just wanted to make fun of Eric. When the priest began to use his powers, a strong wind arose. Eric asked Addis if the wind was caused by magic, but barely staying on his feet, Addis did not feel the flow of mana, and Addis assumed that the priest was a high-level spiritual magician, because the wind healed. Hearing this suggestion, Eric understood that the battle with the spiritual mage would not be easy, and if Eric fights the Inquisitor at full strength, he will learn the true nature. The priest warned the boys that even with their legs and arms torn off, they would not die as long as they were inside. The priest also planned for Eric and Addis to follow him on their feet. "Are you looking for the one who closed the dungeon?" Eric asked the priest in a serious tone, and he suggested that he himself would find that person, and in exchange, the priest would not touch anyone, to which the priest agreed. Coming closer to the priest, Eric said seriously that he was the one who closed the dungeon. But at that moment, the city gates opened and a man stood on a cart, shouting that the hero had returned. It turned out to be Raud along with Alice and Qian, who did not believe that Raud alone was able to close the dungeon. Raud said that he defeated the boss unconsciously, and when he woke up, he took the core and successfully closed the dungeon. Qian was glad that Raud saved them, but Raud did not believe that he was able to get out, and Alice was ashamed of what was happening. Raud understood that the legend about him would begin right now, in front of everyone. But the legend did not last long. The Inquisitors immediately calmed Raud. Watching as Raud was taken away, Eric didn't even know that it was Raud who closed the dungeon. Eric thought that Raud had turned into a monster, and Addis couldn't believe this fact either. The priest apologized to Eric and Addis on behalf of the Church of Darkness, and Addis wondered what would happen to Raud. Raud's case will be investigated, but while she is in prison, if everything is confirmed, he will be released, the priest replied. Addis was delighted with such an answer, and Eric would have been satisfied with simply locking him up. When the priest got into the carriage, Addis told Eric that the machine was powered by demonic stones, but suddenly, the priest called Eric to him and said that because of him, Eric was unable to sell the things. And he began to write out a promissory note. The priest warned that Eric would not be able to cash it and let Bjork do it. The obligation required a signature, and Eric's mother taught him that one should not sign without thinking. The priest wrote out too much money, and Eric could not refuse it, and quickly signed all the documents. Having paid the debt, the priest said goodbye to Eric. Addis was very glad that no one was hurt in this situation, but Eric was confused and asked Addis for a favor. Bjork's group returned to the empty Onpros hunting guild. As it turned out, the girl did not know that Bjork's team had not been in touch, but Bjork consoled the girl, because it was not her fault that the guildmaster ran away. Evan asked Embo if she was able to sell the demon stones. Embo laid 5 silver coins on the table and said that was all. Even and Hubo didn't expect this, but Embo explained that it was the guild's remaining money. As it turned out, the guildmaster ran away taking all the money, and for this act, Embo is ready to grind him into dust. Suddenly, a happy Bjork appeared with a beer, but Embo scolded him since they had no money and he drank. Bjork decided to recall the events of 20 years ago, when he stubbornly defended the girl, and it didn't matter to him whether there was a guild or not, because nothing had changed in his heart since the day they met. Embo became embarrassed and joked to Bjork that this was why she was still single. But Bjork and Embo's conversation was interrupted by Hubo, who informed them that he had found some food left. Hubo suggested throwing a welcoming party for Eric, but suddenly a coin kept flying into the food. Embo suggested to Bjork that they discuss everything after Eric's party, in private. Everyone began to prepare hard for Eric's party, but when the door to the guild opened, Bjork and the whole group were surprised why him. Addis stood at the threshold of the guild with Eric's bag on his shoulders. Having fallen to the floor, the bag literally crushed Atisa. He could barely ask for help. When Addis was helped, he couldn't believe how easily Eric carried her. Bjork asked Addis what happened and why he brought the bag. Even said that there were no materials. Bjork was afraid to hear from Addis that something had happened to Eric, but Addis said that he had simply asked him. Suddenly, Embo called Bjork and asked him to look at what she had discovered. Embo showed a bag of money. Then Hubo looked at all the bags that contained money. 10 bags were taken out of the bag, and each of them contained 1,000 X's. Bjork knew that even if Eric had sold everything, there was much more in the bag. Addis remembered that Eric had asked him to pass on something else, and he took out from his inside pocket the badge that Eric had received when he joined the guild. Bjork, looking at the token, asked Addis if Eric had given a reason for leaving. Addis apologized and replied that unfortunately no, but Eric was very afraid of something. On the day Eric signed the pledge, the priest asked him if he knew such a thing. The priest took out a medallion on which was written Great Land. Eric was surprised, because he thought that the 4 heroes were destroyed 20 years ago. But Eric replied that he had never seen it, and the priest asked again if he was sure of the answer. Although the priest understood that with Eric's level, he really shouldn't know about such a thing. But the priest warned that if someone is 5 level, for example, he will be an alien. Although it is most likely impossible, it will randomly recognize this thing. The priest would like that man to remember the story he told. Remembering that day and those words, Eric broke someone's cart out of anger. Looking back, I noticed the owners of the broken cart, who were unhappy. Hubo didn't understand how Eric could leave so suddenly and without talking. Embo asked Hubo what Eric was supposed to tell them. Looking at Embo, Hubo replied that they would try to dissuade him. Bjork explained to everyone that the hunters were putting their lives on the line and they couldn't force anyone. When Addis was about to leave the guild, Bjork stopped him, and Atis asked that if he suddenly met Eric, to convey that they would be glad to have him back. Atis smiled and promised to fulfill Bjork's request. Meanwhile, a full bucket of ice water was poured over Eric's head. When Eric opened his eyes, he noticed a man who told his boss that he had woken up. The boss was delighted by this news and came closer, ordering his subordinate to leave. The thug turned to Eric and said that he had never seen him there before, and accused him of breaking the arms and legs of his guys. Behind the boss stood the same crippled guys who said that he also broke their cart. Eric apologized for the cart and explained that the boys had broken his limbs when they tried to hit him. The guys confirmed this and added that the human body cannot be like stone and accused Eric of using magic. Then Eric suggested that the boss hit him, and if not, then the idiots were right when they said that their boss was a coward. Hearing this, the boss was furious, and the guys behind him unanimously said that it was a lie. But Eric insisted and told his boss that they were lying. This lit the fire inside the thug even more, and he hit Eric with all his might. But the same thing happened to the boss's hand as to those guys' limbs. A crowd gathered and began to guess who this asshole was, a magician, a witcher, or a swordsman magician. Eric wanted to leave already, but seeing this crowd, he understood that there would be no point in such a big fight. Suddenly, an old man came out of the crowd and said that because of the noise, he thought that monsters had attacked. Looking at Eric, the old man asked why there was such a fuss over a simple little dog. Eric immediately answered the old man that he was nobody to call him that, not even knowing how much Eric hated dogs. And then Eric asked the old man if he knew why the dogs hated him too. The old man smiled and assumed that with such a nasty character, the guy was clearly from the Rocky Mountains. Turning around and getting ready to leave, the old man ordered the boy to be released, explaining that he could turn everyone into mincemeat. Eric jumped up and asked the old man who he was. Eric continued asking the old man how he knew about the Rocky Mountains. Turning around, the old man offered Eric to work for him, and then he would find out the answers to his questions. 6 months after the dungeon was closed, the city of Onpros has changed. The thug and his boys robbed another miserable house. The mother and child were scared. They didn't understand why this was happening to them. The brute promised them that everything would be finished today, but the head of the family ran behind him with a sword. The man began to swing his sword and called the thug and his partner's names. The man promised to kill them if they touched his family. The brute began to get irritated by this and ordered a hammer to be brought. When the man saw this machine, he realized that it was not a hammer but simply a stone on an iron spear. With the blade of his sword placed against Eric's chest, the man was ready to fight. In all seriousness, Eric asked the man to step aside. As Eric walked further, the man noticed the curved end of the sword, and it dawned on him that this was definitely not a person. With one blow, Eric wiped the house where the family lived off the ground. As it turned out, the project is actively supported by the Architectural Association on Prosa. The thug told the family that they were repairing the fortress wall and demolishing dilapidated houses. And they provide residents with new houses that are very strong and reinforced with golem magic. The walls of the houses are covered with a sticky substance that prevents monsters from climbing the walls. The bully warned that in an emergency, the house would serve as an evacuation point for people, and if the family agreed, they could live there without paying rent. The man didn't know how to thank these guys for such help. Looking at Eric, the man felt ashamed that he had stuck the sword into him. Eric turned to the bald man and asked if he was still needed, but the bald man noticed that the man was apologizing to Eric. Then the man and his wife invited Eric to have dinner with them. Ignoring him, Eric told the bald man that he would go and report. The bald man thought that this was ugly on Eric's part and told him that he was strange. Eric approached the bald man and asked why he was strange. He jumped up. The child heard this and started running around the room saying that his uncle was strange. Bald added that there is no ruder person in the world than Eric. When the child ran up to Eric and started saying that he was strange, the mother grabbed him, but Eric had already swung his hand behind his back. But feeling that there was nothing behind him, Eric clenched his fist and calmed down. Eric left silently and the bald man said what a bastard he was. The man was worried that Eric left very angry, and the bald man scratched his head and decided that there was another reason. Baldy said that Eric has been working in the association for 6 months and receives 600 X's for each order. And with Eric's help, they do a month's work in a day, which is why Eric is famous among architects. Entering the office without knocking, the old man asked Eric where his manners were. Eric asked the old man what it was, but he pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Eric shouted that they don't build houses like that here. And the old man agreed, saying that no one here had ever seen such buildings. That's why the old man sends Eric there for good money. And everyone thinks Eric is mute because he is always silent. Unable to bear it any longer, Eric began to break the old man's table and shout that he was making fun of him. When the old man spoke of the Rocky Mountains, Eric fulfilled all the old man's whims for 5 months. Eric was furious. He wanted to know from the old man what he wanted. The old man looked at Eric and calmly said that he was pathetic. Then the old man began to tell that 40 years ago, everyone lived peacefully. They and aliens like Eric. Eric realized from the very beginning that the old man knew who he was. The old man began to list that Eric slept poorly, hid while he ate, and did not talk to anyone. Because he is from another world, said Eric. But the old man replied that that was not the point. Looking through the window, the old man explained to Eric that he could not live like an ordinary person. Because the aliens only see hunters, and when the first one appeared, the work was not related to hunting. The old man warned Eric that if he lived quietly, no one would think he was strange. Handing over the document, the old man asked Eric not to get involved with the hunter after this job. It turned out to be a request for a job as a hunter, but Eric had no reason to accept it. Then the old man pointed his finger at the door and said that the man was confident that Eric would do the job. Eric turned around and waited for the person who was supposed to enter the office. Eric expected to see anyone, but certainly not Addis. Addis was glad to see Eric and that he was doing well. Eric did not understand how they found him, because he was hiding his face. But the old man said that a piece of rag could not hide such a mountain. The old man asked Eric not to panic, as he would make sure that he was not disturbed again. Eric was counting on the old man, but in his heart he felt sorry for Addis. Addis was glad to find Eric. He began to introduce himself to the old man, but then put the formalities aside. The old man sitting with glasses admitted that he knew about Eric's past, and he announced that Eric was now working for an architectural association and that he was now their family. The old man decided that Addis looked down on their association and would not bring Eric back as he wanted. But Addis asked not for the guild, but for himself. Then the old man asked what relation Eric had to Addis. Then Addis began to tell their story, that in the beginning they were on different teams, and one member of Addis's team was spying on him, and Eric protected him. Addis added that at that moment, he was undressed, and everything immediately became clear to the old man. The old man called Eric an asshole, and Eric began to say that the old man had misunderstood everything. Addis also added that Eric asked to deliver his check for 1 million X's to the guild and quit his career as a hunter. The old man got tired of all this and threw Eric out of his office as quickly as possible. Then the old man added that Eric should not return until he had solved all his problems. Eric didn't like that Addis missed a lot of details, but it was good that he didn't remember about the Inquisitor. Eric's situation seemed worse than ever, as he had been a hunter for 5 months now. Addis announced to Eric that his quest was to explore the Sath Forest and collect samples. But if there was danger, Addis promised to protect Eric. Having collected their things, Addis and Eric went to explore the Sath Forest. Eric's thoughts were about why he had to walk through this forest now. Looking at Addis, Eric did not understand why, after 5 months, he decided to come for him. Eric remembered the old man's words that everything would be fine if he didn't behave suspiciously. In the forest, they met Kellogg, a level 2 monster who looked very cute. Eric asked Addis to stop and gave his hand to the monster, thinking that he liked him. Then Eric suggested taking it as a sample and growing it, but it was too late. Addis aimed a fireball straight at the low-level monster. Running up to Eric, Addis began offering potions against poison if the monster was poisonous. Then Addis told Eric that if he found a sample, he should call him. They continued to explore the forest, but there was one big but. Addis burned everything in his path, killing all vegetation. And this continued over and over again, with every kilometer. Addis explained this by the fact that there are many dangerous monsters in the forest. Seeing all this, Eric forbade Addis to use fire magic. Addis promised Ermic that he would try his best, but that is not a fact. Eric asked Addis if it was true that Raud's group was his first, and Addis replied that it was. Addis said that he felt uncomfortable there and therefore left her, but he wanted to collect material for research. As it turns out, mages can level up by doing magical research. Eric found it funny because what kind of dragon catcher would catch dragons in his own home? But Addis said that he had nothing to do with the family business, because there were almost no dragons left. The information that the dragon was gone surprised Eric very much. Eric told Addis that there were no dragons where he lived, but in his mind, he knew what kind of dragon would raise his level. Although Eric later found it funny that dragons are rare monsters. Addis told that dragon monsters should be feared. They fly in the sky and flap their large wings. They can burn the earth with their endless mana. But the most important reason is that they increase their level by defeating their enemies. Addis said that dragons are smart and you can talk to them, and maybe they hide to survive. Eric remembered Ether, who also speaks well but hides. Hearing about the dragon wyvern, Addis laughed loudly. It seemed like a joke to him. After Addis calmed down, he decided to offer Eric to become a hunter again. But Eric said that he couldn't go back to Bjorn because it was not nice. But it turned out that Addis was gathering his team. Eric asked Addis why him, because he could run away just like he could from Bjork. Addis did not understand why Eric left them, and assumed that it was because of Eric's secret. Hearing these words, Eric tensed up and asked Addis if he himself didn't keep secrets. Addis looked at Eric and could not understand what he was talking about. Eric asked him how he used magic without a spell. Addis replied that they both had secrets. Then Eric asked for a guarantee that Addis would not betray him first. But Addis answered him the same. Eric reminded Addis that he was a novice hunter with a level of 5 and reached for his sword. Addis apologized to Eric and took out his magic wand. Eric asked Addis to lower the wand now, so that it wouldn't get worse. But Addis did not listen to Eric and resorted to magic. Addis told Eric that this place was even more dangerous than he thought, and when Eric turned around, he saw a monster. Approaching the monster, Eric asked Addis why he used this particular attack. Addis explained that he fired a blast of mana and burned his lungs to prevent him from calling the pack. Eric was surprised, thinking that Addis was a fragile gentleman conducting research at home. Addis again invited Eric to join his team, but put off the discussion for later. Addis then asked Eric to cut open the monster's belly while he stood guard. Addis said that monsters do not approach people, but today there are many of them nearby. Then Eric understood why Addis was burning them all today. Eric took a closer look at the monster and said that it was from the dungeon. It was a kobold of the 21st level. Addis asked Eric to speed up, because opening the belly is not that difficult. Approaching the village, Addis noticed 2 kobolds on guard duty. Noticing that most of the village was kobold, Addis assumed that the finger found in the stomach belonged to a villager. Addis decided that the kobolds had eaten all the game and had started hunting people. Eric asked about the new portal, but Addis explained that when a new dungeon appears, the landscape changes. Eric suggested going back and reporting to all the guilds, but Addis noticed something. Through the telescope, Addis saw a man suspended by his hands. Addis immediately rushed to sleep with him, but Eric stopped him. Eric assumed that the man was already dead, and they needed a different plan. One of the kobolds on the tower was hit by a bullet right in the face. Noticing this, the other one started laughing, and he took out a bullet. And a couple of seconds later, the tower exploded like a balloon. Eric asked Addis what it was, and was told that the device fired demonic stones that were charged with magic. After this, Addis headed straight towards the village, telling Eric to hide. From this point, Eric decided to take a closer look at the man. And then he saw that this man was dead, and he was at level 27. Addis burst into the village and began shelling houses. Addis also used his weapon with demonic stones to kill kobolds. Running through the streets of the village, Atisu realized that the kobolds had been in charge here for a long time. Running around the village, Addis didn't even suspect that he was being followed. One of the kobolds aimed at Addis's head but missed. Stopping, Addis looked and noticed that the kobolds were hiding in the building. Addis had once heard that kobolds were smart, but he had never thought that they would think of using throwing weapons. Then Addis decided to quickly get rid of them, because hiding from a fire mage in a building was stupid. Looking at his own stick, which had burned itself, Addis realized that he had overdone it. But suddenly a kobold attacked Addis with a spear and he barely managed to fight it off, throwing his magic wand right into his face. And a second later, the kobold disappeared from the face of the earth from a huge explosion. When it was safe, Eric showed up and they took down the man. Eric looked at what Addis had done, and Addis, looking at the dead body, realized that Eric was right. Addis concluded that the man had died a long time ago, and not from hanging, but from hypothermia. Eric was surprised by such words. During his year of stay, it had never been so cold. Addis handed Eric a token from the Onpros hunting guild. The man was a hunter. Eric saw another badge and told Addis that there were a lot of them at the dump outside the village. They began to think that all the villagers could not have been hunters, and that so many missing people would have been noticed. Addis and Eric decided that there was a place where hunters go missing. A dungeon. Addis had started connecting the dots since Raud closed the dungeon, but Eric had already discovered something. Ife and Addis didn't understand how people got here from the dungeon, but Eric was already calling him to take a look. Having opened the well lid and taking into account all the facts, everything came together for Addis and Eric. Addis noticed that there was debris hovering above the portal, which meant that it was still open. Eric asked Addis if the kobolds could have done this, but it turned out that they only knew how to litter. Then Eric remembered about the Thathers, but Addis asked Eric not to joke like that again. Addis said that to create a portal you need a mage of at least level 40, who understands teleportation magic. But since the distance to the iPhone dungeon was large, it was possible that the mage was a level 60 mage. It all sounded creepy, but at that moment Eric was very wary, and he suggested that the magician who created the portal could be an enemy. A level 72nd lich appeared before them. Liches are magicians who specifically transform themselves into a living dead person, and they can heal physical wounds. As he approached Addis and Eric, Lich could not believe that guests had come to visit him in his absence. The Lich also knew that his little kobolds had been playing a little with the guests. After picking up some ash and sniffing, the Lich noticed traces of fire mana. He suspected Addis of this and pointed at him, but Lich did not understand who was next to him. Eric asked Addis what was wrong with him, and it turned out that, having become dead, the Lich had lost all 5 senses, and now he could only feel the energy flows of mana, which meant he felt Addis, but not Eric. When Addis asked Eric if he could escape, he was distracted by him, and at that moment, an icy blade flew from the Lich into Eric's face. Having stuck someone's eye into his socket, Lich saw them and said that it was impolite to ignore questions. But the Lich missed, and Eric asked Addis not to worry about him, but to keep an eye on the Lich. Eric looked at this dead body and understood that he would not let them go so easily. After seeing the Lich's attack, Eric was convinced that Addis could not win. Lich began to tell a story about how he asked a married colleague what a married couple is, and he answered when the husband and wife look in the same direction. Lich was delighted with this answer, and therefore took James and Catalia for himself. The Lich began to laugh, because the husband and wife were now together forever. Then he looked again at his guests and asked if they were listening to him. Addis had already started using magic, and the Lich was asking them to just surrender. Eric did not understand what Addis wanted to achieve. Addis explained that the Lich reflected his attacks with his own mana, but for Lich these blows were useless, but he liked Addis's efforts. While Eric was thinking about what if his level was higher, Addis was already aiming at the Lich. The Lich kept repeating that all attacks were nothing to him until the bullet penetrated. At the same moment there was a huge fiery explosion, and Eric and Addis began to run away. Looking around, Eric wondered how this would work. Addis told Eric that physical attacks were useless, but the Lich did not block demonic stones, and it was a diversion for a while. Eric and Addis had to manage to hide in the forest in a short time. As he ran away, Eric did not understand his inner feeling. It did not look like fear. Suddenly, Eric grabbed Addis by the hand, and before them rose a huge ice dome. Addis thanked Eric for saving him just now, but the situation was bad. Starting to use magic, Addis warned Eric that they needed to get out. Unexpectedly for Addis, the mana that was in his wand froze. Addis informed Eric that the Lich had lowered the temperature and he could not create fire. Then the Lich appeared, explaining that fire magic ignites mana, and ice magic freezes it. And when Lich succeeded, he realized that he was dealing with a fire mage. Then Lich decided to conduct an experiment and caused an ice storm. The air temperature dropped sharply, but Eric could withstand it. But looking at Addis, he realized that he was going through hard times. Leech asked his guests what it felt like to have their lungs freeze. Leech added that if you lose consciousness in this state, you don't feel any pain. Eric realized that the Lich wanted to kill Addis, and when he lost consciousness, Eric would enter the fight. Believing that this would be the only way to survive, Eric did not want Addis to die. But suddenly Addis began to apologize and say that he had been too selfish. Then, pulling himself together, Addis pierced himself with his own fire wand. After this, Addis's entire body began to convulse, and fire flowed through his veins. This surprised Eric very much, and he asked Addis why he was using magic on himself. Lich found this funny, as he thought Addis had done it to stop his body temperature from dropping. The Lich became curious about how long Addis could hold out in this state. Eric didn't have time to ask anything before Addis told him that this was their last chance. Addis asked Eric that no matter what happened, he would run away when a hole appeared in the wall. Eric began to shout at Addis that he could not cope alone, but Addis demanded a promise. When Eric made his promise to Addis, he immediately stepped forward. Lichu found all this amusing, and was waiting for new entertainment from Addis. Suddenly, Addis threw his remaining sticks into the air, and then there was another huge, fiery explosion. Lich argued with Addis that the explosion was too weak to make a hole. Without seeing his guests, the Lich decided to find them using mana. But the explosion created too much noise, and judging by the clot of mana on the left, the Lich decided that they were still burning. The Lich was upset that the trace of the magician had disappeared, and he did not have time to have fun. And then Lich decided to play with the 5-level one. And only now did Eric understand what kind of sound he had heard in the forest, and why Addis was there. Eric looked at Addis and couldn't believe his eyes that he was a dragon. In this situation, Addis could not explain everything to Eric and asked him to simply trust. When the Lich saw that it was a dragon, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Lich looked at the dragon and estimated him to be very young, no more than 100 years old. This made it clear why Addis could use fire magic without a spell. Listening to all this, Addis asked Lich not to pretend to be smart if he knew nothing except rumors. The Lich agreed with Addis's words, and decided that now was the time to find out everything. Taking off, the Lich began to use an attack saying that dragons gain experience points by killing their enemies. Lich promised Addis that he would find out how it worked, and take advantage of the opportunity. Addis got tired of listening to all this, and directed his fiery roar straight at the Lich. Having managed to dodge, the Lich understood that in this form, Addis's strength was incomparable to that of a human. This meant that the Lich couldn't freeze, but there was nothing else he could do. Eric kept looking at Addis and realized that his heat was enough to melt the Lich's ice. But for the Lich to win, Addis's 52nd level was not enough. Addis asked Eric to hold on a little longer and they would get out. Addis continued to direct attacks at the Lich, but he dodged them like a circus performer. The Lich turned to Addis and said that even the strongest attacks would not reach their target, and Addis will get tired before he breaks the dome. But suddenly the Lich suspects something. Looking at Eric, Addis told him that he was unable to melt the wall. Eric asked Addis to focus on the Lich, and he would handle it himself. And at that moment, ice blades were flying at Eric, which Addis managed to stop. Addis didn't like this very much, and he asked Eric what he was thinking about with his 5th level. Eric was already nervous and kept asking Addis to focus on the Lich. The Lich, running along his ice wall, could not believe his eyes. The dragon could have surrounded himself with flames, but he exposed himself for the sake of man. Addis's thoughts were that even though he hadn't reached level 70, he would save Eric. Addis turned around and used his flame to light the magic wand sticking out of the wall. The Lich assumed that the man was a snack, and Addis was angry that the Lich wanted to take her. Addis got tired of listening to all this nonsense, and he used fire to tell the Lich to shut up. But Lich continued to talk about why higher beings like them had to hide. After all, man is a weak and low creature who can do nothing. The Lich believed that people should fear and worship them. Addis got tired of listening to all this and grabbed the Lich with his huge paw. Throwing the Lich into the ice wall caused a dent to form in the wall from the impact. After the blow, Lich rolled down the wall. Upon landing, Lich noted that the blow was not bad, but if the level had been higher, it would have been better. Eric winced and waited for Addis to faint. Addis noticed this and thought that Eric was afraid of him because he was a dragon. Eric told Addis that he had seen monsters much bigger than him, and that Addis was a toy compared to them. By that time, Addis's magic wand was burning out, and something was supposed to happen in a few minutes. Addis informed Eric that his time was up, and it was time to fulfill the promise he had made to Eric. Eric didn't have time to ask Addis what he was talking about when suddenly a wall exploded behind Eric. The explosion was so powerful that even neighboring villages could notice it. Seeing this, Lich did not expect that Addis would explode the ice wall from the inside. Addis ordered Eric to run until the wall was restored, but Eric did not understand how Addis would be left alone. Addis then informed Eric that he must stop the Lich by any means necessary. While running away, Eric looked at Addis, and in his head there were terrible thoughts that Addis would fight to the death while he was running away. Then Eric thought that he could escape and come up with a plan to help Addis. The Lich was shocked that the dragon would do such a thing to allow the man to escape. But upon exiting the ice dome, Eric was faced with an ice apocalypse. After waiting for Eric to run outside the dome, the Lich activated his ice blades. Looking up, Eric just started to wonder where it all went wrong. Covering his head, Eric thought he could stop the Lich himself. Or maybe Eric should have told Attis the Lich's level, and everything would have been different. Covering himself with his bare hands, Eric noticed a large amount of blood, but felt no pain. Attis noticed the ice blades and quickly covered Eric with his body to save him. Seeing such an act from the dragon, the Lich told him that this was already ridiculous for a monster. Attis fell, and Eric immediately rushed to his head. Eric shook Attis a little and asked him how he felt. Opening his eyes, Attis was glad that Eric was alive and told him not to worry, as dragons were resilient. Eric replied that only his ass was resilient, and looking at Attis, he wondered how long he could hold out. As the ice arrows melted, Eric looked down and noticed streams of Attis' blood. If Eric waits for Attis to pass out, will he be alive by the time Eric finishes the battle? Eric thought about the potion, but it simply wouldn't be enough to treat such a large body. Having gained some strength, Attis began to apologize to Eric for promising to protect him. The Lich began to fly up to them, saying that the little dragon loves people. The Lich asked Attis if he really believed that the strong should protect the weak. Without waiting for an answer, Lich explained that it was an illusion created by weaklings. To attack, Lich chose the giant's punishing ice sword. Looking at Eric, he was not sure that if he let go, he would remain silent. The Lich offered Attis to kill the man, and if he did this, the monsters would accept him. Attis replied to Lich that he was right in that people saw them as nothing but monsters. Having gained strength, Attis began to stand up and say that he would rather die than give up his humanity and become like the Lich. Hearing such an answer, Lich was not surprised and wished him a good death. Eric looked at the giant's approaching sword and told Attis that his life was indeed hard. Attis also looked at the sword and confirmed that the life of an ordinary person is not so easy. But while Attis was watching the whole picture, Eric was already preparing to jump. Jumping up and approaching the giant's sword, Eric dreamed of living like an ordinary person. Attis watched in great surprise as Eric took off. The Lich didn't care what kind of magic Eric used to fly. The result was the same. Eric was determined to destroy and used his professional horizontal strike. With one blow, Eric cut the giant's ice sword in half. And besides, the entire ice dome was destroyed and scattered to distant areas. When Eric landed, he realized he had swung too hard, and Attis was in shock. Attis watched and thought as Eric, with one swing, crushed the domes and the Lich, who was not even saved by the dragon's blow. Surprised, Attis asked Eric how he had tricked the measuring stone, since he himself had seen its 5th level. Eric smiled and asked Attis not to be offended, since they both hid their identities. Attis still didn't understand how Eric was hiding his identity, while Lich was lying on the ground at that time. But the Lich did not give up until the last and used hellish bonds. But for Eric, this was the last straw. The Lich said that tentacles suck out the life force of their victims and do not let go until they die. But this also applied to the one who called them. Eric didn't expect the Lich to be able to move anymore, since he had crushed his entire upper body. The Lich told Eric that if he didn't want to die a painful death, he had to confess. In an instant, Eric tore apart the tentacles that were holding his body. The Lich was shocked that the 5th level tore apart the tentacles with his bare hands. Eric stood in front of the Lich and asked him how he knew about his level and Attis. After cutting off the Lich's head, Eric thought that he couldn't die a second time. After all, it was at that moment that Eric defeated 2, death and fear. Attis watched Eric and was surprised at how strong he was. After all, Eric destroyed the tentacles with one blow to the ground. Eric was sure that he had broken the Lich's bones, but he had already managed to patch himself up. The Lich was furious. He did not understand who was in front of him, whether he was a human at all. Eric looked at Lich and told him that one person, when they first met, assumed that he was level 5. So Eric had 2 options: the Lich is a fortune teller, or he is from another world. Hearing these options, Lich began to fly away from Eric and Attis as quickly as possible. As he flew away, Lich realized that he had underestimated Eric, because he had guessed that he was from another world. But while Lich was flying and discussing this topic, Eric overtook him and decided to stop. Having fallen to the ground, Lich had no idea how he could break away from Eric. Eric, catching up with Lich, shouted to him that it was for people like him that normal people suffered. The Lich asked Eric not to make him laugh and decided to use the ice doll to attack. All of the Lich's attacks were useless. Eric easily dealt with the ice doll and reached the Lich. Attis watched everything from afar and realized that Eric's strength was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. But Attis knew that such swordplay was impossible for a human, which meant that Eric was using aura. The Lich, looking at Eric, told him that if he doesn't use the aura, it means he wants to hand him over to the Inquisitor. Eric shouted at Lich that he didn't understand what they were talking about and threw stone pellets at him. From afar, Attis's voice could be heard shouting at Eriu to use his aura. After all, the Lich's body consisted of mana, and if Eric interrupted the flow of mana with his aura, he would kill him. Eric knew he needed to use mana, aura, pana, and everything else, but that was possible after leveling up. Eric continued to prove to Addis that he was only level 5. The Lich heard this and realized that Eric could not use the aura, and this was a chance. The Lich launched icy blades at his opponent, but Eric blocked the blow with one swing. Continuing to attack, Lich told Eric that his attacks without aura were useless. But for Addis, the Lich's attack could work 100%. Addis shouted at Eric not to worry about him. Eric was already near Addis at this moment and protected him from the ice blades. The Lich looked at this wonderful couple and plotted his insidious plan. In his head, the Lich decided that Eric could not attack mana itself, and so the Lich will compress the mana and release it into Eric and Addis. It was a huge and powerful force that could kill in a second. But even here, Eric was able to surprise, breaking through the ground with just his strength. Looking at this, Addis understood that this wall of earth would not last long. Addis asked Eric to step aside, explaining that he would not kill the Lich without an aura. But Eric noticed that the Lich's skull began to look dirtier than the first time. And then Eric decided to go and take a closer look at the Lich. Eric advanced his earthen shield with every step he took, cutting through the mana. And having reached the Lich, Eric grabbed him by the bones of the cervical spine. Looking closer, Eric didn't remember seeing cracks on the skull before. This meant that the Lich would not be able to regenerate if Eric crushed him. Somehow, the Lich managed to slip away from Eric's grasp, telling him not to joke with him. After all, the Lich has countless high-level monsters to his credit, but Lich had no chance to escape. Eric managed to catch his bony legs. Holding the Lich's leg bones in his hands, Eric approached him with a terrible idea. Eric came up with a simple way to destroy it by grinding the Lich's bones into powder. At dawn, when everything was over, Eric took out the potion and began to save Addis. Addis, while in a pool of blood, returned to his human form. Eric asked Addis why he was always naked, and heard in response that all clothes were torn during the transformation. Addis looked into the distance and asked Eric what happened to the Lich. Eric looked at the Lich and told Addis that he had incapacitated him a little. In this state, the Lich would not be able to use magic, so Eric stopped his movements. The Lich swore to Eric that he would take revenge on him for everything and that he would die a painful death. Hearing what Lich was saying, Addis realized that he was still alive. Eric explained that the upper part was stronger. Addis laughed and admitted that if his enemy were a dragon, he would not be able to kill it. But suddenly Addis jumped up sharply, saying that he didn't understand something, and Eric followed him. Addis walked up to the Lich, who was pinned to the ground by Eric's sword. Grabbing the remains of his leg, Addis began to distill mana. The Lich screamed with all his might, and Eric thought that people like the Lich didn't feel pain. Addis told Eric that for humans, such an amount of mana is not dangerous, but for the Lich, it is torturous. Continuing to hold Lich, Addis asked him which companions he had spoken of earlier. Lich continued to scream from the unbearable pain, and at one point, something flew out of his mouth. Then the Lich spoke and said that the dragon still did not know about the structure of this world. The Lich added that the 500-year-old dragon would have figured everything out long ago, since even they had joined them. Taking a closer look, Eric realized that what the Lich had spat out was a coin from the Great Land. The Lich suggested that everyone watch the destruction of the world together in the afterlife. And after these words, the Lich self-destructed, and such a huge explosion caused an earthquake. Meanwhile, in his cave, Ether was looking through all his things so as not to forget anything. Ether realized that getting ready for the trip was very difficult, and after checking his suitcases, he could set off. Throwing his suitcase over his shoulders, Ether said goodbye to his little house and tried to walk. Trying to pull such a heavy load, Ether thought about leaving something behind. But after bursting into tears and hugging the bag with his things, it was very difficult for him to part with anything. Being under stress, Ether has noticed too many strange things lately. For example, a forest fire started out of nowhere and Ether's garden burned to the ground. Then, turning off the light before going to bed, a huge piece of ice appeared out of nowhere. And after all this, a terrible earthquake occurred, as if the continent had split apart. Taking out a mirror and looking closely, Ether noticed that his scales had become dull. Suddenly, Ether decided that this was God's punishment for helping that alien. Ether began to cry again, when suddenly someone's shadow appeared at the entrance to the cave. Ether immediately turned around, feeling someone's gaze on him, but didn't notice anything. Continuing to look at the exit, Ether said to himself that it was time to leave, when suddenly someone asked him about the talking dragon. Ether's gaze immediately switched, and he thought about how this man came so close, and noticed how he spoke. The stranger asked Ether not to be afraid, because he was looking for a friend and, hearing someone's voice, looked in. Ether told the traveler that he had not seen people for a year and no one lived nearby. Looking at the man suspiciously, Ether could do nothing to help him, but the stranger insisted that Ether had to see his skeleton friend. Looking around the area, Lacey assumed that there was a bomb in the place where she fell, but Lacey asked Richard what the instructions said. While exploring the ground, Richard noticed traces of mana and decided that magic had been used a week ago. All evidence pointed to Shin Han Chung's suicide, Richard Lacey said. Hearing this statement, Lacey asked Richard if he really didn't turn into a lich because he didn't want to die. While Lacey was thinking, Alejandro snuck up on her and asked her what she was doing there. A frightened Lacey reminded Alejandro that she had warned him to stay away from her. Alejandro laughed at the stupid, scared Lecia. Richard noticed that a fight was brewing between Lecia and Alejandro and asked them to stop. Richard informed Alejandro that Shin Hanzhong had died during the battle at this location. After asking for at least a modicum of respect to be maintained, Richard continued to say that due to the explosion, nothing remained of the enemy. Alejandro found it strange that the enemy would cause a level 72 lich to self-destruct. They became curious as to why the lich exploded right here, since the place where he fought was 2 kilometers away. Richard wondered if the lich was moving away from the battlefield. But then Richard would have felt another energy. Having come to his senses, Addis asked Eric why he kicked the lich's skull. But Eric replied that he just wanted to kick him aside for a while. And after a light blow, as Eric believed, the lich's skull flew away and exploded. Addis said that the skull exploded not because of the impact, but because it was about to self-destruct. Eric told Addis that he had brought him back to the village while he was unconscious by jumping over the city wall. And since Eric didn't know where Addis's house was, he went to the old man's office, but he threw him out. Eric was then chased by guards and came across a bunch of smugglers. But in the end, everything ended well and Addis, thanks to the old man, woke up. Addis never even thought that there were such strong guys as Eric. At that moment, Addis imagined what could have happened to him if he had been captured by an alien. Eric calmed Addis and said that, having the task of killing the goddess, he would choose an ordinary life like Addis. Addis couldn't believe that aliens could live like normal people. Eric admitted that one thing separates him from them, and that is the faulty instructions. After this, Addis was surprised, because these were the powers that the aliens received from the demon god Omplus. Eric didn't know for sure if this was true, but he was sure that there was an ability he didn't know about. Addis began to suspect that there was something that made the aliens follow the orders of the demon god. Eric admitted that the reason for his 5th level not being displayed was due to a broken instruction. Addis listened attentively to every word Eric said and became more and more surprised. Without any sarcasm, Eric said that at one moment he could go crazy and become a killer. As he left, Eric added that Addis's communication with him would not lead to anything good. Eric said goodbye to Addis and asked him to take care of himself. But suddenly Addis said that his full name was Addis Emphatir Ragnaraka. Eric turned around as Addis continued to say that he was created by the shadow goddess Kivriel to be the descendant of dragons. Fire dragons are known for their performance, and so Addis will never forget his duty. Eric smiled and said that he was Ryu Han Bin, a military veteran. Night fell, the old man asked to deliver the cart to the destination, and he handed over the documents, thanks to which Eric would be able to pass through the gate. The old man will send Eric's new documents through the broker, and he will have to sell the cart. Eric asked where to put the money, but the old man told Eric to keep it for himself. Eric was delighted and said that he would not remain in debt. But the old man asked for one favor. The old man asked Eric never to kill a person, because if he kills once, he will become a monster. Eric listened to the old man and understood everything, promising that he would return someday. The old man looked at the starry sky and asked the goddess to protect them. Meanwhile, Richard continued to investigate, feeling the magic become weaker. Ether was captured, and, being present at all this, he thought why the Great Earth had captured him. Lisi told Richard that the lich would not have lost to such weak magic as he sensed, but Alejandro managed to check for the presence of other auras, pranas, and forces. Richard then realized that the lich's bones had been broken and crushed by physical force. And this meant that there were some beings that were superior to the lich in physical strength. Opening the instructions, Richard suggested that it might be a dragon that had lived for 500 years. Richard ordered the dragon's blood to be used on Earth to find another. On the way, Eric's cartwheel broke and he began to fix it. While Eric was doing the repairs, the bandits were watching him and preparing for an attack. The gang boss ordered his comrades to take up arms and attack. Coming out from behind the garden, the boss asked Eric if he needed help. After all, the main robber Kalinor from the Dark Gorge wants to help. Having put the wheel down, Eric stood up and seeing his height, the robbers fled, leaving only Kalinor. Eric was glad when Kalinor approached him, because even though he had memorized the map, Eric still did not understand where the right road was. Kalinor realized his mistake, that he shouldn't have stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Eric heard Kalinor saying something, and it only took him a look to shut him up. A frightened Kalinor asked Eric to look away. Eric's eyes lit up when he looked, because the dungeon of the city of Iton was much larger than Onpros. In front of Eric was the largest dungeon in the north, the Crater Valley Dungeon. Eric asked his coachman if it was dangerous to build a city above the entrance, and in response he heard that the entrance was at the very bottom, and monsters rarely rose. Arriving at the place, Kalinor told Eric that there was a traffic jam and it would be difficult to get through the gate. While Eric was getting documents to enter the city, Kalinor managed to escape. Running away and looking back, Kalinor was glad that he had not been caught at the checkpoint. Running away so quickly, Kalinor only later noticed that he had crashed into Eric and became scared. Kalinor fell to his knees and began to beg Eric to let him go, because if he was caught, he would be executed. Erica was embarrassed by this, but Kalinor continued to beg. Kalinor also said that at the bottom of the gorge there is a prison where all the criminals from the north sit. There are only monsters there, and a robber like Kalinor won't survive there. But the most terrible thing was that an alien had recently been imprisoned there, and now the prisoners themselves were in fear. Eric was very surprised when he heard about the imprisoned alien. Because of this scene, a security guard approached Eric and Kalinor and asked what problems they had. Kalinor closed his eyes in fear, and at that moment Eric put a bag in Kalinor's hands. But Eric explained everything to the guard, saying that he was his employee, and showed his pass. Kalinor opened the bag, he saw a lot of coins and asked what the money was for. Eric told the robber that when he started his new life, he didn't have a penny in his pocket. Then Eric advised Kalinor to give up robberies and find another occupation. Eric left, and Kalinor promised him that he would use the gold for good deeds. Hearing the word gold, Eric stopped and quickly reached for another bag. Opening the bag, Eric saw copper and silver coins. Turning around, Eric started calling Kalinor, saying that he had mixed up the bags. Entering the city, Eric noticed a bunch of people with posters. Some were offering insurance, some were looking for someone. But none of this bothered Eric, because the problem was that he didn't know how to live on the remaining money. Erica began to have thoughts about returning to the Builders Guild. In this situation, Eric decided that he had left Onpros in vain. Then Eric decided to look at the posters again, hoping to find the address of the Builders Guild. But I noticed a very interesting poster with the inscription looking for a retired hunter. Taking a closer look, Eric noticed that Addis was hiding under the hood. Eric quickly grabbed Addis from the crowd and ran to find a secluded place. Having found a quiet place, Eric and Addis drank tea and talked. Addis asked Eric why he was 2 days late, and the unexpected question caused the cup in Eric's hands to crack. Eric angrily asked Addis what the hell he was doing there, and admitted that he got lost, and that was why he was late. Addis did not understand why Eric was so worried, and asked if the old man had not told him anything. And then Eric remembered the old man's words that he had sent his new documents through a messenger. Eric reminded Addis that nothing good would come of their cooperation. Addis looked at the house and said out loud why he bought it then, and Eric told Addis that he would be a good leader in his team. But Addis did not understand how he could be a leader if there was Eric. Eric reminded him of his level and told Addis that with such success, they could only meet inquisitors, not goddesses. Eric's throat became dry from such conversations, and he asked for water. Addis told him to get some from the refrigerator. Hearing the word refrigerator and looking at it, Eric was shocked that they exist in this world. After all, when Eric was locked in the Rocky Mountains, he lost hope, but now he can take cold water. As Eric began to open the refrigerator, instructions appeared in front of him, stating that level 10 was required. Eric began to shake the refrigerator out of anger, but Addis stopped him and said that it was a magical device. Eric was dejected, and Addis was thoughtful, because all these basics were invented by the demon god Ormflaus when he created the dungeon. Addis told Eric that he was thinking about a place where it would be safe, but Addis also added that there is nothing in the world that does not require levels. Eric reminded Addis that he said that there was no magical device to hide the level. But as Addis found out, everything was much simpler. All they needed to do was get rid of Hanbin. Eric and Addis arrived at the Hayton Hunters Guild. One of the administrators registered Addis, and according to the verification stone, Addis's 37th level was confirmed. Addis thanked the nice girl for such fast service. Another administrator looked askance at her colleague, envious of her for registering such a handsome man, and she had to register some healthy pervert. The rest of the hunters approached Eric and apologized, asking him to put on his clothes. Then Eric turned around and with an angry face answered them with a firm no. The administrator quickly took the testing stone and told the man that she had to check his level. All the hunters looked at Eric, because they had not often seen such an amazing hunter who showed off his body. Addis intervened in the dialogue and said that the verification stone was a mistake, but the girl replied that they would not register it then. Eric grabbed the stone in his hand and shouted that this stone was evil. Having broken the stone into several pieces, Eric continued to shout that he would not allow evil to enter his body. Everyone there was shocked that this guy broke a stone with one hand, but they were more struck by the words that the stone was evil for him. Everyone was discussing Eric, and this made Addis happy, because they were following the developed plan. The frightened girl apologized profusely to the guest and wanted to clarify one point. But then Addis came up and interrupted her, saying that this guy was Walter, a legendary military race. The day before, while lying on the roof and sunbathing, Eric and Addis discussed the plan. Then Eric heard about Voltaire's military race, and as a disguise he had to be tanned. Addis told Eric that Walter is famous for his golden muscles, because they come from the desert mountains that are located in the Far East. While writing everything down, Addis began the most interesting part, the description of Walter's warriors. Their transport was Kalakutaus, an 84-year-old grandfather, a mother with a log in her hands, an eldest son and a daughter with her hellhound. And their brave father set foot on the continent of Ratna for the sake of his family. Eric did not understand what children Attis was talking about, and what kind of nonsense this was. Attis explained that this was a legend, but Eric was indignant at why he had to walk around naked. If people believe that Eric is Walter's warrior, he won't need to hide his level. He will become famous for clearing the dungeon. Eric then reminded Attis about the test stone, but Attis had a plan for that too. Attis wanted Eric to break the stone at that moment, and he would take care of the rest himself. Hearing that there was a warrior named Walter in the guild, all the hunters began to wonder why the Sword King race was with them. Looking at the test stone, Attis addressed Eric as Felad, and said that there was no need to break the stone. Eric apologized, and Attis also apologized for his friend. Attis explained to the girls that the Walters were forbidden from dealing with artifacts such as the inspection stone, but the girl reminded him that Mr. Attis would not be able to work in the same team with his friend without his registration. Then Attis suggested registering Eric not as a hunter, but as a security guard, showing his badge. Noticing this, Eric did not understand why he was pretending to be someone else. But he remembered that because of Walter, his level was not measured. The girl asked Mr. Attis Bannister for documents, but unfortunately Attis forgot them. That's what he told the girl. Attis, looking at the girl with a sexy gaze, suggested that they keep all this a secret. The girl seemed to be struck by the shock and quickly began to register, while the second one offered to have coffee together. Eric didn't understand why Attis was so popular, and he should have known that his body wouldn't attract girls. But suddenly a crowd of hunters pounced on Eric with a bunch of offers for him to join their teams. Also, everyone wanted to touch Eric's muscles, go into the dungeon with him, and so on. But Eric didn't want that. Richard went down to the dungeon where the prison was located, because Alejandro and Lesia were waiting for him. Richard asked Alejandro if he had caught many Rotni, but in response he heard that Alejandro had simply given them shelter. Alejandro said that hunters are more useful, but they accept Rotni rogues who follow orders well. Lacey realized that in the place provided as their alliance with the great dragons, Alejandro did nothing. Richard reminded that every dragon over 500 years old had joined them, but apparently there was a traitor among them. But Alejandro clarified that in human form, he would only be able to live in cities with underground spaces. Lacey pulled out a vial of dried dragon blood and reminded them that they wouldn't be able to use the search spell. Alejandro was angry about this and told Licia that it was not because of him that they could not find the dragon that killed the Lich. Richard asked Alejandro why he had collected them. Then the curtain opened before them and there was a bare, illuminated stage. Alejandro said that he was a former hunter who was captured because killing monsters did not bring him pleasure, and he began to kill the women hunters, and also killed about 25 hunters. This guy addressed Alejandro as a boss, asking if he would let him go for completing the task. Lacey noticed only fatigue in the guy, and Alejandro asked to look at her again. And then Lacey noticed an artificial guide on the guy's neck. Lacey was in shock, as she believed that no one survived the implantation. Richard asked Alejandro about the side effects of the implant, and Alejandro replied that they minimized them and increased efficiency. Ether stood behind the scenes and cried, realizing that this was an ordinary sacrifice. But the girl who stood next to him and onto whom Ether's tears were dripping said that it was not his fault. After these words, a girl with 2 swords in her hands came out onto the stage to the guy. The satisfied guy told his boss that he had exquisite taste and wanted to kill her faster. Alejandro warned the boy that he would give him more time to play, because they were celebrating his release. Alejandro waved his hand and announced the start of the game. Taking out the knife, the guy admitted to the girl that at first he was worried about using the instructions, but using it more and more often he began to like it. At the time of the game, his level was 37. The guy looked at the girl and noticed that she was level 34, and told her that she could ask for mercy. But the girl answered the arrogant guy that she was not going to ask for anything. Hearing these words, the guy became happy and began to attack the girl. Meanwhile, Ether was behind the scenes, crying, thinking that he had been frightened by aliens. Although he remembered the times when he defended the kingdom of Ace. Having plucked up his courage, Ether decided that he would wait until the aliens were distracted, save the girl, and escape. Opening the door slightly, Ether noticed that the battle was in full swing. The guy got tired of the girl's dancing and he suggested that she start acting already. The girl couldn't refuse, but decided to give the guy a little time to enjoy his new hairstyle. He didn't even have time to notice how the girl cut his hair. Lacey, looking at all this, said that the difference of 5 levels does not matter. Richard looked at the girl and said that her rival was only good for experiments. The guy was very touched that the blind girl ruined his hairstyle and he began to mutate. Alejandro noticed this and asked the guy to calm down a little since he had already gone too far. But the guy couldn't control himself anymore. He was ready to tear the little girl to pieces. Lacey didn't understand why the guy was turning into Tataru, because Alejandro said that he was trying to separate the human part. Alejandro explained that separating the human part is not that simple and the guy is half Tatiru. But as soon as the guy and his new guys attacked the girl, she killed him in one fell swoop. After the blow, the guy immediately fell on the stage without showing any signs. The girl turned to Mr. Alejandro and said that the opponent had lost consciousness, and the test was suspended. Alejandro realized that they no longer needed the boy and ordered Eli to take care of him. Hearing these words, the guy suddenly jumped up and told everyone that he was okay. But Eli quickly fixed everything. Ether watched this and realized that she was also following the alien's orders. Having cut off the head of the Tatir, Eli reported that the order had been carried out. Richard learned that Eli was blind and did not understand why she did not use her abilities as a mage and swordsman. Having assessed the whole situation, Richard decided that the experiment with the introduction of artificial intelligence was successful. But Alejandro didn't think so, because a creature with an artificial implant doesn't get points when killing its opponent. Hearing this, Lisi could not understand why the instruction did not collect experience points. Richard said that by killing an opponent, the aliens also kill monsters to level up. After hearing this statement, Alejandro admitted that the experiment had side effects. But Richard reminded Alejandro that in their case with the dragon, it was different. Throwing the medallion to Alejandro, Richard added that if there is a traitor among the dragons, then that changes things. Richard said that the lady gave them this medallion in case of killing the dragon. Alejandro looked at the medallion and could not believe such generosity. Richard warned Alejandro that he must report to that creature about the artificial instruction. As Lizzie left, she told Alejandro that she was jealous that he had to catch the dragon and complete the experiment. When they both left, Alejandro looked at the medallion and realized that if he didn't find the dragon, he would be the one left holding the bag. He couldn't figure out how he was supposed to find a dragon in human form. Alejandro then ordered Eli to send Ether to clean the stage. When Eli went backstage and opened the door, she did not find Ether. Then Eli began to sniff and search for Ether by smell. While running away, Ether did not understand what instructions, experiment, and dragon were being discussed. Ether understood only one thing, that the girl was working for them, and if he stayed, they would kill him. As soon as Ether kicked down the door and ran out onto the acceleration strip, Eli caught up with him. Hearing Eli yell at Ether to stop, he looked back and noticed her with swords. When Eli used magic, it was already too late. Ether managed to fly up. A contented Ether looked at Eli and was glad for the short runway. But the joy was short-lived, as Eli found a way to stop Ether. Turning around, Ether noticed that Eli had grabbed onto him and was now also in the air. Eli screamed at Ether that he couldn't just leave her. Ether didn't like this, and he wasn't going to sit on a leash like a dog. Then Ether began to fly even higher into the sky, and Eli screamed for him to stop. Unable to hold on, Eli fell, and Ether hoped that as a magician and swordsman she would land successfully. In the dungeon of the Crater Valley, on the very bottom floor, this is what was happening. Eric fought a crowd of monsters that were the size of a truck. He didn't have time to kill each one by one, and decided to kill them all at once. Eric used his favorite trick where you hold the weapon above yourself and run under the monsters. Although the technique is weak for killing, it will hold off the monsters for a while. Then Eric shouted loudly that the table was set. And at that moment, a huge stream of fire was directed at the monsters. After the monsters rolled up, burning life force began to come out of them. Addis apologized to Eric for taking his loot. Eric told Addis that he was worried about his level, and Addis began to explain that things were not that simple. Level reflects the ability to control characteristics, and leveling up will be as difficult as replacing a skeleton. Addis said that they, like dragons, can take away the life force of an enemy and absorb it into the dragon core, but this power can be unstable and often lives its own life. If the dragons wanted to level up, they would have to deal with this unstable life force. Eric was becoming more and more surprised. And in the end, Addis said that if they absorb more than they can, they will die because of the explosive life form. After listening to everything, Eric realized that dragons have a limit on consumption. Eric began to calculate how many more levels Addis could raise, and suddenly he became interested in how old Addis was. Addis replied that he would be 150 this year, and that at that age dragons were considered teenagers. In general, a dragon can live for more than 1,000 years, so Eric became interested in what level they could reach. But Addis couldn't tell since there was no way to confirm a dragon's level. Addis added that there are no opponents for them to hunt to level up. And as it turns out, the old dragon requires an incredible amount of life force to develop. Addis knew that great dragons were waiting for great power, and constantly absorbing small power was useless for them. Eric understood them, because by killing monsters of level 25, he did not receive anything. Only by killing above level 50, he could receive something. Addis explained that dragons believe in gathering a large amount of life force in one place. Dragons call this place the Well of Life Force, and people call it the Dragon's Nest. Eric immediately asked if he could go there to level up, but Addis asked Eric to stop dreaming, because without the core he would not succeed. The energy of that force will tear the body apart and force it to regenerate, creating a vicious circle. Ether fell into that very well of life force, and servants came running to help Eli. They asked Eli to go back inside and then noticed Ether in the sky. The servants decided that if he was not tied up, then he was of no use. But Eli did not like this. But knowing Alejandro, she agreed and went inside with the servants. Suddenly, Ether found himself in a place that was incomprehensible to him. He didn't even understand what had happened. Someone appeared behind Ether and called out to him. Ether immediately remembered this voice and couldn't believe it. Holding a small wyvern in his hands, one of the soldiers asked the captain what he would name it. The captain didn't think long and named him Ether, and the little dragon immediately warmed up on the captain's shoulder. Smacking his lips in his sleep, the captain thought that the little dragon liked his new name, Ether. Ether turned around and saw Captain Baldy, who said that he was now the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. Tears welled up in Ether's eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening. The captain asked Ether why he was crying because his Ether had never cried before. Then Ether covered himself with his wing and said that he just had a speck of dust in his eye. Ether noticed the crown and remembered that for failing to protect the king during the flight, a squadron of knights, including their captain, were executed. Although Ether knew perfectly well that the captain had done nothing wrong. The captain turned to Ether, saying that he was a smart boy, but still suspicious of others. Looking into Ether's eyes, the captain said that sometimes you need to trust people, and if a speck of dust gets into your eye again, you need someone to pull it out and wipe away your tears. At that moment, something was pulling Ether back. It was Eli who came back and pulled Ether out of that place. Eli approached Ether and began to stroke him, telling him to wake up. Ether opened his eyes and in a weak voice asked Eli why her. Eli told Ether that he had received a huge amount of life force and that his own power was in the house. Turning around, Eli asked her aunt to bring a potion to heal Ether's wounds. But in front of Eli is Alejandro's table, who says that it's not worth wasting the potion on this. Alejandro didn't think Ether would try to escape and asked Eli to leave him, explaining to her that even dragons can't cope with that amount of life force, and that Wyvern doesn't stand a chance. Alejandro didn't want to waste the potion to save the Wyvern and ordered Eli to just leave him. Then Eli introduced herself to Ether and asked him to close his eyes. Eli began telling Ether to imagine a vessel filled with water, and he had to form the water into marble balls. Ether closed his eyes, and Eli continued to say that he was no longer in pain, and Ether felt as usual. Eli praised Ether and asked him to continue, and she took out her sword. Blood began to drip from the sword, and Eli turned to Alejandro and asked if he would give her the potion now. Alejandro turned and looked at Eli. Blood dripped from Eli's hand, and she waited for an answer from Alejandro, whether it was worthy of the potion. The maid was shocked. She asked Miss Eli to stop and looked at the master with helpless eyes. Alejandro was unhappy with Eli's actions and warned that this was the first and last time. Eli thanked Mr. Alejandro, and the maid ran to stop the bleeding. Ether found himself in Eli's room and asked her what she was up to. Eli calmly watered the flower and asked Ether if he grew plants. After this question, the Ether immediately changed and answered that he had a small garden. But suddenly Ether decided that Eli wanted to eat him. Eli explained that due to her blindness, she sees the world through artificial instructions, but she can clearly see mana. And since Ether had absorbed a huge amount of life energy, they were somewhat similar to Eli. Eli said that most people who have the instructions will believe that Ether is lucky. After all, the life force that flowed in the Ether made Eli think that he had a dragon core. Eli knew that wyverns were a race of dragons, and Ether was also very smart. Ether clarified with Eli that in the process of acquiring life force, he created a core. And only after that, it dawned on Ether that Alejandro was looking for that very dragon core. Eli confirmed this, saying that this was the last ingredient needed to process her instructions. But Eli hid this from Alejandro. Then she asked Ether if he still believed in her loyalty to Alejandro. Ether thought that Eli was pretending, but if that were the case, he wouldn't be alive now. Ether turned away and asked again if it was true that Eli could feel forms, even if her eyes couldn't see them. Ether turned around and made a face like Alejandro's, which Eli immediately recognized. Eli found this very funny, and Ether also said that every morning the cows licked Alejandro's hair. Meanwhile, Alejandro was in an abandoned house, looking at the list of hunters whose level had increased in a month. Returning the list back to his assistant, Alejandro reported that the required person would not be on it. Alejandro said that if this man left, he would need a lot of money that could only be earned by being a hunter. The assistant apologized because he had gathered everyone whose level was above 50. Suddenly, Alejandro noticed a hunting newspaper and decided to look through it. Alejandro knew that the wanted man was low level and didn't stand out too much. In the newspaper, Alejandro came across a photo of two people that interested him. Inside the crater dungeon, there was a battle between hunters and monsters. Brad turned to Martin and said that he was starting to lose his grip, but Martin was willing to bet that he would finish the fight first. Brad used his best attack to destroy the monster and win. Even though Brad won, Martin reminded him that he had killed more monsters. Brad corrected Martin and said that he had 10 more monsters and offered to heal, but the screams of girls were heard. And looking back, Bra and Martin noticed girls stuck to the web. Elia and Foal informed Brad and Martin that the monsters were above them. Then the hunters quickly ran to help and asked the girls not to move. But suddenly, Brad received a blow to the chest from the monster. Martin asked Brad how he was feeling. Brad replied that he was fine. The tarantula warriors appeared before the hunters, and the boys understood that they would not be able to deal with them so easily. Brad knew they couldn't just run away. And unexpectedly for them, the monsters stopped, and it was as if winter had come to the dungeon. Noticing that the temperature had dropped sharply, Brad decided that the monsters were using magic. Coming closer to the monsters and taking a closer look, Martin informed Brad that they were dead. But the hunters were corrected, saying that the monsters simply lost consciousness. Brad and Martin turned around. In front of them stood the fire mage Addis and the warrior Walter. Addis suggested that the hunters free the girls, and in the meantime, they would deal with the monsters. Walking through the tunnels of the dungeon, Martin was very happy about such a meeting. Martin knew that Addis was a fire mage, but what was happening now did not look like fire. Addis said that after the battle with the ice mage, he learned something. Elia and Foal became interested in the magician and told him that they were spiritualists. Martin also asked Walter's warrior if he wanted to join other teams. Eric immediately answered no. Eli asked why. Since they knew the dungeon very well, Addis explained that his friend did not like to be distracted from training. The girls appreciated that Eric was training, but also suggested that he drink beer or have a cup of tea after the tests. But Eric remembered the plan that they needed witnesses to identify themselves. Addis said that the best way to improve people's opinions about them was through rumors and someone's imagination. They had to convince everyone that Eric was Walter's hero. This would also increase his chances of meeting the goddesses. But they still have to remain a bit mysterious, so they will only collaborate with teams once. Addis promised Eric that he would make him the most famous hunter. The girls decided that while Mr. Walter was at training, they could go for coffee with Sir Addis. While everyone was having an interesting conversation, Brad suddenly stood up in front of everyone and asked them not to joke with him. Brad explained that a hunter's job is to sacrifice his free time to fight monsters. Then Brad started yelling at Addis that he was a little prettier than him, but was an unskilled hunter. After these words, Eric stood in front of Brad. But Brad kept saying that Eric was only respected because he was Walter, although Brad didn't believe it. And suddenly, unexpectedly for Brad, Eric opened the door and told everyone that they had arrived. The very source of magic of the crater dungeon opened up before them. While examining Addis, he asked Martin if they cleared this place, the dungeon would disappear. Martin replied that most likely not. Martin said that the dungeon consists of several groups, and clearing it out will not affect the entire valley. Looking around, Brad's gaze fell on a very interesting object. This item was an artifact from the crater dungeon. Brad was already prepared to follow him, but Martin reminded him that if there is an artifact, then there is a monster. The dungeon boss was above the artifact, Brad decided. Eric asked if it was definitely a boss. Martin replied that this monster attacks with poison from a distance. Martin ordered Brad to stay with Mr. Addis and protect the girls. But Brad didn't listen and quickly headed towards the artifact and the boss. Then Martin decided to leave the protection of the girls to Mr. Addis and called the warrior Walter with him. Watching all this, Addis told Eric that he had a bad feeling. Addis looked at Eric and asked why he didn't go after Martin. Eric suggested that Addis just watch for now. At this time, Elia and Foal began to use their magic. Brad suggested that Martin use the new blitz tactics they had discussed. Elia and Foal asked for the light of Altia and the blessing of Essen to become a protective wall and lubricate the swords of hunters. At the right moment, a protective wall appeared as the monster attacked with its poisonous venom. Addis praised the girls for choosing the perfect timing and location for the wall. Brad informed Martin that they didn't have time to chop off the monster's limbs one by one, and if they wanted to finish off the monster, they had to hit it in the head. Addis appreciated the work and said that Brad and Martin were experienced hunters. But Eric didn't think so, since the boss turned out to be weak and his level was too low. Elia and Foal rejoiced at the victory, and dreamed of how they would become hunters closing the dungeon. Brad extended his fist to Martin and offered to become high-ranking hunters. But suddenly, something flew out of one of the nests and carried Martin away. After that, everyone looked up and saw the real boss of the dungeon. It was a tarantula queen who was level 50. The boss started to spew magic, and Brad, looking at it, did not believe that there was something like that here. After the boss's magic, a huge explosion occurred in the dungeon. Addis stood up for Brad, and thanks to him, he survived. Brad was shocked, because he and Addis are at the same level, and Addis does such things. Addis said that he had no sticks left and therefore had to make do. Hearing this statement, Brad jumped up and headed towards the monster with a spear in his hands. But Eric appeared in front of Brad and blocked the monster's attack. Addis said that Eric walked for a long time and asked how the spiritualists were. Eric replied that they were all right. Brad assumed that due to its size, the monster must be slow, and they should get out as soon as possible. Eric told Addis that it would be risky to climb onto its back. Addis appreciated that only the outer part of the boss was strong. Then they decided to pierce the monster with a sword, but it might not work the first time. Brad heard this, and said that they should return to the guild and tell everything, so that no one else would get hurt. But Addis explained that in order to ensure that no one would get hurt, they had to kill the boss. Brad looked at the two of them and didn't understand why they were so calm. Then Brad reminded Addis that they didn't have much experience for such an unusual boss. Eric prepared for the attack and asked Addis and Brad to cover their ears, but Brad ignored it, and when Eric struck the boss, Brad was thrown back by a wave of sound. The blow caused the monster to fall to the ground, and blood sprayed from his body in all directions. Brad looked at the monster and couldn't believe that this man had simply cut the boss open. But suddenly Brad noticed that the monster began to spew magic again. Brad stood up and shouted to Addis and Eric to be careful as the monster was still alive. But Eric and Addis were slowly moving towards Brad when a huge explosion was heard. The explosion caused Eric's sword to fly off the monster and land right next to Brad's leg. Brad realized that they had stuck a stick into the sword, which caused the explosion. Eric looked back and informed Brad that they had cleared the dungeon. As we were climbing up from the dungeon, we could hear splashing sounds all the way. Brad sat in the corner and cried. Eric was embarrassed by this and asked Addis to do something about it. Suddenly, Brad raised his head and said that when Martin died, he was dumbfounded. And now he envies Walter, since he was strong from birth. But Addis told Brad that this guy had to live in difficult conditions. Eric asked Brad to stop talking about the injustice of this world. It was obvious that he himself had to try to survive. And if luck is on his side, he will survive and become stronger. Eric reminded that something bad happened when they met them, and thanks to him and Addis, Brad survived. Brad grabbed Eric by the harness and admitted that he was right, and if it weren't for Eric, he would already be in the next world. Almost rising from the dungeon, Brad continued to talk about how, according to Eric, Martin's luck was not on his side. But at the top, Brad and everyone else were met by Ilya and Foal, along with Martin. Hearing Brad talking to the warrior and the mage, Martin and the girls scolded him. And Addis remembered that they had not told Brad about Martin. Martin said that Sir Warrior snatched him from the clutches of the monster, and thanks to him he survived. Having heard such a story, Brad did not believe that such a thing was even possible. Martin, Brad, and the girls bowed and thanked Mr. Walter and Sir Addis. Eric, without answering, simply left the room first. Martin hit Brad over the head for his behavior, and Addis had a proposal for them. Addis explained that they couldn't use the artifact, and Walter suggested offering it to Martin and Brad first. Taking the artifact in his hands, Brad could not believe his eyes that he was being offered such an expensive weapon. Addis added that they would sell the weapons to them at half price, as luck was on their side. Eric stood outside and heard Brad rejoicing over his first artifact and wanting to know its capabilities. But Eric knew that he couldn't use the artifact due to the level limit. A carriage passed by Eric, which he didn't even pay attention to. But the coachman became interested in him. Stopping and turning around, the coachman reported that he had found the warrior Walter. But the magician had not yet exited the lift. The man ordered to wait for Addis Bannister. While Addis was talking with Martin and Brad, Eric decided to hide from him. And when Addis came out, he called Eric. Addis knew that Eric loved to hide and very well, but suddenly a man from the carriage called out to Addis. Looking out the window, the man asked Addis to take up a little of his time. After a while, Addis fell silent, and Eric decided it was time to go out. But when Eric came out, he no longer found Addis, and assumed that he had left without him. Sitting in the carriage, Addis was indignant, because the man had only promised to talk and not to go anywhere. Addis remembered that he had used all his sticks and even spare ones, but the man told Addis that it was wise of him not to take out his wand. And a personal meeting convinced the man that Addis was similar to his older sister, Lady Adora. The man reminded that Lady Adora had fought against the evil great dragons together with the 4 heroes 10 years ago. Eventually, the Supreme Draconian Brotherhood was created, which watches over the great dragons. And if Adori were alive, she would have received the blessing of the goddesses. Addis did not like this, and he ordered to speak on the merits. As it turned out, the man was concerned about rumors that the head of the Bannister family was living in seclusion. Having stopped, the man said that he had chosen a deserted place for their conversation. But when Addis got out of the carriage and saw that deserted place, he was very surprised. This deserted place turned out to be the house of Addis and Eric. But judging by the man's look, he himself did not understand why they came here. Then a man got down from the driver's seat and said that he had a talent for driving carts. It turned out to be Eric. He explained that the coachman had gone in the wrong direction, and Eric decided that the coachman needed a rest. Eric turned to Addis and said that this was not part of their plan, but Addis himself did not expect that they would be pursued. Flexing his fists, Eric offered to listen to the man. While in the house, Addis discovered an emblem on the man that emanated holy energy and belonged to the goddess of light, Altia. Eric looked at the emblem in the man and guessed that the man was a priest of the Order of Light. In response, the man began to nod his head. The man introduced himself as Emil Otto, a high priest who worshipped Altia, the goddess of light, and was level 45. When freeing Emil, Addis apologized, and he said that he had not tried to kidnap anyone. Also, Emil could not ask Eric for an apology for using force against him, but Eric at that moment decided to pretend to be a foreigner, as if he didn't understand what Emil was talking about. But it was unexpected for Addis that it was he who the order was looking for, and not Walter. Addis understood the seriousness of the conversation, if it was so confidential. Emil looked closely at Addis. Since after the death of the great dragons, he was looking for a young and inexperienced head of the family. But these were false assumptions, for Addis had managed Eric so well at the age of 17. Emil officially proposed cooperation with the Order of Light, and asked to listen to him carefully. Handing over the photograph, Emil said he was studying a man named Alejandro in the refugee villages surrounding the Crater Valley. Addis and Eric had not heard of him before, and asked Emil if he really used the villages as a criminal base. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Emil decided to first tell about the refugee village. Previously, the refugees were not residents of the city, but with the appearance of the dungeon, taxes increased, and they had to live outside the city. The people there were not rich and lived in barracks they built with their own hands. Kalinor's family also lived there, and they always happily greeted him from trading. Kalinor told his wife that his appearance did not attract customers, but she supported him and said that everything would work out. Also, Kalinor was looking for the person who helped him with money, and seeing a similar one, he recognized that it was Walter's warrior. Suddenly, one of the villagers ran very fast and shouted that he wanted Walter's warrior to come to their village. Hearing the screams, Kalinor ordered his wife to run to the center of the village and asked Joseph what was going on. Joseph managed to shout for everyone to run as the monster was approaching. At the very beginning of the village, the monster managed to swallow Joseph, and the people began to run away. Kalinor noticed his wife and asked why she was still there. She said that she couldn't find the child. Perhaps the child was in the house, Kalinor told his wife, and help had already arrived for him. Kalinor asked his friend if Joseph had really gone to the monster nest without waiting for the Hunters Guild. But he replied that no one would accept their request anyway for such a small reward. But from the other doors of the house, Kalinor's daughter appeared, and not only he noticed her, but also the monster. Then the monster quickly turned to the girl and released its long tongue. Kalinor seemed to have fallen into the ground, because for ordinary people, monsters are more terrible than earthquakes and storms. Emil explained that the Order cannot interfere with the management of the territories, and therefore they cooperate with the hunters. Addis immediately agreed and was ready to start right now, but Eric stopped him. Eric asked Emil not to pretend that he was thinking about justice, because if he was, he would not have come to the dragon hunter. Emil lowered his head and admitted that their mission target was Alejandro's base, and then it dawned on Addis that their target was the dragon's nest, which should have been destroyed long ago. Addis explained that even if there was one left, it would have to be dealt with by the Order or Brotherhood itself. Emil agreed with Addis, but the Order could not accuse Alejandro of anything, and his actions were not criminal. And for the refugees, he was a hero. Hugging her savior, Kalinor's daughter cried because the monster died. Kalinor looked at all this and was shocked. He asked the stranger who she was. Eli informed everyone that all the inhabitants were safe and that they themselves were from the dragon's nest. They came to help, thanks to Alejandro, who sent them. A couple of days earlier, Alejandro called Eli to him and said that he wanted to send him and Ether to the refugee village. Alejandro wanted to provide a little help to the village, but all that was required was to kill the monsters wandering around. After the murder, the rest was left to Mr. Handy, who was glad of the opportunity, even though he had only recently joined. While Handy expressed his gratitude to Alejandro, Eli did not understand why they should support the refugees. Looking at Alejandro, Eli guessed that he was up to something. Then Alejandro ordered that Handy would keep an eye on Ether. Alejandro smiled and looked at Eli, reminding her that the last time Ether tried to escape. Until this moment, all actions in the name of justice had been secret. But now Alejandro decided differently. If refugees wish to resettle after hearing about the dragon's nest, they will be accepted after evaluation. Eli didn't understand why Alejandro was reducing the number of inhabitants of the nest. Since Eli and Ether had no choice, they destroyed the monsters around the village. When the monster was defeated, Eli sat on the ground and lowered her head. Ether was afraid that she was injured. But as it turned out, the slime from the monster stained all of Eli, and Ether offered to clean it. They flew to a quiet, peaceful place near a lake where Eli was able to wash herself. To dry Eli's hair, Ether gave her a quick ride. Eli thanked Ether for his concern, but she was worried that there might be monsters left in the forest. Ether told Eli that if she killed all the monsters, they would realize that there were people nearby. While combing his hair, Ether also asked Eli if she had ever used the sword without instructions. Eli replied that it had happened a couple of times. Ether saw Eli's movements many times when she used the instructions, but sometimes the pace was off. Eli said that magical fencing is quite precise, but she would like to learn the kind she saw as a child. Then Eli said that as a child, she did not know about hunters, and every morning her mother combed her long hair. Her mother never showed her other side, and only later did Eli find out that her mother was a swordsman. Eli remembers that her mother's morning workouts were wonderful, and she thought she was a dancer. Every day started the same way. But that morning, Eli's mother went hunting and never returned, And then a couple of days later, Alejandro came for Eli. Alejandro brought Eli to the dragon's nest and forcibly implanted the manual into her body. After this, Eli lost her sight, and every time she practices fencing, she relies on guidance. This frightens Eli greatly, because ultimately she will simply become Alejandro's puppet. Ether was surprised and suggested that they simply run away, jump on him, and they would fly far to the west, where no one would find them. Eli thanked Ether for the offer, but if she ran away, Alejandro would kill someone. Then Ether suggested that he should report everything to the Inquisitors, but Eli replied that this was impossible. Once upon a time, Eli asked a villager for help, and the next day his body was found. And when Eli refused to train, Alejandro's test told her that human life was worth nothing. Alejandro can be gotten rid of by making the dragon's nest process the life force and become useless. But for this, they needed the dragon core, which Ether had. Ether knew this, but still did not understand how to process life force. Eli asked Ether to calm down, because soon he himself would understand how to do it. Deciding to defuse the situation, Eli said that after Ether understands how and what to do, he will become a legend. Ether thought about it and decided that they needed to hurry, as another dragon might come. But Eli didn't understand what he was talking about. Then Ether explained that when rumors of the dragon's nest spread, other dragons would also learn about it. And only now did it dawn on Eli that Alejandro wanted to lure the great dragon. But Ether told Eli that Alejandro would not be able to defeat a monster like the great dragon. Eli had known Alejandro for a long time and was sure that he knew how to extract the dragon core. The priest warned Addis that he would have to enter that place alone. Emil said that Alejandro was looking for experienced magicians, and the order would provide Addis with the necessary information to pass the test. Eric slapped the table and said that she would go with Addis. Explaining this, if Addis went alone into the enemy's shelter, it would be tantamount to suicide. But Emil answered Eric that Alejandro would suspect the warrior Walter. Then Eric told Emil that they had nothing to talk about, and they would not accept the request. Addis did not listen to Eric and replied that he would accept the request for cooperation from the Order of Light. Eric didn't expect to hear that from Addis. Addis didn't even turn his face and told Eric that the master chooses whether to accept the request or not. Emil decided that he couldn't sit around for long and accepted Addis's request. When leaving, Emil told Addis about the meeting place where they would give out the necessary documents and things. Eric couldn't let go of the situation and asked Addis how he could accept the request without knowing anything. Inside Eric, everything was burning, because if Addis went alone, then Eric would not be able to help him in any way. But Atisu seemed to go deaf and repeated to Eric that he had already accepted the request and sworn by the Bannister family name. Eric shouted at Addis that the Bannister family belonged to the human race, which meant Addis should have nothing to do with them. Addis liked these words from Eric and asked him to take them back. Eric insisted that Addis cancel the request, since there was nothing important in the last name. Addis put his hand on his heart and said that he had to pay his debt to the Bannister family. Looking at the enraged Eric, Addis added that aliens do not know what honor is, but Eric replied that honor meant nothing if Addis died. Turning around and heading towards the exit, Addis promised Eric that he would not die. Addis appeared at the eastern gate, where he had been appointed. Emil handed over Addis's identity documents and a suitcase with a disguise. There was a page in the documents that stated that Addis's level was lower than it actually was. Addis told Emil that he could read and asked him not to chatter, as he could not concentrate. Emil had goosebumps running down his skin, because looking at Addis it seemed like he had had a fight with a girl. After carefully reading the documents, Addis turned to Emil, saying that there was a mistake in the documents. Addis showed that the documents stated that the gender was female, but Emil replied that this was not a mistake. Emil held out a box of cosmetics and asked Addis if he knew how to apply makeup. A long line of men gathered in the village, wanting to get into the dragon's nest to work. Kalinor was also going to go to the dragon's nest, and while there was time he said goodbye to his wife and daughter. His wife wished Kalinor a good journey, and he asked his wife to take care of herself and her daughter. Miss Elia appeared from behind the tent, and Kalinor asked what brought her here. As it turned out, Eli was supposed to accompany people to the dragon's nest. Kalinor told Eli that he was going to work as a builder in the dragon's nest. Eli asked Kalinor if he knew that he would not return home until he finished work. Kalinor was more worried about the monsters, but was glad that Sir Alejandro was hiring hunters. But first, hunters must pass a rigorous selection process. Men fought in a fair fight where natural selection took place. Those who won were written down by Hendy and joyfully welcomed to the dragon's nest. Eli assessed all the men and noticed that their levels ranged from 25 to 30. Approaching Ether, Eli asked to lift her up, since she could not see the fight from the ground. There were only a couple of participants left, and Handy couldn't get through to number 59. Number 59 emerged from the crowd and introduced herself as Ariana Stia. A couple of hours before the selection, Emil first asked Addis to change his clothes, and then asked him to hurry. Emil offered to help Addis put on the corset, but he refused. Atisa was more interested in why the Order of Light made such a decision, and not other religious groups. Emil explained that the orders of water, fire, wind, and earth do not interfere in matters that are not their business, and the Church of the Night can burn everything to the ground. Attis came out of the carriage and asked Emil if he looked strange. Emil took off his glasses and offered them to Attis, as they were perfect for the disguise. Having tried on the glasses, Attis immediately began to look different, but he was worried about how Emil would look without the glasses. Shedding a tear, Emil replied that in his life he had already seen everything he wanted. Attis' mission was to find out if the dragon's nest existed, and in order to pass the qualifying round, Attis had to show the documents that Hendy requested. Attis had never been so worried before, even though he often hides his identity, but today everyone was staring at him. The men who failed the selection approached Miss and said that when she failed the selection, they would take her through. Attis also had to convince Hendy that he could carry out the assignments himself. Ether noticed how the men laughed at their own stupid jokes and it pissed him off. Hendy read the documents and asked if Ariana Stia was really a level 30 mage, and the answer was yes. Eli didn't understand why a level 45 mage would come here and hide his level. After reviewing the documents, Hendy handed them back and congratulated them on their passage into the dragon's nest. Hearing such a statement, the men who had failed the scum began to be indignant. Hendy calmed them down and explained that the dragon's nest needed mages, as they were involved in research. Eli came down and asked them to wait, as people might think that Sir Alejandro was being dishonest. Then Eli decided to check the magician herself. For Hendy it was a bit unexpected. Eli suspected something, and had to make sure that strong people did not join Alejandro. As soon as Eli began her attack, Ariana Stia took away her ability to use her sword. Eli noticed that the girl was used to fighting, but applied to the research group. But Ariana Stia replied that she was just lucky, although she understood that she couldn't use advanced magic. Attis noticed that the girl checking him had dropped one of her swords. Eli began to attack Ariana Stia, but suddenly a brute appeared between them. This big guy hit the ground with all his might, and asked if he would pass if he killed two at once. The men recognized Polysfintus, the Freak Eater, rumored to have been released from the Crater Psychiatric Hospital. Polysfintus was level 45, and while looking for something tasty, he accidentally ended up in the village. Ariana Stia had a magic wand with fire in her hands, and she suggested postponing the test. Ariana Stia told Eli that Polysfintus relies only on the weight of his weapon when using it. But when Polysfintus came closer to Eli and Ariana Stia, they noticed that he himself was not a light feather. Polysfintus swung a huge piece of meat and warned the girls of impending death. But suddenly something knocked a huge piece out of Polysfintus' hands. It was Hendy who informed Polysfintus that they were no longer accepting applications. Polysfintus laughed and asked the judge about his passage. Hendy swung and warned Polysfintus that the dead man could not pass. Hendy's blow was so strong that red energy, like blood, appeared in front of Attis. When Polysfintus was dead, Hendy put a 1 in the line about accidental death. Attis looked at Hendy suspiciously, because Polysfintus was not a weakling, which meant Hendy was using aura. After checking the list, Hendy happily announced that it was now time to go to the dragon's nest. Before Attis left, Eric trained and hoped to feel the energy flaring up inside him. But the feeling of energy flaring up was a mistake, because Eric was simply burning. Attis accidentally set Eric on fire and apologized profusely for it, putting it out with ice magic. Eric asked Attis what the hell he was doing, and the giggling Attis said that he was practicing new spells. Then Eric noticed a scroll in Attis's hands, which cost as much as a house, but for Attis it contained a lot of information about mana. Eric asked Attis if he knew of any ways to learn how to create an aura. Attis replied that there were no such ways. Attis said that mana, prana, aura, and life force are in a fixed state, and they help a person's abilities. A person learns skills and finds a job that matches his abilities. But the aura can only be learned through diligent training, and it will not depend on strength. Eric only realized that one day people might suspect him of using aura. Attis also said that in high-level dungeons, 1 of 4 energies is needed to kill monsters. Eric guessed that he couldn't use the aura because of his stupid leadership. Attis decided to cheer Eric up and said that if they encountered an enemy that Eric couldn't handle, they would deal with him using magic. Attis still had a long way to go to perfect his magic, but he tried to improve his level. Eric grabbed his head remembering all this, and could not understand why Attis was so stubborn. Having calmed down, Eric hoped that in the dragon's nest there were no people with the same high level as Attis. But while Hendy was congratulating Miss Stia on her passage, she headed towards the big guy. Touching Polysfintus, Stia addressed the judge that he was still alive and needed to be removed from the list. Apparently, Hendy underestimated the subcutaneous fat and told Miss Stia that Polysfintus would die naturally. Then Miss Stia turned to the swordsman mage, saying that they didn't have time and asked for help. Stia asked the swordsman mage to open Sfintus's mouth to pour the potion, and offered to take him to the dragon's nest. After several hours of travel, the carts finally arrived at the dragon's nest. Ether was the one who was most pleased with the arrival, since he got to carry Polysfintus on his back. Attis looked around and thought that this place would look naturally formed, but it was not so. The pipes and devices indicated that everything in this place was built by man. Touching the walls and pipes, Addis understood that the real nest was filled with energy. But here it was empty. While Addis was lost in his thoughts, Eli quietly approached him and asked what Miss Stia was doing. Miss Stia was scared, and Eli wondered what the girl was staring at. Then Eli decided to thank Stia for saving her life. Eli also added that saving the man's life was madness, and asked Miss Stia to turn around. Turning around, Stia noticed the judge, but Eli said that he was currently acting as a judge, but in fact, he is the head of security at the Dragon's Nest. But Miss Stia said that she couldn't leave the man to die. So Eli replied that good people don't survive here. Eli said that people outside thought it was a hidden castle, but the place lacked water, food, and space. After that, Eli asked Stia if it looked like a dragon's nest, and Stia replied that it looked more like an isolated island. Eli also asked to note that rules and order are important things here, and stone walls are built every day. After hearing this, Miss Stia decided that she had no choice and directed fire towards Polis Fintes. But Eli abruptly dropped Stia's hand and asked her to stop. Stia calmed Eli down and said that the sick needed warmth. Looking at her, Stia realized that people were important to Eli. Their conversation was interrupted by Handy, who noticed that Stia and Eli had already become close. But Eli immediately reported that she was simply explaining the local rules to the new girl. Then Handy asked Miss Stia to leave her sticks and follow him, as Sir Alejandro wanted to see her. Eli didn't expect Alejandro to want to meet Stia so quickly. Walking through the corridors, Addis realized that he had relaxed after entering here. Handy asked Stia what she thought after seeing this place, and she replied that it was a beautiful place, just like the rumors said. But suddenly Handy turned around and asked if this was a real dragon's nest. Taking out the amulet, Handy asked if Emil had said that there were spies here. Then Addis asked for proof. Having stopped, Handy told Addis that Emil had given him his glasses. This was enough for Addis, and he asked why Handy had asked to leave the sticks. Handy explained that Alejandro is a sword mage and is currently unarmed, but Handy can use aura if necessary. Handy also asked Addis not to do anything useless, like with the fat man. In the end, Handy added that Eli could easily become suspicious. Handy asked Addis to try to get more information about whether this nest was real or not. But when Handy opened the door to Alejandro's office, a pen charged with magic appeared before his eyes. Alejandro stuck the pen right into Handy's eye. Addis didn't understand what was happening. The last thing Handy could ask was why and for what reason Alejandro did this. And Alejandro answered Handy that a useful insect was better than a harmful one, but he still hated beetles. After these words, Alejandro's magic worked, and the entire corridor was filled with bright light. After taking the amulet, Alejandro admitted that he knew that the 50th level from the Order of Light had come to him. Alejandro's gaze shifted to Addis, wondering who this little lady was. Efir hadn't flown for so long that after the flight with Polis Fintes he was in pain all over. Then Ether suggested that Eli fly to their room. He would definitely have enough strength to go there. But Ether noticed that Eli was holding her hand strangely and asked what was wrong. Eli replied that she had a strange feeling. Eli told Ether that she usually feels something like an electric current on her hands. This allowed Eli to feel the person she was touching, but touching Stia was a different feeling. Eli climbed onto Ether and said that the feeling was familiar, but at the same time, strange. And when Eli touched the Ether, she exclaimed, saying that the feeling was similar to when she touched the Ether. Ether looked at Eli and assumed that Stia was a dragon like him, but Ether was distracted by strange sounds and seeing what was happening. He told Eli that they were late. In the building where Alejandro was, the windows were shining, and Atis was falling down the wall. Atis realized that he was trapped, and without magic wands he could not use magic properly. Alejandro followed Atis, and it became clear to him why the Order of Light was so interested in him and in the authenticity of the nest. Alejandro reasoned that the Order of Light needed a reason to take action, so they sent experts. Alejandro asked Miss if this was true, and in response heard that after the murder of Hendy everything became clear. This made Alejandro laugh, because it didn't matter to him, especially if there were no witnesses. Eli informed Ether that they were in trouble, but Ether didn't understand how Alejandro saw the dragon core. Eli reminded Ether that Alejandro was unable to do this, and that he had used the dragon's nest as bait. Eli also knew that Stia was a level 45 mage, and whether she was a dragon or not, Alejandro knew one way to find out. He needed to corner Stia before she died and force her to transform into a dragon. Ether asked Eli what if Stia is not a dragon, and Eli replied that Alejandro doesn't care even if an ordinary person dies. Eli then decided that she had to kill Stia before she revealed her true identity. Addis's magic was weakening, but he needed to hold on somehow. He asked Alejandro why he created the nest. Alejandro, of course, had no intention of answering the question from the young miss, and he asked Miss to ask again before she killed him, if of course she lived to that moment. Alejandro aimed his attack at Addis, but he managed to erect an ice barrier. But Alejandro's magic was not simple, and his arrows could fly around the ice wall and injure Addis. Alejandro came closer, and thought that the miss was dead, when suddenly a fire burst out in front of him. Addis didn't see whether he hit Alejandro or not, but Alejandro appeared from the side and said that it was unexpected. Alejandro threw Miss Stia aside and looked at her. He didn't understand whether Miss was pretending, or whether she was really as weak as a common person. Ether arrived at the runway, but Eli didn't understand why they flew in the opposite direction. Eli told Ether that they needed to fly towards Alejandro, but Ether asked her why they needed to go there. A nervous Eli repeated that Alejandro would force Miss to take on her dragon form, and that before that happened, it would be better to kill her. Ether screamed at the top of his voice, asking Eli why she cared so much about people. Ether was sure that the girl knew about the risks that could occur. But what angered Ether most was that Eli had to stain her hands with blood for the sake of others. Eli didn't want to be a spectator again, or be scared and unable to do anything. Eli tried to explain to Ether that there was nothing else she could do. Ether interrupted Eli and said that this time he would handle everything himself. Alejandro chained Miss to the wall and asked her what reasons she had for coming to the dragon's nest. Stia replied that this place should not exist, and that Alejandro would not receive any benefit from it. Alejandro became curious about why this was so, and Miss added that only dragons can control the dragon's nest. Then Alejandro finally suggested that Miss was a dragon, but Stia replied that no one knew the truth. Stia added that it would be difficult for Alejandro to achieve his goal, as the location was not perfect for a dragon's nest. After these words, Alejandro grabbed the Miss and held her over the cliff. If Alejandro had applied a little more force, he could have easily broken Stia's neck. Alejandro suggested that Miss let her go so that she would fall and smash herself into a pancake or show her trump card. After that, Alejandro began his countdown from 3. But suddenly the accumulating energy began to manifest itself, and Alejandro decided that the Miss was a great dragon. Addis didn't understand what Alejandro was talking about, since it wasn't him who was accumulating the energy. Looking around, Alejandro noticed that the life energy was gathering in another place. Then he threw the Miss away, saying that the real dragon was not here. Addis did not believe that there was another dragon besides him, thanks to which he did not reveal himself. Looking at Alejandro, Addis understood that he was a tough schemer since he was able to attract another dragon. Addis wanted to get out of this place and report everything to the Order of Light. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Suddenly, a swordsman mage appeared. Descending the wall, she called out to Alejandro. As she lowered Eli, she quietly whispered to Miss Sty that she was glad that Miss was still alive. Eli reported to Alejandro that the dragon had penetrated through the other side of the wall and suggested that he check. Alejandro admitted that he thought the Miss was a dragon and told Eli that the dragon would still be in human form. Alejandro also said that in a damaged nest, the dragon will not be able to level up, and the bridges outside the area will explode, and he will not be able to escape. Then Eli understood why Alejandro had isolated this place. Alejandro continued to say that with the current state of the nest, further construction would be a problem. But Alejandro was pleased that he had been able to conduct a good experiment. Alejandro apologized to Miss for giving her hope for life. Eli said out loud that it was a great shame, and she didn't even know that the dragon's nest was damaged. Eli told Alejandro that he felt disharmony from the Miss, and also decided that she was a dragon. Attis listened attentively to what Eli was saying, and did not understand why she was helping him. Alejandro understood what Eli was proposing, to leave the Miss to restore the nest. He liked the idea, and Alejandro ordered Eli to follow the girl. Walking through the corridors, Attis awkwardly turned to the swordsman mage, and immediately I heard that Eli said her name and asked Miss to also say her real name. Then Attis said his real name and asked if Eli was sick, but she replied that sword mages use energy power. But Attis still didn't feel comfortable with being carried by a girl, and Eli replied that she was used to carrying girls. When Eli arrived, she showed Attis her room, but Attis felt awkward lying to Eli, because she was a good person. Attis decided to thank Eli for saving him, but she immediately interrupted him. Eli said that there was no need to thank her, because when she found out that Attis was a dragon, she wanted to kill her herself. Attis reminded that the dragon was in another place, and Eli asked not to play dumb. Speaking of which, Attis herself collected a huge amount of life force, and collected it in the dungeon. Eli admitted that she felt a weak flow of life energy. Attis knew that he needed to know more about Eli. Eli also told Attis what level she was, and explained that as a sword mage she needed a metal sword. And Eli was sure that it would not be difficult for a wandless mage to kill her if she felt threatened. Attis suddenly walked up to Eli and grabbed her by the shoulders hard. Attis began to interrogate Eli, saying that Alejandro ordered her to find out Attis's true nature. Attis told Eli that the nest was created by greedy dragons, and Alejandro was deceiving her. Attis then confessed that he was a descendant of fire dragons, and was hiding his identity under the guise of a human. But instead of hiding his secret, they must fight Alejandro. Suddenly the door opened and Ether knocked Attis off his feet with his face. Ether screamed for the damn dragon to stop tormenting Eli. Attis stood up and seeing the dragon, he realized that it was he who had used the nest recently. After examining the dragon, Addis noticed other limbs and realized that it was a wyvern. Eli realized that she and Miss Addis had the same goal and decided to tell her something. Pointing to Ether, Eli said that it was he who pretended to be a dragon instead of Addis. Self-esteem skyrocketed and Ether began to say that he was a talking wyvern with a dragon core. Addis realized that it was Ether and said hello, but Ether didn't understand how they knew him. Addis started talking about the story when Ether lent 300 X's and helped hide his identity. And after that, it dawned on Ether. He couldn't believe that this was the same alien. Meanwhile, things weren't going so smoothly for Eric, and he didn't understand at what point everything went wrong. Eric was trying to defeat a high-quality automatic toilet that required level 12. It's only been 3 days since Addis left on a mission, and Eric's home has become a living hell. Eric couldn't drink the water because the high-quality faucet required level 8. Eric was able to break the refrigerator, but it required level 8. Eric couldn't cook food, cooking required level 8. I couldn't take money from the safe. I needed level 33, and if I broke it, all the contents would be destroyed. If there is no money, then it must be earned, and Eric had only one way out: a mission. When Eric came to the guild, he was refused, since the guards could not receive a mission without the participation of the master. The girl tried to find a job for Eric, but their security policy was different. Eric kicked his foot in anger, and for the girl it was like an earthquake. The girl promised that she would give him a job, but it would be a personal favor and the reward would be small. With a serious face, the girl asked not to tell anyone about this, and told what happened a week ago. Then the girl went to the store to buy new things for the party. But then I couldn't find my things for 4 whole days before the event. But after the girl conducted her own investigation, she discovered something. Eric looked and saw a hair of the criminal, which would not help him much. But the girl took out a photo and said that only her older brother could have entered her room. Eric recognized Emil from the photo, and the girl added that he was chatting about some kind of disguise for the mission. The girl asked to track him down, take her things, and then burn her brother. Eric promised to do everything possible. Eric had no idea where Emil might be, and he was undercover. But at that moment, an instruction appeared in front of Eric, suggesting that he use the tracking skill. While in some canyon, Eric began tracking. The instructions scanned the analysis of vital force, searched for people with energy, searched for people with a similar character. Suddenly, some strange stick fell in front of Eric, indicating that the tracking was complete. The instruction indicated that the required person is on the move and the location may be inaccurate. Looking at the high rocky wall, Eric thought about waiting for Addis at home. But walking along all the rocks, Eric noticed a passage and strange sounds from there. One of the monsters beat Emil and demanded information from him. The monster wanted to know where the thing that the spy gave to the priest was. Emil's face was covered in bruises and hematomas, but he continued to answer that he knew nothing. The monster told that Alejandro knew about Hendy being a spy and that they were in cahoots. Then Emil realized that artificial leadership had serious side effects. These words angered the monster. He was ready to tear Emil's mouth if he did not speak. But someone stopped the monster. Emil, seeing the strange creature, asked who he was. Coming out of the shadows, this something said that he had created an artificial leadership while in the depths of the dragon dungeon. Emil did not understand what right this creature had to turn people created by the goddess of light into disgusting creatures. But the creator looked at Emil and saw his 45th level, and then asked why he raised the level so much. Coming closer, this weirdo grabbed Emil by the throat and said that the value of people lies in their level, and management helps with this. Then this miracle took off his robe and it turned out that he was half man and half insect. Emil asked not to talk nonsense, explaining that such insignificant creatures would not become stronger. But this miracle creator said that genuine artificial leadership would soon be ready, and everything would change. Then the creator of the guide decided that he had said enough. The madman opened his mouth and pulled out an ant nematode, and he said that it penetrates through the nose and devours the brain, and the wearer's strength decreases and it becomes easy to control him. Emil understood that his end was coming, and he had to report everything to the order. But unexpectedly for everyone, a tunnel formed in the wall, and an incomprehensible drill demolished this incomprehensible insect. It turned out to be Eric, who was glad that Emil had been found. The monsters were surprised when they saw the warrior Walter, and Eric told Emil that he had a mission to find him. Emil thought that the Order of Light had sent the warrior Walter after him. Looking at Emil, Eric was surprised and asked what had happened to him. Eric came closer to Emil to say that he looked bad, and at that moment the monster wanted to strike, but missed. Looking back, Eric did not immediately realize that it was a monster. The monster attacked again. Eric noticed that the monster's level was 56, and its appearance was human, but with a question mark. Eric was sure that it was a person, since the monsters would not know who Walter was. But Eric did not know how to deal with them. Looking at the other monster, the appearance was the same, a man with a question mark. Then Eric assumed that there were many different subspecies in the Ratna, or that he was simply not yet accustomed to local life. Monsters or humans have already combined their forces and used the fist skill. One of the monsters used a ferocious tiger palm, and the other used a snake palm of death. Eric couldn't believe that such a blow would throw him back several meters. The monsters approaching Eric noticed his 5th level, and did not understand why he was pretending to be Valterra. When the monsters saw that the level 5 was still alive, they decided that the attack was not at full power. One of the monsters approached Eric and said that if he entertained them, they would leave him alive. Eric, completely clear-headed, began to answer, and the monster was shocked that the little man was completely fine after such a blow. Unexpectedly for everyone, Eric began to apologize to the monsters for making a hole in their house. Eric cried and continued to talk about how he understood how the monster was angry because of the stranger who came into their house. Eric also remembered how a huge hellhound completely destroyed his house. Eric promised the monsters that he would take their captive with him after he fixed their house. Emil didn't understand why the hell Walter was talking to monsters, but Emil realized that Walter did not understand the essence and shouted to Eric that these two were not people. After these words, one of the monsters immediately struck Eric with its huge paw, but Eric managed to escape from the blow and realized that they really weren't people and prepared for battle. In a split second, the monster became level 62 and already had the appearance of a human demon. Eric was shocked. He didn't understand how his indicators changed so quickly. Another monster said that his weak human part was gradually disappearing. Before Eric's eyes, the monsters grew in size, level, and changed their appearance. Emil, watching everything, understood that it was only his fault, when suddenly this weirdo appeared behind him again. The last thing this creature could say was that the product is no different from the alien when it becomes wild. By that time, the monsters were enormous in size, and their strength was equal to that of boss monsters. Erica decided to use his most powerful attack to destroy these monsters. From such a blow, the entire canyon began to collapse and a rockfall occurred. When it was all over, Eric could only find Emil's medallion, and after making a small grave, Eric apologized to the priest. Eric understood that it was because of his strong blow that Emil ended up under a pile of stones and sand. But suddenly Eric heard Emil, who said that he was able to get out through the ant tunnel. Emil immediately rushed to Walter with words of gratitude for saving him. Eric was pleased with himself and suggested that Emil return to the city. But Emil confessed and told Walter that Alejandro had found out everything and Adis was in danger. Without thinking, Eric asked Emil where the dragon's nest was. Meanwhile, Alejandro was in his underground laboratory, where there was a discussion about how life force consists of experience points and life energy, and without a dragon core, a person will die from everything. Alejandro reminded his employee that the test was being done to see if the dragon's nest would work. Then the assistant decided to increase the amount of life force. But after that, the operation stopped. Alejandro guessed that it wouldn't work. Alejandro knew that if they wanted to finish the guide, they needed a dragon core. Having put all the recent facts together, Alejandro was sure that the problem was clearly not in the ancient dragon drawings. Noticing that the monster wanted to attack, Alejandro stopped it with one wave of his hand. Then Alejandro ordered the ant to be called to him, but found out that it had gone off to look for samples and had not been in touch since. The assistant added that the ant was with 2 test subjects of about level 60 with tracking skill. Alejandro knew that such underhood ones were equal to the boss of the dungeon and few could fight them. Having decided that these were inquisitors, Alejandro began to dislike all of this. As he left, Alejandro ordered that all the subjects be gathered and placed on guard at the deepest floor. Despite his fear, the assistant nevertheless decided to ask how many test subjects he should send. Alejandro was serious and replied that he needed them all. A week had passed since Adis's arrival, and together with Eli they explored the area. Adis, being a dragon, knew a lot about the dragon's nest, and this made Eli's life easier. But Ether suffered from this, because due to his large body he could not help them. That's why Ether hadn't been communicating much with Eli lately, and because of that he was bored and lonely. Ether then concentrated on completing the dragon core, but also planned to ignore Miss Adis. Eli and Miss Adis appeared from underground. Ether began to talk about himself, but Eli interrupted him, saying that Miss Adis was wounded. When they were already on the surface, Eli immediately began examining the wound, but fortunately, it was only a scratch. Ether didn't like all this. He asked if the girls had learned anything new. Eli replied to Ether that nothing had happened today, and Ether teased Miss Adis, reminding her that she had claimed that the nest was broken. Miss Adis happily replied that she was wrong about that, as the reason was different. As it turned out, the key to the nest's operation was Ether and its dragon core. Miss Adis explained that when Ether tried to escape, the life force filled his core like a key. Although Ether could materialize life force, he could not absorb it, and therefore the nest appears broken. After these words, Ether sparkled, realizing that he was the super key to solving the problem. But all dreams were shattered by Eli, who announced that they were abandoning the plan. Ether didn't understand why this was so, since he was the key. Miss Adis said that there was another plan. Miss Adis explained that the life force was on the lower floors, so she would go down and absorb the life force, and Eli would be with her. But the whole conversation was suddenly interrupted by an incomprehensible earthquake. which was also accompanied by strange sounds. Eli and Miss Vetus headed towards the sounds. Running to the edge of the wall, Miss Addis noticed something emerging from under the ground. Eli knew immediately that it was from the underground testing lab. The monster was level 51 and wanted a lot of meat. Miss Addis assumed that this was Alejandro's plan, but judging by how the monster got out, Eli didn't think so. All the hunters they had in reserve were not of the right level. Only Miss Addis could get close to the monster. Addis immediately began to assess the whole situation. Their difference with the monster was only 6 levels. Eli wanted to help Miss Addis with Ether, but looking up they saw Ether flying away. Having plucked up his courage, Ether decided to prove that he could deal with the monster himself. Eli shouted after Ether that it was very dangerous and asked him to come back. All the workers, seeing the monster, began to run away, but Kalendor could not, as he was pinned down by the boards. Ether began to attack the monster, spewing blue flames. At first the monster did not understand, but looking up he noticed the bird and decided to eat it. Ether was serious and decided to attack the monster from the air. The monster took a boulder in his hands and tried to aim at the bird in order to later feast on its meat. But while Ether was in the air, it was quite difficult to hit. Ether decided to feed the monster with his flame and flew as close to him as possible. Not expecting that the monster would not care about such a flame, he grabbed Ether by the neck. While in his room, Alejandro ordered the maid to bring him his artifact. At that moment, Alejandro did not yet know what could happen, and the maid heard such words from her master for the first time. Alejandro felt like the Inquisitors were interested in them and he wanted to deal with them. The maid asked Alejandro what to do if the dragon appeared in his absence. But suddenly an assistant burst into the room and reported that the test subject had escaped from the laboratory. As soon as the boy finished speaking, a sword flew into his body and pierced him. Alejandro ordered the maid to go downstairs and check everything, and Alejandro himself dreamed about how good it would be if he had a double. When the monster decided that he had caught the bird, he was very wrong. Ether grabbed him with his paws and began to fly up together with the monster. Eli screamed at Ether to come down immediately. Addis didn't want to believe that Ether would use the dragon's nest. But as he rose higher and higher, Ether's only thought was that he was the key to the dragon's nest. When Ether used his dragon core along with the nest, a flash occurred and the monster evaporated. After the monster's remains fell, dust rose up and Eli tried to find Ether in it. A satisfied Ether appeared behind Eli and shouted to her that he had succeeded. Ether was also glad that now he and Eli could stop helping Miss Addis. But unexpectedly for Ether, he received a good blow to the face from Eli. Ether looked at Eli with an uncomprehending look, and she ordered him to leave right now. Eli felt something coming their way. Turning around, she repelled Alejandro's attack. Alejandro told Eli that from the beginning, he thought she wanted to run away when she asked to spare Wyvern. But Alejandro never expected that Eli would protect the Wyvern with the dragon core. Then Alejandro reminded Eli that she didn't have a second chance. Then Miss Addis appeared and used her magic to distract Alejandro. Alejandro found it funny how the young miss had switched to Eli's side. Eli also tried her best to distract Alejandro. And at that very moment, Eli screamed at Ether that everything would be over if he was caught. Ether flapped his wings with all his might to fly away as quickly as possible. Eli and Miss Addis tried to detain Alejandro, but he was already using all his skills. And when Ether flew back to a normal distance, Alejandro suddenly appeared in front of him. Still in the Rocky Mountains, Emil told Eric that according to their information, the nest was somewhere here. Eric looked around and was shocked, because all the mountains looked the same. Emil, smiling sarcastically, said that as a priest, he could not go into enemy territory, since he needed to report. Eric realized that he couldn't expect help from Emil and asked the ant if they were going in the right direction. But the ant was no help either. He no longer understood human speech, and finally became a monster. Having assessed the situation, Emil suggested returning to the Order and taking soldiers with him to search. When Emil saw that Eric was feeding the ant grass, he asked why. Eric decided that the grass would remind the ant of home, and it would lead them to the place. Emil reminded Eric that Addis was going through hell right now while he was feeding the ant grass. But after what was said, Emil immediately apologized, because he himself was responsible for this mission. Eric did not hold a grudge against Emil, as he personally warned Addis about the possible consequences. But only now did Eric realize that back then he was just looking for excuses, because without Addis, it would be hard for him. Previously, Emil thought that Walter was obsessed with blood and guts. But after such words, it turned out that they cared about their comrades. For Emil, the rumors about Walter no longer corresponded to reality. Then Eric's face immediately changed and he shouted that blood and guts were the coolest. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a huge bang, accompanied by a loud sound. Emil thought it was lightning, but Eric said that the blow came from the ground, making it clear that it was a swordsman mage. After thinking a little more, Emil realized that if the blow was so strong and noticeable, then it was Alejandro. When Emil turned around, he saw that Eric was already at the starting line, and a second later, Eric flew like a bullet towards the explosion. Addis understood that they could not retreat. and only a dragon could fight Alejandro right now. Holding the coveted dragon core in his hands, Alejandro figured that all this had taken longer. Sitting on Ether, Alejandro reported that it was a very good job on Ether's part. Ether was angry, and Alejandro suggested that Ether pretend that he never had a core. After several attempts, Addis still could not understand why he did not turn into a dragon. Eli assumed that Alejandro had planned everything once he learned the identity of Miss Addis. Alejandro had a polymorphic medallion that had the ability to transform a dragon into a human. Eli stood up and told Alejandro that she was the only one left to complete the artificial leadership. With her sword to her neck, Eli asked Alejandro for everyone in the dragon's nest to leave, or she would ruin all of his plans. After hearing this, Ether shouted at Eli not to dare do this. Alejandro asked Eli if she knew why he had gathered so many Rathnians here. Although Alejandro guessed that Eli was thinking that this was all about changing this place, but Alejandro also asked if life force could be contained in an inanimate object. From all these questions, Addis began to guess that the dragon's nest was an unusual place. While attacking, Alejandro explained that everything was used to extract the life force from people and living beings. Alejandro kicked Addis with all her might, sending him flying a couple of meters away. And with a smile on his face, Alejandro told Eli that all these Rathnians would die. Eli didn't believe a single word Alejandro said, because he was the same person as they were. After knocking the sword out of Eli's hands, Alejandro told her that they were not people, but just mobs. Alejandro pierced Eli with his sharp sword. Seeing this, Ether wanted to help Eli, but his wing was pierced by a sword. Alejandro couldn't believe he was going to use the recovery device on a test subject. Holding Eli by the neck, Alejandro told her that she should be grateful to him. By injecting himself in the neck, Alejandro decided to help Eli meet his late mother. To minimize the side effects of the leadership, Alejandro needed genetic data. Having received everything he needed, Alejandro was ready to kill Eli so that she would die peacefully. But Alejandro was hit by a powerful fire blast from Miss Addis. Addis wanted to give Eli at least some chance to escape. Then Eli jumped back, but did not notice that behind her there was a hole from which a monster crawled out. Ether immediately rushed after Eli, spitting on his wing pierced by the sword. Addis was left alone with Alejandro, and thought only that everything was okay with Eli and Ether. Gathering his strength, Addis was ready to do everything in his power. After receiving another blow from Addis, Alejandro regretted that he had spared his life. After Alejandro got burned, he was ready to do Addis a favor by giving him a quick death. Alejandro, like a madman, directed his powerful attacks at Addis, which knocked him down. Addis knew it was the end, but hoped that Ether and Eli would put an end to Alejandro. Addis also remembered about Eric, who would have problems because of him. From the powerful impact, Alejandro decided that a bomb had fallen, or that something in the system had broken because of the Ether. Addis was shocked to see Eric in the dragon's nest. Eric, seeing Addis, was very glad that he was alive and apologized for preventing him from working. But when Eri took a closer look, she asked Addis why he was in such a terrible state. Addis explained that he tried his best, but he could not do anything alone. Alejandro approached Eric and said that he looked like one of the builders. Alejandro didn't believe that a low level could survive such a fall and ordered him to leave. But no one could give Eric orders, so he punched Alejandro in the face with all his might. Addis sat unmoved as Eric knocked out Alejandro with one blow. Alejandro flew with such force that he destroyed the wall behind him. Addis didn't believe that Alejandro had come to an end, and Eric didn't understand where he got such a high level from. Addis explained that someone like Alejandro could have all his bones broken and still live, but Addis thanked Eric, as he would have died without his help. Eric asked not to say anything to Addis, when suddenly a bright light appeared. Turning around, Eric realized that one blow was not enough. Addis realized that Alejandro had begun to absorb the life force. Using the dragon core, Alejandro gained new powers. Having fallen down, Ether first pulled out his sword and bandaged Eli. But when Ether listened, Eli's heart did not beat. Ether began to cry bitter tears and blame himself for everything. As Ether leaned against Eli's body and his tear flowed down his cheek, the magical currents reacted. Eli began to cough and slowly come to her senses. Eric asked Addis if he could recover using the dragon core. Addis knew that it would be problematic to do this since the captured core did not have much power. But Addis knew for sure that if he used the core in the nest, then everything was possible due to the huge amount of life force. Looking at Eric, Alejandro's management showed him the 5th level, and he didn't understand who he was. Without thinking twice, Eric shouted to Alejandro that he was a true warrior of Walter. And how will Walter Eric forgive Alejandro if he sincerely apologizes? Eric whispered to Addis that they just needed to wait for Emil to return to them with reinforcements. But Addis told Eric that Alejandro was the guy from the great land that killed the goddesses. Alejandro didn't really care that Eric didn't want to reveal his identity. But if Eric puts a spoke in his wheel, Alejandro will find out everything about him. When a sword mage covers himself with his magic, the surrounding energy rises and hangs in the air. In this case, the enemy can only see a trace of sparks when using such a technique. Using this technique, Alejandro wanted to know Eric's real level. Otis didn't even have time to keep track of Alejandro and realized that he was not fighting him at full strength. When Alejandro's blade touched Eric's sword, Eric asked Alejandro why he didn't hide the fact that he was an alien. Alejandro was very interested in this, and if Eric was level 50, his head would have already flown off. But Alejandro decided to see what Eric was like in a fight. Eric hated guys with regeneration, but the desire to learn more about the Great Land prevailed. Alejandro warned Eric that if he dodged, the man behind Eric would turn to dust. The movement of Alejandro's blades causes energy to swirl around, increasing the power of his attack. This whole situation turned Alejandro on even more, and he was wondering how many pieces the blades would cut Eric into. But Eric didn't want to fall on his face and gathered all his strength into a fist. Stopping Alejandro, Eric asked him what he would do when the power in his hands ran out. Alejandro didn't expect that there would be such power that it would be difficult for him to cope with. When Eric was about to kill Alejandro, a tease stopped him. Turning around, Eric realized that Addis's voice was sounding in his head. Addis explained that it was one-way telepathy, and he needed to tell Eric something. Addis said that Alejandro is the only one who controls the nest, and if he absorbs energy, it means he is healed. But Alejandro's death could cause an uncontrolled explosion of energy, and led to the death of people with low levels. And the only way to avoid this was to destroy the energy source. But Addis said that they would have to kill Alejandro anyway. And if Alejandro kills Eric, the subsequent deaths will not be on his conscience. Addis also said that even if he went to look for the source, he would not guarantee that he would find it. Eric got tired of listening to all this incomprehensible nonsense in his head, and he flicked Addis. Addis sat down on the ground and told Eric that it hurt. And Eric ordered Addis to go and destroy the energy crap while he held off Alejandro. Addis was worried about Eric, even though he knew that Eric was strong enough. Eric turned around and smiled at Addis, saying that he believed in him, and after all this, they would return home. Addis, without stopping, turned sharply and went in the right direction, telling Eric that he would return soon. Eric looked at Alejandro and thought that he would go after Addis. Alejandro would have gone, but he assumed that some low-level one could harm him. Alejandro's plans were thwarted, but this arrangement still won't harm him until Eric kills him. Eric decided that he could just kick Alejandro's ass without killing him. Riding on Ether, Eli pointed the way to the source of power. Eli also warned Ether that Alejandro could place his subordinates. Eli understood that even if they thwarted Alejandro's plans, they still wouldn't be able to get out normally. Ether had no intention of dying in the dungeon, and was ready to get out by any means necessary. At this point, Eli told Ether that when Alejandro caught him, Ether was wanted. Suddenly there was a shaking and life force appeared out of nowhere. When it was all over, Ether asked about Eli's well-being, but looking at Eli's hand she saw blood. She had long felt the life energy being emitted. Having reached the right place, Eli felt a strong flow of energy from an unknown source. Looking around, Ether noticed a huge number of different dead monsters. Eli decided that something had happened here and suddenly heard strange sounds. The terrible and huge monster said that he needed to fulfill his sacred duty to the goddess of light. Compared to the monster, Ether looked like a tiny bug. When Eli and Ether took a closer look, they recognized the monster as Handy. A fire attack from Addis flew at the monster. This was a maneuver for Ether and Eli to escape. The monster turned to Addis and told him how dare he interrupt his mission. Looking at the monster, Addis thought that this was the worst thing that could happen to Handy. He just became a test subject. Addis tried to shout to Handy, telling him that they were not enemies and had come to destroy this place. But it was all useless. Handy shouted that it was his duty, and anyone who would hinder him would die. The fight between Eric and Alejandro continued, and Alejandro was sure that Eric's style had many flaws. Although Eric could be a dangerous opponent for Alejandro if he cut off his head right now, Eric was ready to kill. But he remembered what he had promised Addis. Alejandro commented on all of Eric's attacks, saying that none of them would kill him. Alejandro had a well-honed technique for manipulating lightning. Alejandro was also an expert in duels, and loved to use lightning bolts in them. With Eric high in the air, Alejandro executed an attacking 8-pointed star. In the very center of the dragon's nest, tongues of lightning raged. Alejandro realized that the moment he swung his sword, Eric's defense was gone. When Alejandro decided to finish off the enemy, he asked him not to worry about his friends. The monster would take care of them. Using the lightning spear attack, it was so powerful that cracks formed in the ground. Alejandro was confident in his strength and that his opponent would die, but he was shocked by what he saw. Eric broke Alejandro's spear with his bare hands, stopping him in his tracks. Alejandro looked at Eric and didn't believe it. He began to think that he was wounded and just pretending. Eric informed Alejandro that Addis was a level 67 dragon. Alejandro found this very funny. Then Alejandro even asked his opponent again if his partner was really a dragon. And then Alejandro told that Eric's friend won't be able to turn into a dragon. Alejandro decided to show that very medallion, but he couldn't feel it. And then Alejandro remembered that when Elia fell into the pit, she pushed him and apparently stole the medallion. While in the dungeon, Eli retrieved Alejandro's medallion so that Addis could transform. And when the plan worked, Eli saw Miss Addis's true form. Addis looked at Hendy and couldn't believe his eyes that he was in such a state. But having collected his thoughts and realizing that this was no longer the same Hendy, Addis entered the battle. The fight between Addis and Hendy continued. It was a fight to the death. Ether and Eli ran up to Addis. They were tiny compared to him. Eli asked Mrs. Addis what happened to Alejandro and who was fighting him. Addis replied that his partner was fighting Alejandro, but to defeat him, he needed to break Alejandro's connection to the source. Eli and Ether immediately headed towards the source, while Addis continued the fight. Ether asked Eli if it was possible to make Hendy destroy everything here himself. Eli explained that if they destroyed the device itself, it would explode and they would die. So Eli found a channel that was redirecting energy, and it needed to be cut. Hendy realized that he couldn't cope and decided to use magic. Noticing this, Addis blocked the attack so that Ether and Eli would not be harmed. From the powerful recoil, Ether grabbed Eli and covered him with his body. When Eli told Ether that she was okay, he let her go and she headed towards the source. Eli cut the channel through which the life force was flowing, and Addis at that moment destroyed Hendy. But the fight between Eric and Alejandro continued. They had already descended into the dungeon. Alejandro wondered if a level 67 dragon could crush a lich into dust. But then it dawned on Alejandro. He asked Eric if it was true that he was from Earth and killed that lich. Eric confessed that he was the one who killed Lich, Alejandro's friend. Alejandro didn't like the guys in front of him and was glad that Lich was dead, but told Eric that they wanted to get rid of the killer. By they, Eric meant the demonic god Omplas, but Alejandro spoke of those whose influence is much greater than that of any god. Alejandro said that if you were to be at enmity with them, you were to be at enmity with the entire continent. But Alejandro said that they thought the dragon was to blame for the Lich's murder. And since Alejandro had taken possession of the core, he reported the dragon's death. Alejandro's proposal was that Eric and his dragon could leave, and he would receive all the rewards. Eric decided to check with Alejandro if he could still heal, and knocked out his knee with all his might. Alejandro screamed loudly in pain and fell to the ground. Eric admitted that Alejandro's plan was really cool, and he liked it. But leaning closer to Alejandro, Eric whispered that Addis wouldn't accept it because he hated bad guys. Alejandro didn't like it, because he and Eric were nothing compared to the others. After injecting himself, Alejandro thought that they would forgive him for this, since he would destroy the alien. After that, something strange started to happen to Alejandro. Eric thought it was a side effect of the artificial leadership. Eric looked at Alejandro and felt the same feeling when he was carried from the ground. With each passing minute, Alejandro was turning into someone incomprehensible. And when it was all over, Alejandro had an unknown appearance, and his level was above 72. Eric prepared to fight, but Alejandro passed him by, saying that he was going to the source. After killing Hendy, Addis asked him for forgiveness for this act, because he had no other options. A pleased Eli informed Ether that Alejandro would no longer be able to use life energy. That same aunt appeared out of nowhere. Eli asked her how she ended up in such a dangerous place. But Auntie couldn't believe that Miss Aaliyah had betrayed Mr. Alejandro after everything he had done for her. Without waiting for an answer, the aunt plunged the knife into Eli's stomach and headed towards the source. Eli fell to the floor. Ether immediately ran to her. Having taken the place of the cut channel, the aunt became that very channel for vital energy. After such an action, the entire system exploded and began to absorb even more life energy from people. But on others, life energy acted differently. In some it took strength, and in others, it killed. Addis did not believe that the source had begun to detonate, and if it absorbed some of the energy, it would only be temporary. Addis explained to Ether that his core would stabilize the source a little, but not for long. But in order to restore power to people, the only way was to destroy this huge clot of energy. True, physical attacks didn't work for this, but Eli's sword skills were the only way. Ether explained to Miss Addis that Eli was not just wounded, but had already lost consciousness. In his new form, Alejandro understood why they wanted to receive Ompala's blessing. Alejandro knew that Eric could see the level, type of enemy, and gain experience for killing them. But now Alejandro was like a lich, and he could not be destroyed by the four forces. He considered himself immortal. And now Alejandro could see what was happening around him by the change in life energy. And the last thing left for Alejandro was to absorb the required amount of life energy. Alejandro looked at Eric and said that his inaction would destroy his dragon friend, and for Alejandro, it would be a victory. Addis, exhausted, fell and asked Ether for forgiveness, telling him that he must flee. But Ether realized that if he did nothing, everyone in this place would die. Having gained strength and courage, Ethero began to somehow destroy the energy clot. Addis watched Ether and knew that this would not be enough. But suddenly Eli came to consciousness. Turning to Mrs. Addis, Eli asked her for one favor. Ether's powers were running out, and in his head there were thoughts that he couldn't do anything. Falling to the ground, Ether began to cough up blood, and his strength was leaving him faster and faster. Ether began to cry because he would be alone again, and his life would be meaningless. At that moment, Eli approached Ether, stroked him, and said that Ether would not be alone. Eli told Ether why she didn't want to give him dangerous missions, all because she was afraid of losing him. Ether looked at Eli and realized that he couldn't fight like her or help her in any way. Eli reminded him that he was a genius, talking wyvern. Addis noticed what Eli had taken out and said that this medallion helps dragons imitate other species. As Addis said, there has never been a wyvern that has taken human form. Eli looked at Ether and said that she believed in him more than ever. Ether didn't have a single drop of doubt because he wanted to save everyone. Eric tried to destroy Alejandro, hitting him with blow after blow. And after each blow, Alejandro said that it was impossible to kill him. But Eric didn't think that Alejandro was immortal, since he still felt pain. And if Alejandro suffered from this, then Eric continued to tear him to shreds. Alejandro had never heard of a person who lived a long life, but Eric was clearly an expert at hunting. After numerous blows, Alejandro decided to cover his body with armor comparable to the strength of a dinosaur's armor. But at the moment of a strong explosion, Alejandro lost consciousness. Life energy penetrated through him and restored every part of him. The sensations were terrible, and Alejandro could have died from pain shock, but the blessing continued to work. And while Alejandro was coming to his senses and overcoming the pain, Eric struck a second blow. Alejandro continued to lose consciousness as the blessing wore off. If this continues, Alejandro will need to absorb all the energy available. After the magic with the medallion ended, Ether was interested in what it looked like. Eli sensed Ether and replied that everyone around would confirm that he was now her sister. Ether turned into a level 5 sword mage and became one drop with Eli. Standing up, Ether tried to walk like a human for the first time, telling herself that everything would work out. The question with the hands also arose, whether it was necessary to move them first, or whether it was possible to walk without using the hands. Since Ether now had no tail, it was harder to maintain balance. The Ether moved confidently, as if it had transformed into a human before. Addis and Eli watched Ether's first steps and saw how talentedly she did it. Eli told Ether after she left that she was great and could handle everything. Suddenly the ceiling in the dungeon began to collapse and a pile of stones fell. It was Eric with Alejandro, who was shouting for the alien to stay out of his way. Eric suggested that Alejandro look in the mirror and then it would be clear which of them was the alien. Addis shouted at Eric to look down. Looking down, Eric noticed a frightened girl they could land on. Eric urgently needed to do something, and hitting Alejandro in the face, he pushed him to the other side. Having landed, Eric quickly grabbed the girl so that she would not be crushed by some boulder. Ether bit Eric on the arm because it took her forever to get to the place. Eric dumped the girl and decided that she suffered from a side effect of artificial guidance. Addis asked Ether to calm down, and when he found out that it was Ether, Eric was surprised. And Ether was indignant that the alien took her money and clothes and was walking around like a pervert. Eric picked up the girl and asked Addis for an explanation as to whether this was really Wyvern Ether. When she saw Eric for the first time, Eli calmed down because she realized that he was a good guy. Alejandro appeared from the dust, clutching his head and saying that he would make his own decisions. The instructions warned Alejandro that he had to transfer to another body in order to survive. Alejandro tried not to listen to the instructions and wanted to absorb as much life force as possible. Eric threw his sword at Alejandro and clarified that he still needed to take care of this weirdo. At that very moment, Eric headed after Alejandro, joking with Ether that she would have to go alone again. Ether followed Eric, telling him that wyverns had a hard time walking on their own 2 feet. Ether also turned to Eli and said that she would make sure that everything ended as quickly as possible. Eli smiled and wished Ether good luck, adding that she would wait for her here. Addis watched Ether run quickly, barely having started to walk. Addis was also confident that Ether knew how to use the abilities of a magical swordsman. At that point, Eli's condition was worsening, and her wound was starting to become more and more painful. Eric tried with all his might and skills to detain Alejandro, but Alejandro had already been chopped into pieces by Eric countless times. And after each time, Alejandro restored his wounds, and Eric kept trying to destroy him. While in flight from the blow, Alejandro realized that he could fight a monster like Eric endlessly. And in that case, he decided to use a new attack. Ether noticed Alejandro using an attack and wondered if she could block it. But remembering Eli, Ether knew that she could, and Eli's dance would help her with this. The exact timing of each step is the same as Eli's. Seeing all this, Alejandro couldn't believe his eyes that pathetic mobs could do this. Eric told Alejandro that he knew very well how terrifying mobs could be. Ether approached that very clot of life energy and delivered the decisive blow. A rift formed, the power of which pierced the ground and spilled out. By that time, Eli no longer had any strength. She was weak and bleeding. The victory that day was like a miracle. Emil came with reinforcements at the very end. The Dragon's Nest was the site of human experiments planned by the Great Land. People whose life force was drained below the 10th level came back to life again. After the rest, all people were able to return to their normal lives. 36 deaths were counted, mostly among those who were given artificial guidance. All this disrupted the plans of the Great Land, and those who dealt with Alejandro were called heroes. However, their victory was not celebrated with joyful cries. Instead, there was dead silence and pouring rain. 3 days later, in the Temple of Crater, where the Order of Light was located, everyone received protection. Emil reported that the cause of all this was an unknown magical catastrophe. Addis understood why there was such a reason, because it was all connected with the Great Land and the aliens. Eric wondered why a story of this magnitude wasn't announced to the whole world. Emil recalled the attack on the goddess 20 years ago. Eric knew this story in which the Great Land tried to kill the goddess and 4 heroes. It was after this that the all-out hunt for aliens began, Emil replied. And Eric added that that was what they deserved. But as Emil said, only 30% were aliens, and the rest were ordinary people. Addis guessed that the nobility was using the hunt for aliens as an excuse. Emil went on to say that the Order did everything possible to stop lawsuits if there was no evidence. From what they saw, Addis and Eric realized that the hostility towards aliens had not gone away. In front of them they saw Ether, and Emil said that she would go to a hearing in 10 days, and then to a camp. There was evidence against Ether that she was working with Elia under Alejandro's command, and thus had received the blessing of the demon god. Eric noticed that the guards were wearing masks that concealed their level, which meant that the Inquisitors were treating Ether as a criminal. Addis began to prove that if it weren't for Ether and Eli, then all people would have died, and she had also recently lost her family. But suddenly Ether said that she had no family and Miss Addis was wrong. Smiling, Ether said that Elia only looked like her, but they weren't even acquainted. Addis did not understand what Ether was talking about. Emil whispered to Addis that he had already spoken to this child. Eric suggested that if the child had nothing to do with Eli, the judge would find that only Eli was with Alejandro. Emil added that they could not allow the alien's accomplice to live. Addis began to reach out his hands to Ether, asking if she was okay and that they would find a way out. But Addis was stopped by a guard who said that thanks to the protection of the priest Emil, they were able to go down. Eric came up with a plan and whispered to Emil that he would leave the rest to him. Leaning on the bars with all his might, Eric hit the cage and fell to the ground. The guard took out his sword, and Eric explained that he had simply leaned on it and had broken it when he fell to the ground. Emil ran up to Eric and punched him in the face, saying that he couldn't heal him with his abilities. Then Emil asked the guard to help carry Valtero out, and Sir Addis would look after the prisoner. Emil warned that they would be back in 5 minutes. Ether thanked Addis for trying to help her together with Eric. Ethir smiled and said that she did not feel depressed and was completely fine. When Ether remembers everything that happened, he realizes that he and Eli have not known each other for that long, even though they had to go through a lot of problems in different situations. Together with Eli, they were very careful every day so that no one would find out about anything. Ether now wondered why they had to care about the lives of others when they themselves were fighting. But Ether remembered very well how Eli tried to save the life of the wyvern she had just met. For Ether, Eli was an idiot, because she could have just run away and lived happily ever after. Addis hugged Ether, saying that a dragon that had transformed could not take another form. It's like a curse that reminds you of what you most desired and loved. Sitting on the street, Eric said that the old man in the form of Emil was of no use now. Emil agreed with Eric's words, but except for the old man. But Eric still couldn't understand why the high-ranking priest couldn't do anything. Emil told Eric that the hearing was not being conducted by the Order, and therefore he could not provide assistance. Eric had the idea to help Ether escape, but Emil seemed to read his thoughts and said that if she escaped, they would be the ones to go to the hearing. But there was one option for Eric and Addis. They needed to earn an indulgence. Emil explained that they have no connections with the girl, but they have a huge number of awards, and if they complete the mission, they can receive an indulgence. Eric realized that the Order of Light was using people, and asked Emil if he knew of such a mission. In fact, Emil was supposed to join them, but at the moment he couldn't. But they could defeat the ghosts without him. All that remained of the dragon's nest was the blessing of Omplus himself, which was unstable. Richard, looking at the ball, told Lesia that Alejandro was greedy, but she interrupted him and replied that one should either speak well of the dead or say nothing. Richard also praised Lizzie for her good work in being able to find the blessings before the Order of Light. Richard knew that the blessing of the demon god was very valuable to the Order and would calm their anger over the loss of the dragon's nest. Lisi informed Richard that the Order had acquired loyal dogs that began digging under the Great Earth. But Ricciardo was glad that it was the Order that was doing all this, and not the Inquisitors, because of whom they would have already been taken. Lisi remembered that people used to be afraid to pronounce the name of the Great Land, but now it is like a lizard's tail that has fallen off. That's why Lisi didn't understand why they had to be that tail when they had such a thing. Richard explained to his girlfriend that there were other aliens who could replace them. Richard then decided that they needed to clean up the place quickly before the Order became suspicious. Lisi decided that Richard just wanted to run away so that he wouldn't be attacked by an incomprehensible boar. Lisi suggested to propose a mission that would gather all the teams, and they would deal with them at the same time. For this, Lesia had her own level 35th trump card. The mission was located in a dilapidated estate that was famous for its ghosts. But in reality, the Great Land was conducting experiments there, and this place held many secrets. In order to keep these secrets, this place was full of traps that were hidden in every corner. But the ghost, working for Lesia, did not fight the enemies herself. She prepared the house for new victims and imagined how they would shake with fear. 4 days later, no one had come to the house, and the ghost already thought that something had gone wrong with the mission. Having painted the entire wall, the ghost herself no longer understood where the paint was and where the blood was, and decided to redo everything. Then the ghost remembered that the mansion was located in a deserted area, surrounded by many trees, and could not be seen from afar. The ghost decided that the outer section was also important and began preparing the main gate. 2 days later, the ghost was dozing in the gatehouse and heard someone talking. Ether was indignant that they were late because of Eric, who decided to kill all the monsters along the way. But Eric blamed Ether, who bought a bunch of clothes and then couldn't dress her. The ghost was very happy and did not understand how these little people could make her wait. The three stopped in front of the gate, and Addis said that it was a very nice warning sign. And Ether seemed amateurish and very stupid. Eric decided not to even comment on it. Hearing such assessments of her creation, into which a lot of effort had been put, the ghost considered it rude. The ghost set her sights on Ether and decided that her corpse would be the first one she would take. Addis reminded everyone that there was no spiritualist among them, and that they themselves had to find the ghost and deal with it. Ether suggested that Addis split up and look for the ghost separately. Eric remembered how ghost movies ended when everyone separated. Namely, they all died. Ether asked Eric not to worry, but Addis remembered that physical attack was useless against a ghost. Eric suggested that he could wait outside, and when Addis and Ether found the ghost, they would simply tell him about it. While Eric was suggesting this plan, Ether quietly approached from behind and touched Eric, and he became scared. Eric told Ether that she was crazy and that he wasn't scared, and Ether noted that Eric started to look bad. While Eric was sorting things out with Ether, Addis turned around and went the other way. A ghost was watching all this, and she was wondering why these three came to her house. While walking around the house, Ether was humming a strange song, and Eric found it annoying and asked Ether to shut up. Ether tried to defuse the situation and said that when she was a wyvern, she saw many ghosts. Ether told Eric that ghosts are low-ranking and they take away the health of their victim, and people who cannot use the 4 powers buy holy water from the Order of Light. Eric compared the ghosts to the local mosquitoes and how he bought Declorvos every summer to get rid of them. Just as they discussed being careful, Ether and Eric were immediately caught off guard by a level 7 ghost. The ghost found this very amusing and knew that there were many more ghosts waiting for the two along the way. But such low-level ghosts were just bait to lure them deeper into the mansion. The ghost deliberately lured Ether and Eric because one wrong step and the hidden traps would kill them. But as soon as Eric took a step to the side, Ether shouted to him that there was a trap there. After that, all the traps started to work, and Eric flew through them like a bullet. Meanwhile, Ether dealt with the ghosts. When the path was clear, Ether ran up to Eric and said that with such success, he would activate all the traps. Eric turned to Ether and said he had everything under control, but Ether noticed he started to sweat. Turning around, Eric suggested finding Addis, as he could have been harmed by the traps. Ether was sure that Addis would not fall into any of the traps, as they seemed to tell where they were. Ether told Eric that these traps were disposable, and this place was easy to clear, and he was the only one who fell for them all. Eric asked Ether to shut up, and suddenly noticed something strange. A ghost was heading towards them, saying that he had destroyed her masterpieces. Ether, seeing the expression on Eric's face, began to ask what was wrong from behind. Eric, without answering Ether's question, jumped out of the boarded-up window. But when Eric jumped out, his sword got stuck, and he had to get it out quickly. Frightened, Ether hoped until the very end that it was Addis, and having made up her mind, turned around. Turning around, Ether saw Eric. They were as if in a mirror image. Eric and Ether were caught and walked along corridors that seemed endless. Following the ghost, Ether asked if everything was okay with their magician, but the ghost replied that there was no one like that in this place, and the boys had to do what she said. Luckily, Addis was fine, Eric decided, and Ether was telling him that the house was like a dungeon. Ether remembered Emil's words having found the artifact. It would be possible to clean everything up, and people would automatically move outside. The ghost said that the rules are simple, and by completing the tests, players move on to the next room. After entering the first room, Eric and Ether had to find a key that would open the door to another room. For Eric, it was like a quest from his past life, and for Ether, it was like a real treasure hunt. But the ghost didn't finish telling her that every wrong choice would activate a deadly trap. The ghost decided that this would be a difficult task for the hunters, since they needed to use their brains. After a couple of minutes, Ether found the key and opened the door, using her power to find metal objects. Ghost said that it was cheating, and it was against the rules, but Ether disagreed with her. Then the ghost said that the next test would not be so easy, and they had to watch for a hint. But Eric used force to tear the door out of the opening and thus opened the door to the room. The ghost told Eric that he couldn't break down doors, but in response, she heard that this was how adults fought. As Eric and Ether moved from room to room, they encountered new challenges. They fought, killed, and passed something again, and there was always a ghost next to them. Meanwhile, Addis, walking through the corridors, remembered that many people hire themselves out as hunters in order to earn money and join the Guild of Thinker Magicians. The Thinkers are a high-level magical research organization specializing in magicology, and if you are part of the guild, you get the opportunity to move to the Kingdom of Magicians and access to all magical theories. Therefore, Addis was confident in the magic of sealing dimensions, although he had never seen such a thing before. Addis was curious about who needed to place this magic on the mansion, dividing and moving the rooms into different dimensions. Having started the calculations, Addis realized that as long as there was a tool, the magic would work even if the magician was not nearby, just like in the dungeon. Dropping everything and heading towards the exit, Addis decided that the magician had made a mistake. Along the way, Addis realized that there was no mistake, and the magic would be activated when the intruder tried to leave the house. Running out into the street, Addis noticed that the mansion was like a 3D picture, and would soon cease to exist altogether. In one of the rooms, the three made a fire, and the ghost said that no one wanted to take her with such a face. Only people gave her shelter, and it didn't matter whether they were devils or murderers. Ether was touched by the ghost's story, and told her that one does not have to be human to live like humans. But suddenly the ghost jumped up and asked Eric and Ether what kind of Boy Scout atmosphere they had. Eric calmly replied that they were hungry, but the ghost said that they still had to meet the boss. And in general, the ghost was interested in who they were, that they behaved so calmly when they wanted to be killed. Eric found this funny, since those traps were too weak to kill them. The ghost replied that Eric and Ether were still alive only because she just wanted to have fun. But Eric wondered how long she was going to have fun until she stopped feeling lonely. Eric took the ghost's hand and said that she was not a ghost yet, but a normal person, and she was just lonely. Ether supported Erica and added that the Great Earth doesn't care about human lives. Ether also said that it was not too late, and they could leave this place together. The ghost pulled her hand out of Eric's and grabbed her face. After that, something strange started to happen. Ether decided that the dungeon was closing, but this was not the case. Suddenly Addis appeared and said that this place was a trap, and everything was prepared especially for them. Eric didn't understand why Addis had gone inside, and he explained that they needed to find a working tool and destroy the source. As it turned out, Addis was watching the guys, and did not understand how they did not find the source in 2 rooms. But Eric replied that they went through a bunch of rooms. Addis explained to Eric that they moved from one room to another along with the source. Eric tried to prove to Addis that if the artifact had been here, they would have closed the dungeon, but Ether interrupted Eric and said that Addis was right. Ether looked at the ghost, and said that she was the only one who had been moving with them all this time. The ghost thought that Richard and Lacey decided to get rid of her. Using magic, the ghost grabbed a cobblestone and pointed it towards the boys, saying that it was all a lie. Eric managed to grab Addis and Ether, throwing them away from the approaching stone. Ether saw how the stone shattered into many pieces and was worried about Eric. Addis asked Ether not to worry, since there wouldn't be a scratch on Eric. Their main goal was to destroy the source, which they could not let go. Ether ran up to Eric, asking if he was okay and what they should do next. But when Eric turned around, Ether noticed that it was no longer Eric. And then the ghost in Eric's body decided to use a vertical strike on Ether. Meanwhile, Addis realized that magic belonged to the Great Land, and they urgently needed to find the test subject to prevent destruction. Addis knew that the subject was hiding in a safe place, and when he turned around, he immediately realized what kind of place it was. The ghost in Eric's body made a strike, but Ether managed to jump back. Addis caught Ether, who was thrown back by the shockwave. Ether asked Addis what was going on. Addis decided to tune the artifact that belonged to Eric, and it's better than nothing. But Addis couldn't believe that Eric was possessed. Ether used to think that only children could be possessed. Addis agreed with Ether, since the children did not possess one of the 4 powers, but their enemy was an extraordinary ghost. Ether screamed at the ghost that if she continued like this, they would all die. But in response, Ether heard that if she wanted to live, she needed to kill her and Eric. As Eric's hand suddenly hit himself in the face, Addis realized it was Eric. Eric showed his class, and Addis no longer doubted that Eric could handle it. But Ether thought more that it was strength and muscles that took over the brain. Addis told Ether that they couldn't give up because Eric was still fighting, even though it looked strange. The ghost has entered Eric's world and his library of memories. On one of the shelves with memories, the ghost found an interesting book and began to read. Eric asked her to stop, but the battle was in his head and they shared their memories. As it turned out, the ghost even found Han Bin's own death. As he continued reading, the past was causing Han Bin pain, and all these injuries were increasing Maiden's power over Han Bin's body. After all, having spent 22 years in a rocky mountain, it is clear that there is a dark history. When Maiden finished reading, she thought it was all over. But suddenly she heard a voice and turned around, and there was Han Bin already with her story. For someone like Maiden, being locked in a mansion is her own dark story. Hanbin began to read the letter and strike Maiden. Maiden asked Hanbin to stop, but he continued, just like she did with his story. And when Hanbin finished reading the love letter written to his imaginary lover, he dealt the final blow to Maiden. But Hanbin should have known that a high-damage attack would result in a strong backlash. Maiden didn't want to give up and found the memories of Hanbin's weapon. Hanbin was also not a slouch, and found Maiden's gay fanfic about the 4 great heroes. They shared very serious memories with each other, and therefore could not finish the battle. Ether watched Eric and wondered how serious their battle with Maiden was. Meanwhile, Addis began to create a device from the collected garbage to destroy this place. But the problem was that the Great Land used magic from another world, so Addis couldn't create it on his own. While trying to assemble the device, Attis decided that there was a spy from the Great Earth among the thinkers. Lisi, holding the Mirror of Confusion in her hands, decided that they would be able to finish what they started if the other side took the bait. Lesia and Richard had many magical devices, but unfortunately they lost them all. But this one showed good results. They were in the Holy Land of Magical Instruments in the Magic Kingdom of Rune. Lisi suggested going shopping, but Richard replied that they had to complete the task first. Lacey didn't understand why they had to look like that, if they were just going to report on the creation of the Umpala's blessing. Richard explained that there would be a lot of extra eyes at the Magicians' Symposium and they should not be noticed. The Symposium of Magicians began. Noble people collected magical instruments as luxury items. And it was at the symposium that they showed off new magical instruments, where nobles came to boast of their acquisitions. Richard and Lisi have infiltrated the First Division's Thinker Mage Guild. They quietly bypassed the guards, although Lisi suggested simply killing them. But when they turned the corner, a huge golem stood in front of them. Richard began to attack this golem while no one noticed him and Lesia. Richard delivered a diagonal blow to the golem, causing his sword to break. When the golem collapsed, Lisi picked up its remains and noticed that it was an artificial golem. A female voice was heard behind them, saying that they had ruined the product they were going to show at the symposium. Turning around, Richard and Lisi dropped to one knee and apologized. In front of them stood the archmage of the 4 heroes, Zenobia. Suddenly, Maiden found herself in a place unfamiliar to her, and then she decided that this was hell. At first, Maiden found hell strange, but since she was simply used and lived a useless life, she accepted it as is. Maiden also took into account that if she was dead, it meant the guys were able to get out of the mansion. Lowering her head, Maiden decided that if the boys had died, she would have felt sorry for them. But this way, she would at least have had some fun before she died. But while Maiden was thinking about everything that had happened, a dog passed by her and it surprised her. The dog turned around and told Maiden to stop whining about her death like a child, because it will all be over if Maiden stops moving forward. Looking down, Maiden realized that she was not in hell but still in Eric's mind. As she pulled herself out of Eric's mind, Maiden realized that his mind was filled with despair, anger, and trauma. But when Maiden looked around, she noticed that she was in a strange circle. Ether informed Addis that Maiden had left Eric's mind, and then Addis began to activate the operation. Afterwards, there was a powerful explosion of energy, which left a pretty big hole in the ground and completely demolished the house. After that, everyone remained alive, but Ether and Addis had a little hard time, as Eric crushed them with his body. Addis and Ether were happy that the magic worked, but Eric didn't understand what had happened and where the mansion had gone. Suddenly, Addis noticed that it was morning, and there was almost no time left before the trial. Maiden also regained consciousness, but did not understand what was happening and who she was now. Addis explained to Maiden that he managed to reset her role, although her skills and abilities disappeared and she was now an ordinary person. Maiden decided that the guys wanted to hand her over to the Order, but Addis was ready to kill her if she took possession of Eric's body. Addis told Maiden that it was because of her that they would have to go straight to the prison camp, but Maiden called the boys crazy if they really thought she would thank them for saving her. Eric responded to Maiden that her words sounded rude and ugly towards them. And Ether said that Eli, the Great Land, was also used like Maiden. In Eric's opinion, prison wasn't such a bad place, and after getting a punch in the face from Ether for it, she offered him to sit in her place. Eric was already preparing to raise the Ether and swear when Maiden said that she had an option. Maiden showed the boys a carriage that moves with the help of a magical engine. It was a means of transportation, a multi-legged golem carriage Tarpan Cavalis F8000, and Addis had only seen one like it in books. Stroking the map, Addis never thought that he would see it in real life and even ride it. Ether was very pleased and thanked Maiden, but suddenly Addis became upset and Eric asked what happened. Addis knew that there was nothing faster than a tarpan, but for that they needed a high-ranking mana stone to charge it. Addis blamed the Great Earth for everything, because they could not leave such an object without a reason. As Eric understood, they needed a mana stone. Having searched and taken out of his pocket a fragment of Umpala's blessing, he decided that this would do too. After that, Addis was already flying with all the guys, and was happy that he would not lose even to the last magical car. Maiden asked why they took her along, and Ether warned Addis that she was going to throw up. Addis was surprised at how powerful the fragment was, and most likely it was connected to the Thinkers. Eric suggested reporting this to the leader. Addis said that it was impossible because the leader was Zenovia, and she was the strongest Ratni mage who stopped the attack on the goddesses. She is also the queen of the magical kingdom of Rune, and all the aristocrats want to marry her. Eric wondered how old she was, and Addis continued. The 4 heroes were blessed, and their bodies never aged. Then Eric remembered that Ether had told him about them earlier, and Addis decided to tell him in more detail. The strongest swordsman of the Barreled continent, the Sword King, is a Valkyrian warrior, but no one has seen him lately. The ultimate spiritualist Halion is a transcendentalist of life and death. She was once the most powerful nymph and is now the queen of the spirit kingdom. The best magical swordsman, Garhan the Terrible, is still active in his activities, and has been the monarch of the kingdom for thousands of years. Eric didn't believe that all these old men had been on the same team in the past. Addis added that if these 3, except for the King of the Sword, were to gather together, it would mean that this was a place where a war was going on, or a place of special importance. Zenovia, looking at all these aristocrats who were trying to look at her, again could not do anything. Zenovia also thanked Garhan for helping her sell her new inventions. Garhan guessed that Zenovia had called him not only to sell golems, looking also at Halion, who had not come at all right away. Halion explained her tardiness by saying that her long life had made her lazy. Garhan noticed that Zenovia was holding Ompalus's blessing in her hands. Zenovia said that they didn't have much time left and suggested that they get started. Zenovia and Garhan went to see the goddess Kivriel, who controlled the darkness. For Kivriel, darkness was emptiness, and emptiness was the end. But the end was the beginning. Kivir was the embodiment of the goddess of darkness who spoke for Kivriel. The same Kivir appeared before Zenovia and Garhan. Kivir asked Garhan the Terrible and Zenovia the Archmage if they really received the blessing of the goddesses. But in response, Garhan cut off Kivir's head without any words. Garhan reminded that they sacrificed their bodies to fight the aliens who were on the side of the demons. Although it was not for long, they were victorious and gave everything to defend this peace. After this, they received the blessings of the goddesses, rejuvenated bodies and status in society. But the goddesses let them know how much time they had left to live, and every second was like a countdown. Kivir replied that the heroes were given the highest position, but apparently, the goddesses treated them too well. In defense, Kivir asked Garhan and Zenovia to leave if they received an answer to their question. Garhan continued to cut off heads and say that his disappointment was not that his life was over. Garhan's disappointment was that they were dying unjustly, and the names of the goddesses were still on their breath. After all, the goddesses had given out their blessings and watched as the world fell into chaos. Garhan concluded that his greatest disappointment was the goddesses. Kivir began to loom over Garhan, saying that he was not seeing the whole truth. Garhan destroyed everyone and declared that the world does not need a god who simply watches. The world needs a hero. Garhan asked the goddesses to grant them immortality so that they could protect the world. Zenovia called out to Garhan, and when he turned around, he noticed that she had begun to dissolve. In a moment, there was nothing left of Zenona, and Kivir said that the death she bestowed was not a punishment. After Zenona, Garhan also began to dissolve, and Kivir continued to explain that they grant painless peace. Garhan tried to prove that the powers that goddesses have are thanks to the heroes. But as it turned out, the goddesses simply betrayed the heroes and the world. The guys parked their carriage at the courthouse and barely made it to the hearing. Sitting on the steps, Eric asked Addis what would happen now, but Addis replied that they had done everything they could. Addis told Eric that Emil decided to protect Maiden because she was a victim of the one who turned her into a ghost. Addis also concealed that they were again involved in the affairs of the Great Land. Eric appreciated Addis's actions because the incident with the Lich was an accident, but with Alejandro and the mansion, everything was intentional. Remembering how they destroyed one of the bases, Addis decided that only they could irritate the Great Land and remain alive. Looking at the fragment of Ompala's blessing, Addis knew that the Great Land would come for him. Addis explained to a surprised Eric that this was a landmark that the Rathni could use. As Addis discovered, new magic spells and skills can be introduced into this fragment. But the problem was that you can enter spells into the fragment that are not compatible. Addis understood that man could go beyond the limits of his abilities as a magician. While eating, Eric compared it all to a computer with low specifications and magic with high specifications. Addis was very happy that they managed to escape from the mansion and stop the magic. They were also lucky that the magic in the fragment of Ompala's blessing was incomplete. After all, if there had been more of it, Eric and Maiden would most likely never have been able to get out of the magical trap. But while Addis was busily telling Eric everything, he quickly bit off half of the burrito. Addis was upset because it was the only normal food. Eric replied that he needed to focus on the food and not the conversation. Suddenly, Eric began to wonder how he would have lived if he had not ended up here. and how everything would have turned out. But Eric suddenly stopped thinking about it. The main thing is that he is here at the right time. Looking at Addis, Eric was glad that they had managed to stay alive until this moment. Hearing the steps, Addis turned around and saw Ether together with Maiden. He asked how everything went. As soon as Ether began to tell, Eric approached Addis again, and Ether did not understand what he did. Addis told Ether that Eric had simply eaten a burrito without permission. Ether didn't like this, and she pounced on Eric from all heights. And as always, a showdown began between Eric and Ether. Goddesses, unlike people, were beings of a higher level, and the dimensions in which they exist are different. People will not understand how they live in a four-dimensional world. And for goddesses, people are like figures drawn on a plane. And eternity, which people strive for, is just another dimension for goddesses. But this was all up until a certain point. Garhan used the magic of sealing dimensions. Garhan sealed the higher dimensional being in the field of the lower one, and the future of Kivriel will constantly repeat itself. Garhan then asked Zenobia if there was a chance that Kivriel would understand their plans in this space. But Zenobia was unsure about it. Zenobia explained that when Garhan cut off Kivriel's head, she was already completely trapped in their trap. Garhan agreed with Zenobia, as they had absorbed half of Kivriel's darkness power. Garhan was surprised that Omphalos' blessing was incomplete, and in order to absorb all the goddesses they needed to create a complete blessing. Zenobia was curious about how Garhan planned to do this, since they couldn't even take a step out of this neutral space. But Zenobia decided that if there was no time and space, then their life would not be shortened. And suddenly a voice sounded in her head. Looking at the magic cube, Zenobia couldn't believe that a goddess could speak in such a small space. But as it turned out, Garhan used part of the absorbed power, and thanks to this, they will be able to communicate with the other world. Zenobia realized that Garhan wanted to bring the Great Land and the Order of Light face to face. And for this, Garhan needed to give a command on behalf of Kivriel to the Dark Brotherhood. Ether was very happy when she found out that Addis wanted to form a team. The administrator did not believe that Sir Addis would include a newcomer in his team, but he was ready to pay Ether. The girl stopped Addis, saying that she would pay herself since her brother Emil was in debt to the Walterian warrior. Eric meanwhile noticed how a young hunter came to register in the guild. Taking a closer look, Eric decided that the guy was from the village and awkward, just like he had been when he first came here. The guy told the administrator that he wanted to join a guild and become a hunter. Eric saw the boy's level 20 and decided that it was already too late to register as a hunter. The administrator asked the guy to introduce himself so she could fill out the paperwork. The guy said that he came from Shanghai and his name was Sana the Warrior. Meanwhile, in the northeastern part of the kingdom of Kaldri, namely on a 1,000-year-old snow mountain, people believed that they were attacked by a huge group of invaders. The people here were refugees who did not understand why the invaders had come here. But when they looked closer, they realized that they were inquisitors of the Dark Brotherhood. One of the refugees, running away, looked back and did not understand how the inquisitors had guessed. After all, the man has only now achieved success with experience, thanks to a fragment of Omphalos' blessing. But the man didn't manage to run too far. Having tripped the man, the inquisitor asked him where he was going in such a hurry. The man, pretending to be a fool, began to say that they simply had nowhere to go, which is why they all live here. Bowing, the man asked for mercy, but looking at the inquisitor, he could not see his level. The inquisitor admitted that there were bad rumors about them, but they did not touch the refugees. At that moment, the man jumped up and shot straight into the inquisitor's heart, rejoicing that he had killed him. But the inquisitor threw the man several meters away from himself with one blow. Judging by the fact that the man was shooting from a gun, the inquisitor guessed that he was new to this world. The inquisitor explained that everything has a reason and that the man's predecessors had not used guns. Leaning towards the man, the inquisitor asked him to give him Omphalos, the blessing of the demon god. But upon closer inspection, the inquisitor noticed that the box containing the blessing was empty, and a few minutes later, a purple light appeared from the highest point of the mountain. The man decided to use the very blessing that the inquisitors so wanted to obtain. Having grabbed the inquisitor, the man began to tell that all his indicators had increased, and his level was above 80. Having turned into a monster, the man did not understand how Alejandro could lose with such force. It still remained a mystery to the man how the inquisitor knew that Omphalos' blessing was located here. But the inquisitor warned the man not to touch his mask. After these words, the man immediately removed the mask from the inquisitor's face. The man was shocked by what he saw and could not believe where the inquisitor got such a level from. The inquisitor reminded the man that everything has its reasons and began to use his magic. In the crater gorge, there was a battle with another monster, but the monster was stronger than the warriors and scattered them in different directions like bugs. At that moment, a man jumped from the bridge straight into the gorge. By this time, a level 50 warrior came to the aid of the knights, who was ready to show the monster all his strength. The giant caterpillar, which had a level of 61, immediately headed for a new victim. Suddenly, the knights noticed that something incomprehensible was falling from above. Taking a closer look, the knights realized that it was a man. It turned out to be Ether, who decided to help the knights and raise her level. Falling at incredible speed below, Ether pierced the monster's head with her sword. The knights admired the rookie huntress's work, despite her using a basic magic sword technique. The chief, listening to this conversation, answered the knights that he was already sick of this and they should not discuss other teams. But after the blows dealt to Ether, the monster did not die and Addis came to her aid. Addis improved his skills every day and could now destroy a monster with one blow. The chief looked at Atis and admired his impeccable magic. Addis had great attack, great support, and was the best mage for any team. Addis loved to use the magical tools he made himself, because no one could resist the highest level of magic. The chief also noticed that Sir Addis was becoming more and more handsome each time. The knights reminded him that Sir Addis was a man. One of the knights remembered reading about Sir Addis in the newspaper, as well as the Sword King clan and the Valtherian warrior. Following Addis and Ether, Brad and his friend, who were on their team, appeared. One of the knights decided that Brad was the Walterian warrior, but his partner told about the incident in the Hunters Guild that happened 2 months ago. It was because of this incident that the Valtherian warrior was imprisoned. 2 months ago, a judge came to the Hunters Guild with Emil. The judge was interested in how foreigners from that world and criminals would live in the guild building. Entering the building, the judge asked Emil what the name of the blonde girl who had recently been on trial was. Emil recalled the name Ifir. Ether did not give the judge any peace, since he considered her simply a beauty and was worried about which team she got into, so he looked into the guild. Emil noticed the judge's greasy look, but he could not say anything, since he donated a lot of money to the order. When I entered the guild, it was quite noisy, because friction between hunters is inevitable. It is a cost of the profession. Hunters always carry weapons that cannot be used within the guild, and anyone who breaks the rule may lose their hunter status. But there is an exception when a foreigner above level 20 tries to register as a hunter. Then the guild begins to suspect the hunter of belonging to another world. Having fallen to the ground, Sana the warrior asked Eric why he was pushing. Addis asked Eric if this guy was really from another world, to which Eric asked Addis if he had heard of Shanghai or Changrushan. Addis and Ether immediately wondered if Shanghai was another region, but suddenly Addis decided that this word is used on Earth, so Eric is sure of the identity of that guy. Plus, Eric, as a Valterian warrior, will attack first and block other hunters. In 22 years on the Rocky Mountain, it was hard for Eric to remember cities from other countries on Earth. Eric was sure that the guy was a newcomer who had recently come from Earth. Sana the warrior took out his sword and decided that everyone who wanted to become a warrior must demonstrate their abilities. It was a severe test for him, but Sana the warrior did not hide or run away. Sana the warrior knew that fighting the helpless was against a warrior's duty, and asked to clear the way for a muscular 5th-level warrior. After these words, Eric became seriously angry and hit San the warrior with all his might. From San's blow, the warrior flew over all the hunters, and Eric did not understand why he was advertising his level to everyone. The hunters heard the newcomer's words and began to vigorously discuss the 5th level of the Valterian. Eric asked Addis to do something for this, but Addis didn't understand what was going on at all. Brad immediately appeared and began to explain to everyone that a 5th-level warrior would not be able to destroy a boss above level 70. Eric thanked the strangers for covering him, but Brad reminded him that it was he who opened the window with the artifacts for Eric. Eric was surrounded by knights who ordered him to remain still, lower his weapons, and surrender. Noticing Emil, Eric was delighted and asked him to stop these people, but Emil angrily replied that these people were not from the order. Once in prison, the guard told Eric that the prison was intended for strangers from another world. It was designed by Grozny Garhan, who had an inkling of people like Eric, so the prison was built vertically, 6 floors above ground and 24 below. And if someone wants to escape, they will run into a cliff. The thickness of the steel walls is 15 meters, and the depth is 48 meters. Even the strongest Sword King, Beotold, could not destroy the wall, which means the Valterian warrior will not be able to escape. The guard looked at Eric and added that he was no longer a Valterian warrior and was sentenced to 100 years in prison. Eric didn't remember why he was sentenced to 100 years in prison, because it was an accident. Addis said that an appeal would not help, and Emil asked for Eric, but no one would even accept an indulgence. Addis also added that the owner of the crater prison is the same judge, and if a riot occurs, he can increase the sentence. Afir added that according to rumors, the judge loves money and there is a way to post bail. Eric looked around the prison and realized that even if he escaped, he would have to hide for the rest of his life. This meant that his plan to obtain the goddess's blessing through the order's donations would be pointless. Eric could only hope for Addis and Ether, and sit quietly all this time. At this moment, near Eric, other prisoners were beating up San the warrior, who was behaving too correctly. Sana Voitel was charged with attempted murder of a nobleman and sentenced to 100 years in prison. Eric was charged with attempted murder of a nobleman, as he threw an unidentified person at the nobleman, and was sentenced to 100 years in prison. Sana the warrior noticed Eric and greeted him. Eric was not very happy about it. The prisoners immediately turned to Eric, telling him to come to them, but Eric pretended not to know the guy. Sana the warrior explained to the boys that he was careless at first until he got a slap in the face from a level 5. Eric scattered the prisoners in different directions with one blow and approached Sana the warrior. Grabbing Sun the warrior's face, Eric asked him to shut up, while Sun the warrior was interested in Eric's skill that he had just used. Eric understood that if this guy continued to chatter left and right, he would be exposed immediately. And if Erica is exposed, then Addis and Ether will also suffer, and Erica had the thought of killing San the warrior. But with a smile on his face, Sana the warrior admitted that he was glad to see Eric and asked his name. Eric lowered his head and introduced himself as Felad, and Sana the warrior introduced himself as Chanrushan. Looking at Chanrushan, Eric asked how he was still alive if he was telling everyone that he came from another world. Chanrushan explained that everyone treats him like he's crazy, and on top of that, he's an alien from another world. Eric thought about how to teach Chanrushan to distinguish aliens from Ratni. Chanrushan extended his hand to Felad and said that it was a small gift for his help. And Eric looked and realized that it was a mana crystal. Chanrushan explained that he got them here when he destroyed the monster, and these guys wanted to take the crystals away. Eric looked at the crystal, and decided that it was possible to get from the prison into the dungeon itself. Chanrushan also added that if this crystal is given to the prison warden, he can reduce the sentence. Eric was surprised and told Chanrushan that he should have started with this right away. The chief watched the boys and said that if a foreigner killed a warrior even once, he would not be able to forget the taste of blood. Near the boss, there was an iron box with someone inside, and the chief told the man in the box that it was the Valtarian warrior who would be his next prey. The boss couldn't wait for his subordinate to rip out the Valtarian's throat. People on Earth have always been small and weak, because they began to move less in development, and therefore became weaker. The Ratni who hunt monsters are not much different from the Earthlings. They are only slightly more athletic due to training. By hunting monsters and leveling up, the human body can reach a maximum of level 15. But monsters are different and their levels are different. So a person's 15th level becomes meaningless. Therefore, in the battle, there are 4 main forces: the destructive spirit of the flesh, the aura. The second, the spirit of magic and energy, mana. Third, the spirit of lightning and human strength, power. And the fourth, the spirit of rebirth and protection, prana. All of them have different characteristics. Hunters train and develop these powers to level up and hunt stronger monsters. But there were handcuffs that blocked the 4 main forces, which changed their color while being worn. Back then, a high hunter's level was just a number. Hunters were unable to use the 4 main powers and became food for monsters. The tough killer bees were like cannonballs to the imprisoned hunters. But for protection and killing monsters, hunters could also use an ordinary kitchen knife. Eric was in his 5th week of confinement and was using a kitchen knife instead of his sword to fight. Eric only needed to put in a little effort, and everything would go according to plan. For killing the bee monster, Chanrushan received 1,000 experience points. When I came to hand over the earned mana crystals, the guard said that he could reduce the term by 1 month for everyone. Eric also asked to exchange the bread for 8 kitchen knives. Eric knew that he could catch high-level monsters fairly quickly, but Eric could not abandon Chanrushan, since he needed to raise his level. Eric hoped that Chanrushan would be useful in providing information for meeting the goddess. Meanwhile, Chanrushan asked the guard to give him 100 loaves of bread instead of reducing his sentence. Chanrushan distributed bread to those guys who were unable to defeat the hooligans from above. The men thanked Chanrushan for such an act, because he spent all the crystals he had earned. Eric grabbed Chanrushan and asked him if he really wanted to rot in this prison. But their conversation was interrupted by the judge, who came down to them from above. To the judge, the place seemed like a sewer where all the dregs of society were collected. Suddenly, one of the prisoners rushed to the judge, asking to see his family at least once. The guards reminded him that the prisoner had been sentenced to 15 years for failure to pay his landlord, and that his family was paying for him. Previously, this prisoner went down into the dungeon to destroy monsters and get crystals, but in the last battle he lost his leg. The judge decided that the prisoner needed another chance and ordered him to be sent to the dungeon. Turning around, the judge reminded his subordinate that such poor paupers from whom there was nothing to take had to be gotten rid of. But Eric and Chanrushan stood in the guards' way, and they immediately dropped the prisoner and took out their spears. The guards ordered the Valtarian and his friend to get out of the way. Then Eric answered them that he and Chanrushan were also going to the dungeon, and they would have to go down there all together. The security guards didn't like these words and were stunned. Eric turned and looked at the guards, wondering why they had stopped. Meanwhile, in the northeastern part of the Thousand-Year Kingdom, the general was informed that the evacuation of residents had ended, and that there were no aliens from another world among them. But the general was clearly upset about something, because this was already the 6th nest that he had captured. One of the Inquisitors asked where the general was and was told that he had gone to headquarters, and Inquisitor Ethan heard this. Inquisitor Ethan also went to the headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood in the Chapel of the Saints. At the Chapel of the Saints, Ethan was praised, and asked how everything went, and he said that the alien laboratory was discovered, and he also returned the blessing of the demon god. The holy maiden took the blessing of the demon god in her hands and did not believe that such a small piece contained so much energy. Ethan added that the goddess of darkness, Kivriel, deserves recognition as she helped him with this. After hearing these words, the Holy Virgin became interested in what Inquisitor Ethan was getting at, and he continued to say that the goddess sent prophets to watch over the earth, but she herself never participated in the affairs of the earth. Ethan also noted the fact that when they received the oracle and arrived at the scene, there were already more than 100 victims. Inquisitor Ethan was angry, because if the goddess had known about everything earlier, they would have been able to get there faster. The Holy Virgin could not stand it any longer and reminded Ethan that she had been a saint for 70 years and did not receive the oracle that often. The Virgin looked at the Inquisitor and told him that the goddess had always been concerned about the order in their world, and that now he was being too rude to her. The Holy Virgin reminded Ethan that he was no longer a child who could afford to be capricious. Looking back at the Inquisitor, the saint asked him to take off his mask next time, since he had a very pretty face. After all the talk, the Holy Maiden began to offer the blessing of the demon god, the ruler of darkness, Kivriel. Leaving the Chapel of the Saints, Ethan realized that everything was not as clean as he would like to believe. Meanwhile, Garn, having received Ompalus's blessing, realized that the Dark Brotherhood could be trusted. Garhan watched every percent of the completion of the absorption of Ompala's blessing. Zenobia was curious about how much the blessing had grown, and Garhan replied that there were too few refugees, so the percentage was low. Zenobia then assumed that Richard had delivered an incomplete blessing to the dragon's nest. Zenobia also enjoyed being a regent and participating in political life, unlike Garhan. Garhan and Zenobia decided that the great land they had created was too weak, but they didn't think the Dark Brotherhood was strong either. Although the two knew that in the Dark Brotherhood, there was one blessed by the goddess who would be the hero of the next generation, and that was Leonhardt. Zenobia offered to win Leonhardt over to her side, but Garhan revealed that he had given up his career and remained in the Brotherhood, and if he found out that they had turned the tide of events, Leonhardt would kill them. After these words, Zenobia decided that it would be easier to kill him first, but Garhan stopped her, since Leonhardt specializes in hand-to-hand combat and healing. All this meant that the guys from the Great Land could attack at any moment in order to survive, but they would not cause any harm to Garhan and Zenobia. Even if the Great Land reveals the secret of the four heroes, the magical effect will be activated, and the body will be overcome by terrible pain, and then death will occur. And since healing magic does not work on corpses like other dead aliens, they will all turn to dust and disappear. Garhan was a little surprised that Zenobia didn't remember the magic that she herself had invented. Looking at Ompala's blessing, Garhan said that when it is fully formed, they will be able to absorb the powers of the goddess. Zenobia reminded Garhan that they still had one fragment left, but they had checked all the dragon nests. Garhan knew very well that in the crater prison that he created, there was one alien, and Garhan had already passed on all the information about him. Zenobia and Garhan could only wait for Lisi to enter the prison. Lisi understood perfectly well that Garhan and Zenobia were trying to cover their tracks, and if she didn't find another Earthling, she would die too. After examining the prison, Lisi wanted to take the blessing and escape from there as quickly as possible, but she was distracted by some screams. Listening closely, Lesia heard the prisoners discussing the Walterian warrior, who, according to her information, died back in the mansion. Lisi looked at the guy standing next to the Walter, and he was not the foreigner that Garhan was talking about, and his level was low. A big problem for Lesia was the Valterian, whose death she reported to Garhan, but knowing his 5th level, for Lesia he was a charlatan. Chanrushan offered Felid to fight them, but in response, he heard that he had 2 dragons on his neck for which he must answer. Eric looked back at the judge and waited for him to come upstairs. Suddenly, Chanrushan shouted that they could no longer remain inactive, and that they should not wait for someone to save them. Eric grabbed Chanrushan and tried to shut his mouth, but he continued to shout that they all had to rise up. Chanrushan's words had an effect on the prisoners, and they began a rebellion, saying that they had families waiting for them to come home. Each prisoner screamed about his fate. For some, their sentence had long since ended. For others, their wives had divorced, and for others their son had grown up and become an adult. The prisoners began to demand freedom in one voice, and Lisi decided that they had all gone crazy. The gentleman looked at all this rebellion, and did not understand why such a respected person as he should tolerate this. And then the master had no choice but to take desperate measures, and he ordered him to be brought. Chanrushan decided that the judge wanted a warrior to be responsible for saving the weak. Then Chanrushan turned to Eric and said that if he knew martial arts and had a wonderful character, then he would follow him all his life. A second later, Chanrushan was already addressing the prisoners that they would all follow the Valterian hero. Everyone immediately supported Chanrushan's idea, but at some point the crowd began to quiet down. The guards brought the very same foreigner that everyone feared to Chanrushan and Eric, Eric doubted it, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was surprised. Lisi immediately recognized the alien's level as 61 and profession as a magician. The judge was in 7th heaven when all the screaming savages shut up from such horror. Lesya's level was higher than the stranger's, but it would be difficult to fight him because of all this fuss. The satisfied gentleman suggested that he could add 50 years to everyone's sentence and forget about this riot. But for the instigators of the rebellion, the term was increased to 100 years. The judge was not so simple and offered the instigators a bet they could not refuse. The judge then put the sentences of all the prisoners on the line. If the Valterian and his friend have a real sword fight with the stranger, the judge was ready to mitigate the punishment not only for them but for everyone else if they won. Before the judge could finish speaking, Eric refused, threw Chanrushin over his shoulder, and he began to leave. Eric answered the judge that they would cover up their crimes themselves, without any duels. But when Eric had almost entered the dungeons, he heard someone calling him Eric Karun. Eric turned and looked at the stranger, who continued to talk about how the scars still hurt and demanded a duel. The judge did not expect such a turn of events, but he even liked it, and he counted the Walterian's participation in the bet. But since Eric had an assistant, the judge turned to the prisoners and asked who would fight for the stranger. The judge promised release to anyone who sided with the foreigner, and for the prisoners this was an excellent option. But when the prisoners looked at the Valterian, they realized that only a madman would fight him. Unexpectedly for everyone, a girl stood up from the crowd and offered her candidacy. Lisi felt that this would be the best option for her, and she would be able to resolve the issue with a blessing. And Lisi will also be able to destroy the charlatan, and her words about the death of the Valterian will not be a lie. The judge accepted the nomination and was glad that they had not had such fun mortal battles for a long time. Meanwhile, a tunnel appeared in the quarries from which Addis and Ether jumped out. Addis congratulated Ether on closing her first dungeon, but Ether was already exhausted and did not understand how Addis and Eric endured such regular raids. As it turned out, the regular raids were developed by Eric to increase the level of Addis. Eric exhausted the monsters but left them alive. Meanwhile, low-level Addis transformed into a dragon and killed all the monsters at once. By leveling up and absorbing a large amount of energy with the Dragon Core, Addis was now Eric's replacement for Ether. Ether was turned inside out by such a rise in level, but Addis said that it was also difficult for him at first. Addis continued to praise Ether, saying that she had stabilized the Dragon's core and absorbed the energy very quickly. After all the praise, Addis suggested to relax and learn to digest the absorbed energy. Ether was glad that they were going home. While Ether was fighting monsters, Addis managed to get an artifact that he needed to check. Looking at the artifact, Addis was upset, because if Eric had been with them, then with the help of his landmark, he could have told the functions of the artifact. Ether walked up to Addis and reassured him, as it sounded like Eric was dead and not in prison. But Addis was very worried that there were a lot of prisoners in the prison, and that Eric could be made into a real killer. Ether calmed Addis down, and after everything they reincarnated, and flew home to the Crater Gorge. Several years ago, the aliens became enemies of the Ratni, and Garhan, one of the 4 heroes, agreed to create a camp in the crater's dungeon. While keeping the aliens in the dungeon, Garhan and everyone else began to notice many of their peculiarities. But all the information could only be collected by killing a huge number of Earthlings. Due to continued experiments with monsters, the aliens have become impossible to control due to their obsession with killing. The place was then given to the aristocrats, and they used it as a prison for the Rathni. But the experimental device remained, and now it was secretly used as an arena for competitions. The presenter announced through the loudspeaker that the long-awaited event had taken place, and the competition would be held according to simple rules. The host said that the dungeon around the stadium is filled with monsters, and the winner is the one who kills more monsters and gets more crystals. But if something unexpected happens, a fair judge will not judge them for what they did. In the blue corner was a devil from another world, who had not received a single injury in numerous battles, the King of Darkness. The stranger calmed the power of darkness in his left hand, telling it that now a bloody revenge would begin. Lisi couldn't listen to all this nonsense and couldn't bear the fact that they put this shameful costume on her. Then Lisi offered the stranger a small crystal, which, according to her, adds strength. But the stranger refused this, replying that Lesya's dazzling smile was enough for him. Before the competition, Raud recalled how he said goodbye to his name after he was mistaken for a foreigner and thrown into prison. In the red corner was a fearless savage, the strongest fighter of the army, the Valterian warrior Phalad. Eric peered into the distance and could not understand who was in front of him, a stranger who knew his real name. Then Eric assumed that his rival was someone from the Great Land, and if he knew about him, then he knew about Addis and Ether. Eric's plan was simple: kill his rival as quickly as possible and get out of prison. But suddenly Chanrushin turned to Eric and said that it was not necessary to fight, since they could try to talk. Eric looked at Chanrushin and remembered that this boy knew nothing about the Great Land. By that time, there were monsters on all sides and there was nowhere to run. Eric suggested to Chanrushin that they talk about everything later, and now prepare for battle." The host shouted that they were starting the competition, and the prisoners who filled the stands began to shout loudly. High muscular abs, powerful back. The pectoral muscles twitch every time he swings the sword. All these muscles seem to be painted. So said Baronessa, watching Eric, the Viscountess, standing nearby, decided that the Valterian warrior was to her friend's liking. But Baronessa replied that if he won the competition, he would work for her as a worker. The Viscountess reminded him that her husband might become jealous and laughed. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation, saying that the Valterian warrior would not be able to work in the mansion because he did not use magical items. Looking at the man, the girls recognized Lord Felix Prelsis from the Prelsis trading order, who was not a very well-known merchant. Lord Felix suggested that the ladies take a group photo using their order's new product, the image recorder. Baronessa decided that Lord Felix had a high level if he used a magic item, but it turned out that his level was low and Felix had nothing to be proud of. Holding the image recorder up to his eye, Lord Felix explained that he first needed to check if the item was working properly. Adjusting the lens, Lord Felix was able to get a closer look at the alien, but he could not tell if he was a real alien. Suddenly, behind Lord Felix, chuckling sounds were heard. Turning around, Baronessa and Felix noticed Count Elhauer. Elhauer immediately turned to Felix and said that for such a commoner the ticket was very expensive. Lord Felix greeted Elhauer and was very pleased that he was concerned about his finances. Then Felix admitted that the ticket was sold to him by Marquise at a good price. Elhauer did not like this, because his competitions cannot be profitable. Elhauer walked up to Felix abruptly and offered him a bet if he had any money left in his pocket. Without thinking, Elhauer bet on the stranger, assuming that Felix would bet on the Valterian. Felix was surprised that Elhauer was betting so much on a stranger. At the same moment, Baronessa said that monsters were still crawling from all sides. The host continued to comment that the Valterian had amazing strength and was cutting down monsters with just a knife. Eric noticed that these monsters, taken individually, were nothing special, but their numbers did not decrease. While Eric was chopping down the monsters around him, there was already a wall of monsters in front of him. The presenter noticed that all the monsters in the dungeon were trying to pet only the Valterian warrior. When the monsters completely surrounded Eric, he decided to cut across. After such a blow, the host shouted that the monsters simply flew away from the warrior and the whole hall was shocked. But suddenly, Eric heard strange sounds. Looking around, he noticed a bunch of monsters attacking Chanrushin. Lisi, who was preparing for battle, did not understand why the monsters were passing by her, knowing that these insects had low intelligence. Lisi suddenly noticed the strange abilities of the stranger, which she had never even heard of before, and she became interested in who he really was. In the past, Raud was transformed into a monster by the dungeon boss Tentacle Beholder, and the transformation is usually unstoppable. But in Raud's case, due to starvation and dehydration, the monster's cells stopped reproducing, and only Raud's left hand acquired the skill of mind control, and now he could interact with monsters and control if they were of a lower level. Raud did not remember what happened to him in the dungeon, but because of this skill, everyone took him for a stranger. After this, Raud was locked in a dungeon and forced to fight with other prisoners. Looking at his opponent, Raud knew that Eric was level 5 at the time, but after so much time he should have raised it enough. Raud watched as his opponent tore everyone to shreds with the monster, and then the thought crept into his head. What if he was mistaken? Eric, clearing his way, finally reached Changrushin, who was trying to defend himself from the monsters. It turned out that Chanrushin was simply blown away by Eric's strong attack. When Chanrushin recovered, he noticed that the monsters were only hunting Felad. But Eric understood that not only monsters were hunting him, but also a rival who, if he only killed him, would be the end of it all. The artifact is the source of energy for the dungeon, and a powerful tool that can be obtained by clearing it. It is a symbol of honor for hunters, but without knowledge, at a low level, it is nothing more than a common decoration. That's why hunters go to the examination to find out the power and price of their artifacts. Addis also brought his artifact and learned that it was suitable for his level, could be used 10 times a day, and the total number of uses was unlimited. Maiden said that the artifact's ability to store clothes, and therefore it can be sold for about 5,000 X. Hearing such a sum, Ether happily hugged Maiden, but Addis was embarrassed that they got an estimate for free every time. But Maiden understood that the guys were collecting money for Eric, who had gone to prison. For this, Addis even sold his books, but he kept the useful spells in his personal item. Maiden assessed Addis's magical item and said that it would be worth tens of times more than any artifact. When returning the artifact, Maiden advised Addis to leave it, as clothes could be put in it at any time. Addis thought about it, because every time he transformed into a dragon, his clothes went into the trash. Ether agreed with this. After these words, Maiden fully supported them, and Ether and Addis were surprised. Then they pounced on Maiden with questions about how she knew who they really were. Maiden recalled that when she possessed Eric, she saw his memories. Addis wondered if Maiden had seen his memories, which meant she knew who he really was. Clenching her fist, Maiden didn't want to pretend she didn't know anything. She was just thinking about how to tell everything. But Addis reassured Maiden, telling her that as a descendant of dragons he could vouch for Eric. Maiden also thinks that Eric is a good person, but Addis and Ether have no idea what's inside Eric. Then Maiden revealed that Eric had been in hell for 22 years. Addis was surprised along with Ether that before Eric came to Ratna, he was in a terrible place. Afterwards, Maiden added that Eric seems normal on the outside, but he is actually dangerous. Meanwhile, Eric had already cleared a path for himself, getting closer and closer to his opponent. Raud was a little puzzled, as he didn't expect his monsters to be so weak. Lisi was also shocked, because among the monsters there were also boss-class monsters, and then she wondered if the Valterian was really level 5. Eric came closer and closer, saying that there was not a single monster left. Elhauer was furious, and did not understand what this stranger was doing, why he did not summon stronger monsters. Felix noted that such a number of monsters could easily destroy an entire city. The greatness of the Valterian warrior and the fear of him crushes the entire arena. Eric, looking at his opponent, guessed that he had probably come up with something else. Raud decided that there would be no mercy for Eric and used mind control at full scale. At that very second, a huge tentacle appeared from under the ground and knocked down Raud and Lesia. Raud was pleased with his result, but Lacey was horrified. The boss of the dungeon was the level 80 Queen Antonina from the deepest part of the gorge of Crater City. When Queen Antonina saw that all her children were dead, she was ready for revenge. Looking around, she smelled a man, and realized that it was he who killed all her descendants. Eric looked at his sword, which had split, as if nothing had happened, and he was not embarrassed by the fact that he could be killed. Queen Antonina immediately attacked Eric with all her might, and the prisoners began to leave the stands in panic. Felix didn't understand why the prisoners weren't being evacuated, but Elhauer was busy watching the fight. Elhauer waited for the boss to start tearing the Valterian apart, because he was sure that the 20 warriors guarding the perimeter would be able to stop the monster. But Felix decided not to wait for this moment and grabbed Elhauer. Felix shouted menacingly at Elhauer that at the moment they needed to run away not from the boss, but from the Valterian warrior. Eric climbed on top of Queen Antonina and began to tear her apart alive. After tearing off one of the boss's tentacles, Eric decided to use it instead of his sword. Then Eric used his famous boss tentacle vertical slash. And after that, Queen Antonina was destroyed. Long ago, foreigners were feared because they had a desire to kill. And the reason for such desires was the manual that all foreigners have, in which the quest and reward system were hidden. The reward for killing a warrior was a substance that, when it entered the brain, brought immeasurable pleasure and awakened suspicion in it. This feeling was highly addictive, like the greatest drug that has an immediate effect. Maiden told the boys that if a stranger killed a warrior even once, he would no longer be able to escape this impulsive feeling. Ether assured Maiden that Eric had never done anything like that, and Addis completely agreed with her. But Maiden emphasized the fact that Eric had simply never killed a warrior before everyone he had killed was a foreigner. Killing foreigners brings no pleasure, but how long luck would be on Eric's side no one knew. After all, the monsters that had chased him before in his complete solitude, Eric had to kill them, or they would kill him. And what is normal for Eric is not normal, and he came to Ratna physically, but in fact Eric is still on that mountain. Also, if Erica is being pursued by an enemy, suppressed instincts can manifest at any moment. Ether was becoming more and more surprised with each passing minute, and Maiden asked Addis if he had ever felt a desire to kill from Eric. Addis remembered their first meeting, but at that moment the whole situation immediately became clear, and then they fought together against the Lich. After Queen Antonina was destroyed, all the aristocrats who were watching the competition fell from the shockwave. The ladies were pounding on the doors and asking for them to open them quickly, and Felix wondered if the Valterian warrior was in control of his powers. But after the vertical cut, the boss's tentacles split the wall under the tribune of the observing aristocrats. Maiden continued to tell secrets, and Ether asked to stop this conversation. But Maiden seemed not to hear Ether, and assumed that Eric might have had a reason for the murder. She could also assume that Eric's identity had been revealed, and also the lives of his friends, who appeared to him for the first time in 22 years, were under threat. And as soon as Eric kills a warrior, he will immediately become addicted to killing. Eric wanted to kill his rival, but suddenly Chanrushan jumped out to his defense, and the worst thing happened. Chanrushan reminded Eric that people should resolve issues with words. After these words, Chanrushan fell unconscious in Eric's chest. 2 weeks passed. Brad obtained a huge crystal for Ether and Addis. Seeing the size of the crystal, Addis and Ether understood that it would cost no less than 500 X's. For Brad, it was a debt to the Valterian warrior who had previously helped them and given him such an artifact. Brad looked at Ether, became a little embarrassed, and said that it was all for her sake. Ether's joy knew no bounds. She thanked Brad for such help. When Brad decided to tell Ether one more important thing, someone suddenly called out to her from above. Looking up, Ether noticed the Healing Sisters, who were giving them some signs. The Healing Sisters tried to shout to Ether and Addis to tell them that something bad had happened. Ether, without delay, using magic, went to the sisters for information. While Ether went to get information, Addis looked at the huge crystal and was glad that the collection of money was happening much faster. But Maiden's words still haunted Addis, and he understood that if Eric were next to them, it would be much easier for him to avoid problems. When the healer sisters told her what had happened, Ether could not contain her emotions and reacted very loudly to the information. Addis, along with Brad and his friend, heard the echoes and immediately turned their gaze to Ether. And then only one thought flashed through Addis's head: something had happened to Eric. A couple of days later, Felix delivered information about the aliens from the crater prison, as Hyun Nim requested. Felix confessed to Hyun Nim that he almost died because of him, and he couldn't even offer him a cup of tea. Hyun Nim asked Felix to shut up. But Felix asked why he should do the dirty work, when everything could be done much faster with the Dark Brotherhood. Hyun Nim took out a photo of Raud and informed Felix that this guy was not a foreigner since he personally checked him. Then Hyun Nim realized that El Hauer had deliberately presented this guy as a foreigner and got rid of all his notes. Hyun Nim was depressed by the whole situation, because it turned out that there was no real alien in the prison crater either. But while looking through more photos, Hyun Nim came across Eric, and Felix said that the enemy was a Valtarian warrior. Looking at the photo better, Felix added that according to rumors, this guy killed the enemy leader when the Order of Light attacked the dragon's nest. Felix told how the Valtarian killed boss monsters with one swing of his sword. Hyun Nim interrupted Felix and asked if he remembered how about a year ago Hyun Nim borrowed some money from him for an urgent matter. Felix couldn't forget about the debt, because then Hyun Nim arrested the wrong guy and had to pay compensation. Felix decided that now the debt would return. Hyun Nim put on a mask and told Felix that he needed to catch a level 5 person. Have you ever heard of withdrawal symptoms? In real life, it looks very serious. A few years ago, Zenobia and Queen Holian observed this syndrome, and people were out of their minds back then. Queen Holian confessed to Zenobia that after she became queen, she learned even more about this syndrome. Then Zenobia, looking at everyone, remembered one girl, whose name was Lisi. She was the quietest of all those present. Then there were cases when aliens harmed themselves because of this syndrome, mostly suicide. At that time, Queen Holian's subordinate died, and she invited this quiet girl to go with her. Lisi hated those 4 heroes who locked her in such a place. Looking at those who stood in front of her, Lisi wanted to tear them apart, but for some reason she couldn't resist Queen Holian's offer. Lisi understood that for them, someone like her was just a toy that they could kill at any moment. The most important condition for Lesia's release from the cell was restraint, and she was able to suppress the urge to kill. Then they took the dirty work of the 4 heroes upon themselves and became a false great land. The restraint was created by their own fear of them, and Lesia had enough fear to swear allegiance. But looking at everything that was happening in the arena, Lisi again felt the same fear as then. Lisi saw real power, and realized that in this case, the level was meaningless. Eric walked up to Lesia and freed her by breaking the shackles on her wrists. Grabbing Lesia by the shoulders, Eric loudly asked if she was a spiritualist. Eric fell on his knees and begged Lesia to save Chanrushin. Without thinking, Lacey ordered Raud to give her bandages to Eric so that he could stop the bleeding. Elhauer, looking at all this, was shocked that these scum had ruined his competition and ordered their immediate execution. At that very moment, an army of soldiers, ready to carry out the order, approached the gate. Eric couldn't believe that despite the fact that a man was dying, the soldiers were ready to carry out such an order. Looking at Chanrushin, Eric asked him to wake up as the situation was getting worse. Lisi explained that they hadn't even finished providing first aid, and if they stopped, the boy would bleed to death. For the soldiers, the Valtarian was simply a monster, and they were already preparing the ballista for battle. When the chief commander called out fire, a huge arrow was already flying towards Eric, but Raud stopped her in her tracks, grabbing her with his magical hand. Turning sharply, he redirected the arrow towards the ballista and broke it. Looking back, Raud shouted at Eric and Lesia to speed up, as Raud couldn't let the guy who saved his life die. Raud noticed a hole behind Eric and ordered them to jump into it, and only after Raud was unmasked did Eric recognize his opponent. Taking Chanrushin in their arms, Eric and Lacey ran to the pit, and Raud ordered Eric not to die until he killed him himself. Raud was confident that he was the secret weapon of the nobility, so the warriors would not kill him. But in this he was very much mistaken, and looking up, Raud saw a huge number of arrows flying at him. Changrushin's bleeding had been stopped, and Lisi could only slightly increase his natural healing rate. Eric asked Lesia about the severed hand, but Lesia was surprised by the fact that Chanrushin's body did not split in half from such a blow from Eric, and she could not stick her hand back. Eric stood up and walked towards Lesia, who, out of fear, began to make excuses and say that with her level she really couldn't do anything. But Eric simply thanked Lesia and asked her to rest, and he himself went off somewhere. Eric explained to Lesia that when Chanrushin woke up they had to escape and close the dungeon, and now he would look for the dead boss's room. Having ordered Lesia to wait, Eric went to explore the surroundings. Moving away from Lesia, Eric began to punch the wall with all his might, and tell himself how he could do such a thing. Having waited for the right moment, Lisi decided to run despite the fact that she was unable to convey the blessing. But Lesya didn't care because if the Valtarian changed his mind, he would simply kill her. Having run just a little bit, Lisi came across the Egg Sour, a level 70 monster. While the prison is in total chaos, flyers about Falad's search are already hanging all over the city. Addis and Ether, seeing this, began to believe a little and understand why Eric ran away. Then Addis immediately collected all the crystals, money, and told Ether that they needed to leave the village with Eric. Addis received information that Eric had fled to a dungeon that was connected to the outside world, and if they hurried, they would be able to find him. Ether reminded Addis that the dungeon was a very confusing place, and that the two of them would spend a very long time searching. Suddenly Brad appeared with his partner and offered their help in finding Eric. Addis and Afir were immediately delighted with this offer and thanked the guys for their help. At that very second, they agreed to meet at the 24th lift, after Ether had exchanged the crystals and Addis had bought the dungeon maps. Having agreed, no one wasted a minute. Addis understood that if they hesitated, external organizations would take care of this, and Eric would not be able to avoid murder. Having run to the right place and opened the door, Addis did not expect to meet the Inquisitor. And the Inquisitor himself also did not expect to meet Sir Addis. When the monster approached Lesya, the wounded Chanrushan came running to her aid. Pushing Lesya to the side, Chanrushan shouted at her to run since the monster had a high level. The monster was unhappy that his prey was taken away, and so he decided to feast on Chanrushan. But Lisi did not run. She stayed to protect the wounded Chanrushan and used her magic. Lisi created a magic stone with which she shut the monster's mouth. Eric also appeared in response to the strange sounds and continued to deal with the monster. Without a sword on him, Eric used his spear skill and pierced Lesya's magic stone with his hand. From such a powerful blow, the stone split and the monster flew into tiny fragments. Eric turned to Chanrushan and Lesya with the words that they should return to prison and ask for forgiveness, accusing the Valtaran of threatening death. Looking over his shoulder at Chanrushan, Eric asked them to hurry up. But Chanrushan found this funny and replied that they would not leave just like that. In anger, Eric grabbed Chanrushan and said that it was enough that because of him he lost his arm. For Chanrushan, a hand was a small price to pay compared to when there was a danger that someone might find out that Chanrushan was a foreigner. Hearing this, Lacey was shocked. Then Chanrushan told Lacey that thanks to Falad, he found out what the foreigners had done in the battle. Eric didn't understand why Chanrushan wanted to reveal his identity so much. Did he really want to die? Chanrushan explained everything. He wants to prove that not all of them are villains, and that someday the warriors and earthlings will be able to live in peace. Looking at his hand, Chanrushan was ready to fight the earthlings who do evil. But for this he needs a partner. Bowing before Falad, Chanrushan asked him to become his partner and help him. Lisi looked at all this as an illusion, and the words that foreigners could live peacefully made her feel uneasy. Clutching Ompala's blessing in her hand, Lisi decided that Chanrushan had gone crazy. Then Eric asked Chanrushan if he could kill the earthling, since in words everything was easy. Chanrushan bowed his head and replied that murder was unacceptable. But he was ready to kill someone who had already ceased to resemble a human being. Smiling, Chanrushan repeated his words about first solving problems with words. Agreeing, Eric extended his hand to Chanrushan. Listening to all this, Lacey understood that they were committing suicide. Eric asked Chanrushan what his plan was, and he suggested that they first arrange an escape at night. Returning to his place, Chanrushan lay down to rest, and Lisi healed Eric's wound. Lisi made Eric happy by saying that he still had an aura that protected his body. Looking at Eric, Lisi explained that unused aura strengthens the body, and healers mainly specialize in defense. Eric thought about it, because it turned out that it was precisely because of the unused aura that his abilities had increased. But Lisi interrupted Erica, as she was concerned with a completely different question. Eric immediately realized that if they found out that Lisi had healed the stranger, then nothing good could happen. Looking at Lesya, Eric apologized for dragging her into this and said that she could blame him for everything. Lacey lay down, turned away, and muttered that it was the Valtarian who had caught her and forced her to heal. Deciding to rest before escaping, Lisi took out the blessing and looked at it piercingly. In his office, Elhauer was furious that there was still no news about the refugees. But the servant explained to the master that the hunters would do nothing until the reward was at least equal to the national budget. Elhauer understood that if the Valtarian came out, he would immediately tell that the foreigner in prison was not real, and this would reach the order. One of the soldiers entered Elhauer's office, reporting that someone wanted an audience with the master. Elhauer ordered the soldier to tell the man to get lost, and if he didn't understand, to put him in a cell. But suddenly, the office door flew out like a bullet, knocking the soldier and the servant off their feet. The Inquisitor entered the office with Addis and Ether, who asked for assistance in their investigation. The Inquisitor apologized for the fact that they had come without a warrant due to haste, but it didn't matter to him. Having met Addis a couple of hours earlier, the Inquisitor said that it didn't matter whose side they were on. since it had nothing to do with him. The most important thing for the Inquisitor was Eric's relationship with the foreigner. Adis demanded from the Inquisitor any proof that Eric was dealing with a foreigner. The Inquisitor wanted to obtain evidence from Eric personally. Deciding that they all had the same goal, the Inquisitor suggested that they go together. When Elhauer saw the Inquisitor, he immediately thought that he knew about the false foreigner. The Inquisitor immediately asked Elhauer where the escaped prisoners had gone. Without any answer or hesitation, Elhauer jumped out of his office window and descended down the rope. Elhauer wanted to find the fake alien as quickly as possible, otherwise he would disappear. All along this descent near Elhauer there was Ether, who asked the judge about the fake alien. Elhauer fell in fear, but quickly got up and started running. Along the way, Elhauer shouted at his soldiers to close the entrances and exits as they were being captured. Continuing to run and look back, Elhauer did not understand why the hunters came to him with the Inquisitor. Unexpectedly for him, Adis appeared through the tunnel, asking where Eric was now. Without a second thought, Elhauer quickly jumped off the bridge into a passing carriage. As he left, Elhauer ordered that the hunters be stopped at any cost. Adis and Ether were determined and asked the soldiers to leave and not interfere with them. But they preferred to carry out Elhauer's orders, and ended up getting a good shock from Ether. Having stopped the soldiers, Adis looked around and noticed that the Inquisitor had disappeared. Then Adis suggested that Ether follow Elhauer, and they also jumped into the cart. By this time, reinforcements arrived, and the soldiers began to attack Adis and Ether while they were in the cart. For Adis, the most important thing now was to find Eric faster than the Inquisitor, and prevent him from committing murder. As it turned out, the Inquisitor had not disappeared anywhere. He was calmly thinking about the fact that it takes time to go down into the dungeon. Following Elhauer's trail, the Inquisitor recalled the entire chain of events. There was immediately a small town where the Inquisitor arrived in the footsteps of the Lich from the Great Land, the city of Onfros. However, soon all traces of the Lich disappeared, most likely because he simply died. Then Alejandro's dragon nest was destroyed, but the Demon King's blessings obtained through the goddess's oracles are still in the dragon nest. This could mean that there is a high probability that Alejandro invented the Umpala's blessing, and the person involved in all this had a level much higher than the 5th. And this man's companions are not ordinary people at all. There is something special about them. The Inquisitor floated smoothly along the abyss in his thoughts, and the soldiers were already preparing the ballistas. More than 100 arrows flew at the Inquisitor, but for him, it was nothing. To protect himself from the attack, the Inquisitor created a protective ball that arrows could not penetrate. The Inquisitor decided that there was no need for forgiveness or mercy, and with one wave of his hand, destroyed all the ballistas. Adis and Ether finally arrived where Elhauer had brought them. This place turned out to be an arena located in the dungeon. Looking around, Ether assumed that huge monsters were fighting in the arena. Suddenly, Elhauer's voice was heard from the upper platform, shouting that these pathetic hunters had brought the Inquisitor to kill him. Coming closer to the windows, Elhauer showed the stranger and asked Adis and Ether if it was him they were looking for. Looking up, Adis recognized Raud, but he didn't understand what he was doing there. Elhauer shouted at Adis and Ether to shut up, since he was the god and king here. And to prove that everything would be done exactly as Elhauer decided, he gave a huge discharge to Raud. Elhauer hoped that the strongest monster in this dungeon would deal with Adis and Ether. Elhauer continued to shout that the monster that the Valtarian had defeated was merely Queen Antonina. Adis knew that in the Western Gorge there was King Antonino, who was much stronger than her. It was a huge monster, several times larger than the Queen, who was nicknamed the King of Crete. Adis and Ether couldn't believe their eyes. They understood that without Eric it would be difficult for them. To all these sounds, the Inquisitor appeared, who was ready to destroy this boss. The Inquisitor crushed the boss monster with one blow. After all, he is the hero of the next generation, chosen by the goddess, blessed by her. At that moment, Adis suddenly realized that no matter how much he risked his life, it would be pointless. Once the issue with the monster was resolved, the entrance door to the arena swung open. A wounded soldier entered and reported that there was a fugitive in the boss's room in the Eastern Gorge. In the dungeon, prisoners fought, whom the judge had promised release for capturing the fugitives. The judge also warned everyone that there would be no monsters in the dungeon, since the Valtarian had killed everyone. But this turned out not to be the case. The prisoners decided to take the Valtarian's sword for battle and protection. But while fighting with this sword, the prisoner realized that it was not sharp, but simply heavy. The monster grabbed another prisoner by the leg and he asked his comrade for help. Realizing that he had a hard time with the sword, the prisoner remembered the artifact and decided to try it out. But he didn't know how to use the artifact and simply shouted random phrases that were of no use. At some point, the monsters began to be blown away, as if a strong hurricane had arisen. As it turned out, it was Eric who was wandering through the tunnels of the dungeon. Having found his sword, Eric was delighted and asked the prisoners if the judge had sent them. Behind Eric appeared Changrushin and a huge crowd of prisoners. Changrushin ordered a crowd of prisoners to attack the monsters. The prisoners were promised freedom if the escapees were found. but Chanrushin quickly won everyone over to his side. In front of everyone, Chanrushin announced that tomorrow they would clear the dungeon and be able to get out. Chanrushin suggested not to run away, but to tell the townspeople everything as it is, and to submit the charges to the prison warden. Eric, watching Chanrushin, realized that the best way out was to resolve everything peacefully. But one of the prisoners stood up and said that Chanrushin was not all there, and had gone crazy by deciding to sue his boss. Then the prisoner suggested breaking up the guard, and everyone running away together outside the city. According to the prisoner, the boss just wants them all to start fighting for the truth. Chanrushin interrupted the prisoner, replying that if they stained their hands with blood, then no one would listen to them at all, and they would not have a peaceful life. Then all the other prisoners began to defend Chanrushin. While the prisoner was listening to the claims against him, Eric quietly cut off his blade. It was only after Chanrushin asked everyone to calm down that the prisoner noticed his broken blade. Chanrushin also reminded that they had a Valterian warrior with them, and no one would dare to lay a finger on them. After these words, all the prisoners began to shout Chanrushin's name, and he was pleasantly embarrassed. Eric couldn't stop admiring Chanrushin, who was delivering his speech so smoothly. But then Eric's gaze fell on Lesya, and he asked why she hadn't been looking so good lately. Turning around and looking at Eric with a displeased face, Lizzie replied that girls sometimes had that kind of thing. Lizzie told Eric that all the noise gave her a headache, and she was going to go rest and asked not to disturb her. When the debate ended and everyone went to bed, Eric noticed Chanrushin, who asked Eric why he wasn't sleeping. Eric admitted that he was haunted by the thought that tomorrow he would hear his friends grumbling outside. Chanrushin noticed that all of Felad's team were noble beauties. Eric laughed and said that one of them was a man. Chanrushin was surprised by this news, but admitted to Eric that he had always been a loner on Earth. Then Chanrushin said that he was deaf and looked at books more often than at people. The heroes from the books told Chanrushin things that no one else had ever told him, but because of this, he died once. After listening to Chanrushin's story, Eric realized that he had died and ended up in this world. According to Chanrushin, he wanted to commit suicide at first, but then he reached the 5th level and met people who died and were reborn. Chanrushin saw those people for the first time. They were from different countries, but those cruel conditions made them friends. At that moment, Chanrushin was happy and even briefly lost track of time. But when they all reached the 20th level, Chanrushin ended up in Ratna and was left alone again. Chanrushin hoped to become a famous warrior so that his name would become known and he could find his comrades. According to Chanrushin, he wanted and dreamed that the Ratnian Earthlings would live peacefully. Listening to all this, Eric expressed his point of view. Eric said that money, fame, peace of mind are all a dream and every person has the right to it. But the most important thing Eric emphasized is that you are looking for your own benefit, or you are trying for the sake of other people. Looking at the huge number of nests in which people slept, Eric noticed that they all owed at least their lives to Chanrushin's egoism. Having said this, Eric wondered if he had sounded too frank, but after thinking some more, Eric remembered that he was already over 40 and could well talk about such things. Suddenly, Chanrushin turned to Eric and bowed, adding that he was now his idol in life. Chanrushin continued to say that he would bow at Eric's feet all his life and write a book about him so that all descendants would know about such a hero. While Chanrushin and Eric were having heart-to-heart talks, Lacey tried to get as far away as possible. But when Lizzie fell to the ground, she realized that there were no reports from Zenobia. When Leslie found the knife, she knew that sooner or later she might die. Suddenly, the same violent prisoner who had been looking for her all this time appeared behind her. Coming closer and putting his hand on Lesia's shoulder, he asked her not to be afraid of her. The prisoner leaned over and said that he had arranged a meeting with the military, who offered him a good reward for it. After these words, Lesia seemed to have changed, and she plunged the knife straight into the prisoner's stomach. Then the sacrifice for the great cause was completed. Lisi destroyed the warrior and received experience points. When the military came to meet the prisoner, they found the fugitive sitting on the corpse. And Lesia, looking up, whispered for everyone to die. Bad things start where they are hard to notice. When Eric and Chanrushin went to look for Lesia, the fugitive and the guard were already dead. But the problem was that the guard was killed by a prisoner. The guys decided that Lisi tried to commit suicide but was still alive. Eric looked at the armed guard and realized that only Lisi could have killed him. But Eric was more worried that the guard was alone. Looking a little into the distance, Eric noticed another spear, and this was already a big problem. Chanrushin sat over Lesia and tried to bring her to her senses. Standing up, Eric ordered Chanrushin to wake up all the prisoners and go to the boss's room, and Lacey could temporarily heal herself. Approaching the abandoned spear and examining the place, Eric informed Chanrushin that one of the guards was still alive. Chanrushin asked Falad what he planned to do in this situation. Eric used the tracking skill and realized that the guard had gone in the opposite direction, and so Eric would block their path. Looking at Chanrushin, Eric indicated the meeting place. It was the eastern part of the dungeon. Chanrushin didn't even have time to answer before Eric set off. Eric was worried and had a bad feeling the whole way. Moving so fast, Eric felt like he was being pierced through and through. Eric stopped and looked at his chest and couldn't understand what had just happened. When the dust settled, Eric noticed the Inquisitor, who thanked Eric for not having to search for so long. Looking at the Inquisitor with an intent gaze, Eric understood that this meeting was not accidental. The Inquisitor agreed with Eric, telling him that he had come on business. Meanwhile, Chanrushan, having raised everyone and carrying Lacey on himself, ran to the designated place, but the prisoners were worried about where the Valtarian was. Chanrushan confidently replied that he would distract the guards so that they could escape unnoticed, and then they would all meet outside. So the prisoners liked the plan, and they imagined how unlucky the guards would be when they met the Valtarian. The whole way, Chanrushan thought that Lesia probably had her own reason for such an act. Seeing the door, Chanrushan realized that he could not hesitate for the sake of those who believed in him. But this world is not so welcoming to allow the heroes to stay alive. Running into the room of the boss, Chanrushan and the prisoners, a surprise awaited them in the form of guards and ballistas. After meeting with his comrades and the Valtarian warrior, Chanrushan thought that everything would be fine now. But alas, Chanrushan shouted at the top of his voice for everyone to take cover. But unfortunately it was too late. Chanrushan realized that it was all his fault. Some helpless crowd tried to administer justice, and that's how the story ended. As in standard books, a moderately intriguing and cheap plot with a predictable ending. But suddenly Lesia's voice said that there was an afterword left, and she handed over the book. Lacey told Chanrushan that the ending he wanted would not happen. He would not become a hero, and he would have to give up the truth and his dreams. After the shelling, Lesia healed herself and came to her senses. In front of her lay the dead Chanrushan. Having quietly taken out the blessing and placed it in Chanrushan's mouth, Lacey realized that Chanrushan would blame and curse her until her death. The guards turned over all the prisoners in search of the Valtarian. One of the guards discovered a survivor with an artifact hanging around his neck. The prisoner begged for mercy, but the guard explained that they had orders to make it look like they all died in the dungeon. But the guard suggested that the prisoner tell where the Valtarian was hiding, and then they would secretly spare him. The prisoner looked past the guard and continued to talk about salvation. The guard did not understand why he was still asking to save him. When the guard turned around, he noticed something strange, mutating. After the blessing entered Chanrushan's body, it began to mutate. Eric told the Inquisitor that the judge was increasing sentences without reason and killing prisoners. But the Inquisitor was more concerned about the fact that the judge was passing off a warrior as a foreigner. Then the Inquisitor compared the priest to a shepherd leading the sheep on behalf of the 6 goddesses. And the Inquisitor's task is to find the wolf in sheep's clothing. Exhaling, Eric realized that he didn't have to pretend to be a Valtarian, since the Inquisitor saw his level and knew that he was not a foreigner. On that note, Eric turned and began to leave, informing the Inquisitor that he had much to do. The Inquisitor replied after Eric that he would then have to ask Addis and Ether about Umpalus's blessing. At that very second, Eric's sword was pointed at the Inquisitor's throat, and his thoughts were, "Okay, Addis, but how does the Inquisitor know Ether and seek a blessing?" With a serious look and ready to destroy the Inquisitor, Eric asked what he had done with Addis and Ether. The Inquisitor calmly replied that so far he had not done anything to them. For the Inquisitor, it was more important now to learn everything about Eric. But the Inquisitor knew that Eric would not tell him the truth, so there was no point in continuing the conversation. At that very moment, a fight began between Eric and the Inquisitor. Eric did not give in to the Inquisitor, and fought with all his might. The Inquisitor noticed Eric's powerful destructive power. As Eric defended himself from the Inquisitor's attack, something unexpected happened. From the force of the swing, Eric's sword got stuck in the wall. For the Inquisitor, this was a good opportunity to strike, as he knew that the foreigners relied only on their sense of direction in battle. But looking at Eric's attacks, the Inquisitor realized that this did not look like a technique acquired through training. Then the Inquisitor warned Eric not to even think about fighting half-heartedly. Eric listened to the Inquisitor without thinking, and struck him in the stomach with all his might with his knee. Flying back from the blow, the Inquisitor noticed that this did not look like a skill at all. Eric gathered his strength and took out a huge block of stone along with his sword, and he struck the Inquisitor with all his might. With the help of magic, the Inquisitor defended himself and crushed the stone into small pieces. The Inquisitor admitted the fact that Eric was not a foreigner, but asked to explain where a guy with the 5th level got so much power from. Eric smiled and said that he just beat the dog a little, and after that everything became like that. The Inquisitor, after listening to Eric, replied that he was out of his mind and was preparing to attack. But Eric asked the Inquisitor how he could mistake a level 5 person for a foreigner. Faced with blows, the Inquisitor replied that there was nothing strange if the stranger was level 5. The Inquisitor explained that in the world created by the 6 goddesses, the stranger is not an ordinary being. When Eric noticed that the Inquisitor was healing his broken arm with magic, he realized that he too was unusual. As he began his new attack, Eric wondered why there couldn't be good foreigners. At that moment, Eric no longer understood who was the villain and who was not. The Inquisitor reminded that the sheep in the flock tremble simply because they know about the existence of the wolf. And after this phrase, like a true predator, the Inquisitor struck. Having received such a heavy blow, Eric decided that the Inquisitor belonged to those who specialized in single combat. Having captured the Inquisitor, Eric realized that he did not benefit from a long, one-on-one battle. All Eric could do was use all his strength and push. But the Inquisitor was a spiritualist of level 120 plus alpha, which means the blessing of the goddess. Using all his power, the Inquisitor carried Eric several kilometers away. Trying to stop, Eric did not understand what level the Inquisitor had and what plus alpha was. When Eric came to, he noticed that something was wrong with his hand. The Inquisitor immediately appeared, explaining to Eric that his sword could not penetrate his block. Although Eric was stronger than the Inquisitor's prana was much stronger than Eric's aura. And as a result of this, the entire force of Eric's sword strike was transferred into his own hand. Eric thought it was mean, but for an Inquisitor it was called trying your best. The Inquisitor compared himself to a predator who assesses the weak points of his victim and confidently pounces on him. While using another magical attack, the Inquisitor was surprised that Eric could not use aura to attack. And delivering his powerful blow, the Inquisitor admitted that Eric also smelled like a predator. At that moment, Eric was flying through many walls like a high-speed plane. And when the speed had already decreased, Eric got stuck in one of the walls. Following Eric, an Inquisitor arrived and began to restrain Eric with the help of magic. Assessing the situation, the Inquisitor noted that it did not look like Eric was using Umpalas' skills or blessing. Having finished and leaving, the Inquisitor realized that there were no signs of a foreigner in Eric, so only Chanrushan remained in his sights. But suddenly, the Inquisitor's magic was destroyed and a bright red light appeared from behind it. Eric's furious eyes shone so brightly. Looking back, the Inquisitor finally saw Eric's true face. The Inquisitor used the technique of reflecting an attack by blocking. Then the Inquisitor reminded once again that Eric's aura was of little use in comparison to the power of his prana. But Eric didn't hear any of this. He was extremely angry. In anger, Eric broke through the Inquisitor's block. Noticing this, the Inquisitor knew that by such actions Eric would harm himself. But when the blockage was completely destroyed, the Inquisitor thought about the fact that Eric simply no longer felt pain. Eric swung his sword in a way that could hardly be called a sword technique. Having hit Eric in the face, the Inquisitor told him that if you fight monsters for a long time, you yourself become like them. In fact, after these words, Eric bit the Inquisitor's hand, and he became curious about who Eric was fighting with. Because of the fight between Eric and the Inquisitor, terrible sounds were heard in the dungeon. Addis and Ether decided that Eric had met with the Inquisitor after all. Then Addis and Ether wanted to quickly get to the boss room, where the fight was clearly taking place. Ether suddenly stopped and excitedly asked Addis if Eric would lose this battle. Addis replied that it didn't matter whether Eric lost or not. What was important was that if he fought against the Inquisitor, it meant against the entire order as a whole. But even if it will be difficult for Eric to cope with someone like this Inquisitor, there were two options left. Either Eric would kill the Inquisitor or die himself. Ether had another worrying question. If Eric wins the battle, then he will become addicted to killing. But Addis could not allow this. As in any book, the warrior was described beautifully and militantly. So here, the warrior got back on his feet. The skeletons stared at him with their black, empty eye sockets. These merciless monsters. Monsters that killed people without hesitation. On his way, the warrior destroyed monsters with one blow. The only thoughts in his head were about monsters for whom there was no reason to sympathize. The skeletons told the warrior in a human voice to die and attacked the warrior. But have you ever heard monsters that speak with a human voice? Or skeletons that make terrible cries of pain when they die? A warrior always stands on the side of justice, and if he heard cries and groans, his heart would tremble. But at almost every end of the story, the warrior dies tragically. Management reported that the user's level is too low to apply Umpalos' blessing. But not in our story. Nothing can stop the chosen warrior, because the main character never loses. By destroying all opponents, the warrior increased his level with each kill. One surviving prisoner could not believe his eyes that all the prisoners and soldiers were dead. Then he saw a huge, fearsome warrior in front of him. The prisoner begged not to kill him, but the warrior tore the artifact from his neck with one sharp movement. Having put the artifact in the form of a ring on his finger, it started working. Bringing his hand with the artifact to the prisoner's wound, the warrior uttered words such as, "Light of healing." The prisoner looked at his hand, on which there was no longer a wound, and was very surprised that he had a healing artifact with him. The warrior took Lesia in his arms and said that everything was safe and there was no need to fight anymore. The warrior's plan was to finish clearing the dungeon. But suddenly, on his way, right at his feet, a fiery explosion occurred. It was Addis who ordered the stranger to step aside and not approach the center, or he would shoot. When the opportunity arose, the prisoner quickly ran towards Addis and Ether. Ether, looking at Chanrushan, asked Addis if this really was the foreigner. Addis agreed with Ether, but wanted to test it with the blessing of Umpalas, which was contained in his staff. Addis had used the blessing before, but over time he had forgotten the skills. When Ether noticed the many corpses, she did not believe that the Great Land was hunting for the city's inhabitants. Addis replied that they could not speak with certainty about the Great Land, since in the past they had experimented on the warriors to create monsters. Looking at the prisoner, Addis asked where the Valtarian was and in response, heard that at some point he had disappeared from sight. Hearing this, Addis realized that they had missed each other, and it was for the best. After all, they were sure that all this chaos was not created by Eric, but all these speeches were interrupted by a prisoner who shouted for them to stop talking, as they needed to get out of here quickly. Looking at Chunrushin, the prisoner said that he dismembered the warriors, who were in armor from head to toe, with one movement, standing confidently behind Addis and Ether. The prisoner guessed that they did not believe him, because they had not seen it themselves. Ether said that if the stranger gets outside, other hunters might suffer, and then he will become stronger. Addis was sure that of all the hunters, only they had experience fighting such monsters. Unexpectedly for everyone, the stranger moved so close to Addis and Ether to pronounce the name Eric. They did not fight back. Addis said that they were also looking for Eric and offered the stranger to help them in their search. Without answering, the stranger simply touched Addis's staff. Addis had anticipated that this might happen, so he had simplified the magic of dividing Ompalas's blessing in advance. But until now, Addis had never tested whether it worked in reality. Before Addis and Ether's eyes, Ompala's blessing began to separate from the stranger. When Ether raised her eyes to the stranger, her gaze froze on Lesya. Ether remembered who it was, and that she was from the Great Land. While Addis, Ether, and the stranger were negotiating, the prisoner grabbed the sword that closes the dungeon. Addis shouted for him to stop and not do it. Ether quickly ran up to the prisoner and wanted to push him away, but she accidentally touched the sword, and Ether only managed to shout the name Addis. A moment later, Ether found herself outside the dungeon. Then Ether realized that she had lost Addis, and now they were in different places. Unexpectedly for Ether, Martin appeared behind her looking for them, since they did not appear at the appointed place. Martin looked at the frightened prisoner and told Ether that there were rumors that a terrible stranger had appeared in the dungeon. Then Martin suggested that Ether gather all the hunters faster, but suddenly a huge explosion was heard in the distance. Everyone was shocked, because the Hunters Guild was located on the site of the explosion. In the city, Brad and other hunters tried to destroy the monster, but an inexperienced mage destroyed the guild faster. Brad ordered all the mages to retreat, as the monster had a hostage, and ordered the warriors not to attack. Looking closely at the monster, Brad noticed that after the Inquisitor appeared, such a monster also appeared. But the warriors disobeyed Brad's order and began to attack the monster. Brad screamed at the top of his lungs for them to stop. For the warriors, it was a good chance to destroy such a large prey as this monster. But sensing the approach of danger, the stranger used his wings for protection and destroyed all the attackers. The stranger asked that no one disturb him. By that time, Ether and Martin had reached the center and seen the whole picture. Ether rushed to Brad, noticing that he was wounded. But for Brad, the main thing was that Ether was safe and okay. Brad apologized to Ether for not being able to stop the monster and Addis being captured. Ether jumped up abruptly and was about to run after the healer to save Brad. But Brad grabbed Ether by the hand and stopped him, saying that Martin had bought the artifact in advance for restoration. After asking Martin about this, he pursed his lips and nodded in response. Brad told Ether that she had to find Addis, because if the hunters tried to destroy the monster, Addis would also be in danger. Ether extended her hand, and Brad extended his in response and wished her luck. Brad watched Ether go and told Martin he couldn't hold her back. Brad believes Ether needs to achieve much more. The stranger was already flying over the edge of the eastern gorge, but suddenly he noticed a dragon flying near him. Ether was not surprised that she was called that, and loudly said that she was a wyvern. The stranger abruptly changed his trajectory and took the gorge as his landmark. Ether told herself that she wouldn't let him escape, especially in the sky. Flying closer to the alien, Ether decided to use fire to attack, but noticing that Addis was on the alien's tail, she redirected her fire to the side. Ether needed to quickly come up with a new plan of attack. The alien received a warning from the leadership that the limit of regeneration of the Ompala's blessing had been reached. Ether came up with a plan and, flying as close as possible, she grabbed the alien's wings with her paws. But the stranger had his own response to this turn of events. Iron spikes began to shoot out of his armor. The Ether had to be moved away from the stranger again, so as not to turn into a wasp's hive. While the stranger and Ether circled in a dance of battle, the connection of the stranger's blessing with the dry land of Addis continued. At this time, Addis was in the subconscious of Changrushin. Addis asked Chanrushin to stop all this before it was too late. But suddenly, someone covered Chanrushin's ears with their hands and told him that nothing had changed. It was Lisi who said that the pages of the past and what will happen in the future are already predetermined. Lisi, looking at Atis, said that if they were to die, it would be better to die in illusions and asked not to wake them up. After Lesya's words, Addis began to be bound by Ompalas's blessing. But Ether did not give up, and having transformed into a human, she cut off the tail of the stranger in whom Addis was. In pain, the stranger released his iron spikes again. Ether no longer paid attention to them, as she needed to quickly grab the falling Addis. But suddenly, Ether fell down herself, and lying on the ground she felt how her body was cooling down and she was dying. As it turned out, it was Addis who used freezing magic and created a dome of the crevasse to contain the stranger. Then Addis turned to Chanrushin and said that it was time to awaken from sleep. While problems were happening on the surface, Eric and the Inquisitor continued the fight in the dungeon. The Inquisitor noticed Eric's habit of retreating to long distances after an attack, which indicated experience in hunting huge monsters. Besides, Eric was not himself. It was obvious that he was used to fighting with himself. Eric tried to attack the Inquisitor in different ways and methods. After another blow, the Inquisitor ricocheted into the wall. Then the Inquisitor realized that Eric was starting to use his own techniques. The Inquisitor should have feared not Eric himself, but his instinctive adaptation for the sake of survival. After all the attacks, the Inquisitor realized that it was too dangerous for him to continue hand-to-hand combat. But by this point, Eric's power was at its maximum charge. Taking a closer look, the Inquisitor noticed Eric's aura, and Eric managed to make his favorite vertical cut in seconds. The stranger began to attack Addis, and he noticed that the blessing had already reached its limit. Addis knew that the blessing would not stop until all of the user's energy was absorbed. And since it was now impossible to get rid of the blessing, Addis tried by any means to bring Chanrushin back to his senses. The management made it known that there was no longer enough strength for restoration. Addis continued to use magic and make Chanrushin hear him. In his subconscious, Chanrushin saw that the management had determined that this user had no desire to participate in the battle. The management asked Chanrushin if he was sure that he wanted to transfer powers. Chanrushin asked to stop everything, because many people had already suffered because of him. After these words, the management confirmed that this user had no desire to survive. And from that moment on, all user rights passed to the blessing of Ompolos. Finally, Lisi came to her senses, and looking at the stranger, she noticed that the blessing was already on the edge. Then Ether approached Lesia with a question. Is it true that she is one of the Great Lands? Ether was also concerned about whether Lisi would recognize her. Lisi looked at Ether and did not recognize her, replying that there were too many Ratni who wanted to kill her. Ether put a blade to Lesia's face and told her to put the jokes aside. The Ether was flooded with memories of those who sacrificed their lives for the Great Land. After all, the Great Land used people to achieve its goals, and then abandoned them. Ether couldn't stand it. She didn't understand why someone's life was like a trifle for the Great Land. Lisi explained that a simple surviving alien is the true embodiment of evil, and if they are not like that, then they themselves can become the object of hunting, or they will be exposed and killed. For them, everything is meaningless, so the alien who is able to survive in this world is the real evil. Perhaps they were destined to die in pursuit of the pleasure of killing, which came from nowhere. Lisi asked Ether not to worry because such a death is fate. Suddenly, the stranger jumped onto the bridge and hit Ether with all his might, causing her to fly off the bridge. Noticing this, Addis tried to soften Ether's fall with the help of magic. Running closer, Addis inquired about Ether's well-being. Ether tried hard to smile and reassure Addis, telling him that she was fine. But suddenly, a magic circle appeared on Ether's body. It was Lazy who wanted to at least make up for her sin a little, despite the fact that before that everything was in Alejandro's hands. Then Lisi turned to Chanrushin to run away, since the Inquisitor would soon arrive here and she alone would be enough for him. But all her words were in vain. The stranger grabbed her by the throat and lifted her above the ground. Management set a new goal and switched to the next highest level. Lisi realized that Ompala's blessing wanted to kill her and become bigger. Looking death in the eye, Lisi decided for herself that this was the worst possible end. But the words escaped from the stranger that this was not the end, and he stabbed himself. When the blessing began to mutate from the trauma inflicted, Chanrushin managed to leave this form. Chanrushin covered Lesia with himself so that the blessing could not harm her. After jumping off the bridge, Chanrushin used up the remaining blessing in his body. Noticing Addis below, Chanrushin shouted to him that he could now attack with all his might. Addis heard Chanrushin, and thanks to him, he managed to gain time. Gathering his strength, Addis began to use the magic of the fire dragon, the beam of ignition, and the imposition of fire circles. The magic was so strong that the mutated body of the blessing burned before our eyes. From such powerful magic, a huge hole was formed in the gorge. Ether ran up to Addis and asked why he hadn't used this magic before. Addis replied that this magic was above his level, and therefore he could not control it. Seeing Lacey and Chanrushin in the distance, Ether asked Addis if he could still fight, but his strength was at its limit. Looking at the exhausted Addis, Lacey stopped the fight, as there was no point in fighting further. Lacey remembered that Addis and Ether wanted to free Eric from the Inquisitor, so if they can defeat her great land, then the Inquisitor will have to go back, because he is chasing the blessing. Chanrushin did not believe Lesia's words, because if she fell into the hands of the Inquisitor, there would be big problems. Lisi looked at Chanrushin and said that he should save Eric and follow him. Listening to all this, Addis did not believe that Lisi repented. Ether, looking at Lesia, said that she just wants to run away from her fate. Perhaps that was true, but Lacey didn't want it to end so senselessly. But this whole conversation was interrupted by a huge explosion, ejecting auras. The Inquisitor's healing was very slow due to the remaining aura. The Inquisitor was mistaken in thinking that Eric would not be able to use the aura, although the Inquisitor didn't think that the aura would be used to counter his prana. By that time, Eric was no longer able to control what had burst out of his body. Eric's aura continued to burst out. It was huge. Looking at this, the Inquisitor did not understand how, under such conditions, Eric's body had not yet collapsed. But if it happened that the aura completely left Eric's body, then its power would destroy half the city. The Inquisitor would like to capture Eric alive and get the information he needs, but that won't work anymore. The Inquisitor and Eric continued to confront each other in a brutal battle. Eric used all his skills against the Inquisitor's magic, and when they collided, it was a powerful wave of energy. Lisi no longer understood who Eric really was, if he was fighting with someone who had received the blessing of the goddess. Addis knew that Eric had an aura, but how he summoned it during the battle was a mystery. But looking at Eric, Addis understood that this was precisely the kind of malice that was transmitted through the aura. Chanrushin killed everyone and turned to Lesia, saying that he was grateful to her for saving him. And his mentor is now fighting, bleeding, with an opponent who is also not a criminal. Those who died because of Chanrushin were not criminals, just like those who mourn the dead. Chanrushin addressed everyone with the words that it was his fault, and he must bear responsibility for his sins. Looking at Lesia, Chanrushin told her that the place to atone for her sins was definitely not here. And tearing himself away from his place, Chanrushin flew into the very heat of the battle. The Inquisitor used the manifestation of a giant right hand to give Eric a good blow. In response, Eric used the cutting skill and nothing remained of the Inquisitor's giant hand. The Inquisitor then decided to use the incarnation of the giant right and left hand with the seal of the airflow. But for Eric, this was not an obstacle. He destroyed it with the infinity skill with a cut along and across. After that, Eric decided to immediately use the piercing skill. The Inquisitor suddenly became curious as to whether Eric was really the strongest. But when Eric approached the Inquisitor, he was unable to resist the aura. Eric was in pain from the wounds he had received. Blood was oozing out from everywhere. The Inquisitor looked at Eric and thought that there was no point in fighting any further. Suddenly, Eric turned to the Inquisitor to spare Addis, Ether, and Chanrushin since they were good guys. Even though it sounded funny, Eric asked the Inquisitor to pretend that he had not seen any of the boys. Possessing the blessing of the goddess, the strongest warrior, and the last stronghold, the Inquisitor agreed. But the Inquisitor could not afford to lose. So today, there was no blessing of the goddess, no Inquisitor, no foreigner with the 5th level. Eric listened to the Inquisitor attentively and agreed with everything he said. At the end, the Inquisitor said his name, Leonhardt Catel Francis, and asked his opponent. Looking into Leonhardt's eyes, Eric revealed his real name, Ryu Hanbin. Unexpectedly, the two heard a strange sound. It is unclear where Chanrushin fell from, and he admitted to Eric that he was worried about him. Leonhardt stared at Chanrushin, and Eric portrayed him as just a crazy fool. But Chanrushin introduced himself to the Inquisitor, saying that he was a foreigner. After showing Omphalus's blessing, Chanrushin also confessed that it was he who killed those innocent people. Eric was furious. He didn't understand why Chanrushin was saying all this, but Leonhardt ordered the two of them not to move. In this confusing situation, Leonhardt needed an explanation. Chanrushin was ready to tell everything he knew and then receive his punishment, whatever it might be. Only Chanrushin asked to stop waging senseless battles. Suddenly, Brad's spear flew into Chanrushin's back. Martin stood on the mountain. Behind him was a huge crowd of hunters. And among all these hunters was that very prisoner who claimed to be that very stranger. The hunters noticed that the stranger was still breathing and decided to finish him off. Like wild jackals, the hunters ran to Chanrushin to avenge their comrades. Gathering his strength, Eric tried to get up and save Chanrushin, but his legs wouldn't hold him up and Eric fell to the ground again, clenching his teeth in pain. The hunters were like animals who wanted fresh blood and flesh. Suddenly, Chanrushin turned to Eric and said that he had behaved too shamelessly. After removing the remains of the blessing, which turned into a crystal, Chanrushin told Eric that he wanted to become a hero at all costs. Leonhardt intervened in all this and took away Chanrushin with the help of magic, leaving only the blessing of Omphalas behind him. When Leonhardt picked up the spear that killed Chanrushin, the hunters began to rejoice. Turning around and looking at Eric, Leonhardt told him that it was best for him to continue lying down. Eric was furious. He was ready to kill for Chanrushin. Leonhardt understood that Eric had no strength, but he still prepared for battle. But suddenly, Addis appeared between Eric and Leonhardt along with Ether. Ether shouted loudly for them to stop fighting, as they had already achieved what they wanted. Addis bowed his head and addressed Eric with the words for him to stop. After these requests, Eric threw his sword to the ground and Leonhardt did the same. Turning around, Leonhardt reminded Eric that a promise only works once, and there won't be a next time. Lisi watched everything that was happening from the top of the mountain. A week passed, and that battle left its mark throughout the city. However, the residents immediately began to repair the destruction and restore the city to its previous appearance. They also began to forget the foreigner who caused the unrest. There was an illusion of temporary calm. His death changed nothing. Outside the crater courthouse, reporters interviewed Elhauer, asking if it was true that a foreigner had escaped from prison and that he himself had been found not guilty. Elhauer said there was no illegal activity on his property, and the accusation of murdered prisoners was not proven. According to Elhauer, the guards tried to protect those who had escaped from the stranger, and Elhauer himself sacrificed his life for them. But only thanks to Raud's courage did he remain alive, and therefore appointed him commander of the Knights Corps. Elhauer admitted that he punished the stranger for the lives of those many hunters. Addis came to Brad's grave with ether. Martin asked Addis if Eric had regained consciousness. Addis replied that Eric had already come to his senses, but his wounds were too deep. While Eric was resting, Addis left him a note saying that he shouldn't jump over his head. There was nothing wrong with that. It will take Eric some time to recover. Ether cried over Brad's grave, saying that she shouldn't have chased the stranger that day. After all, if Ether had gone with Brad and Martin then, everything would have been different. Ilya and Foal immediately approached Ether, saying that Brad believed that Ether would become a strong hunter. Addis was glad that they had such good support. After these words, Ether immediately wiped away her tears, and she promised that she would raise her level and defeat all the bad guys. Martin took Brad's spear and asked Addis and Ether to give it to Eric. But Ether was surprised by these words, since this was Brad's artifact and the very weapon of death. Addis suggested leaving the spear with Martin, since they were on the same team. Martin recalled Brad's words, who said that he would return this spear to the Valterian when he himself became just as strong. Looking at Addis, Martin didn't want the spear to stay there and rust. Walking through the streets of the city, Addis and Ether could not refuse, and since there were no spearmen on their team, they didn't need the extra weight. Their silence was broken by Ether, who was interested in Addis's opinion on whether Eric hated Martin. Addis didn't know what to answer, but assumed that he simply disliked him. Addis and Ether were heading to Maiden to see if their artifact could be exchanged for another. But when they opened the door, they were shocked by what they saw. Maiden sat on the bloody floor, with a knife and a golden scroll lying next to her. Ether immediately ran up to Maiden and told her what had happened. Maiden immediately told that the girl had come to see her. When Lisi entered the shop, Maiden immediately picked up a knife, but Lisi reminded her that Maiden could not attack, since the ban inside Maiden belonged to Lesia, but Maiden was more interested in the golden scrolls. Lisi unfolded the work chart, which was stained with Maiden's blood, and if Maiden betrays Lesia, he will die immediately. Maiden remembered this very well, and it was because of this scroll that she could not pronounce Lesia's name normally. Still holding the knife, Maiden asked Lesia why she left her. Lisi immediately replied that this is the fate of used things. Grabbing the knife, Lisi spilled her blood over the ingot and told Maiden that there was no longer a taboo in her. Maiden did not expect this and asked Lesia why she did this. Leaving a trace of blood on the wall, smiling, Lesia replied that she was the same as Maiden. After listening to the end, Ether asked Addis if these scrolls were fake. Addis admitted that this was the first time he saw the magic of prohibition, but most likely the scheme was real. Eric, sitting in a curtained room, remembered how before, when he took a sword in his hands, everything became clear. When he destroyed the white dog on the rocky mountain, when he caught monsters in Ratna, when he swung his sword and walked straight towards the enemy, everything was resolved by itself. But now he wanted to get rid of this disgusting feeling. Then Erica thought about killing the Inquisitor who caused Chanrushan's death, or killing Martin who threw the spear at Chanrushan because of Brad. Turning around and looking at Lesia, Eric suggested killing her, since it was she who put the blessing into Chanrushan's body. Lisi did not deny that Chanrushan's death was her fault. Eric was angry and knocked down the wall near Lesia, despite all his wounds. Leaning over Lesia, Eric said that it was she who was to blame for Chanrushan's death, since she had not kept her promise. Eric shouted at Lesia that while she was wasting time on pointless battles, he died. But Chanrushan was not sad. He smiled as if there was no one to blame for his death at all. Eric reminded Lesia that Chanrushan wanted to end the battle. But Lisi answered Eric that the battle is not over as long as there are those who rejoice in death and force them to kill each other. Lesia was bleeding, but she continued to say that she was simply doing all those terrible things that they ordered. Lisi told Eric about their existence, and if he refused her, she would not hold a grudge. But Lisi didn't plan to repeat it a second time either, and told Eric to remember everything well. Eric guessed that someone was behind all this and was ready to listen to Lesia. But a memory of Chanrushan, who so wanted to become a hero, flashed through Eric's mind. To get rid of these memories and thoughts, Eric punched himself in the face with all his might. Eric squatted down and made strange sounds. Lisi was scared and asked what was wrong with him. Eric apologized for cutting Lisi off mid-sentence and explained that he had been a little out of sorts lately. Addis and Ether immediately appeared, surprised by the whole scene that was happening. In order to discuss everything calmly and normally, it was decided to have dinner. For the first time in a long time, Eric prepared his signature meat dishes. While eating, Addis could not enjoy the taste of the tenderly cooked meat. Eric recalled that for more than 20 years, he ate only meat. Lisi got up from the table and asked what they were all doing here. Looking at Lesya, Eric answered her that Chanrushin dreamed of foreigners and warriors living in harmony. But Lisi didn't believe in all this while those same people were still alive, and the guys didn't even know who they were. Addis interrupted Lisi by saying only, "Archmage Zenovia." Lisi was surprised, and Addis continued, "Foreign magicians only use existing techniques and do not know how to create new magic." And when Addis saw the hedgehog technique, he was convinced that only an archmage could use such magic. Lisi asked Addis if he really understood that technique. But since Addis's level was low, he couldn't personally use such magic yet. Then the guys started discussing that Addis had rid Maiden's house of magic, and that similar magic had been seen in Alejandro's nest. They remembered that all the nests now belong to Garhan, which means Lisi is trying to tell them specifically about Zenovia and Garhan. Lisi looked at the boys silently and couldn't answer, but if she was silent, it meant the boys were right. But Lisi knew that they were not the kind of people who could allow themselves to be discovered so easily. After so much time, Ether reminded Lesya that she did not believe that Ratni and foreigners could talk peacefully. Addis told Lesya that they were the ones who fought a lot with the foreigners. Lisi continued to be in some kind of shock. And then Eric decided to ask Lesya a very important question. Does she know what kimchi is? Lesya was completely knocked off her feet by this question. Addis told Ether and Lesya that this was food from Eric's country. Something similar to a spicy, pickled salad. Realizing that everyone was as calm and relaxed as possible, Lacey sat down and began to eat. Lisi then explained everything, that the four heroes created the blessing of Ompalas for their own purposes. But she did not know what and where they were doing. The good thing was that Sword King Beotold was not inclined to cooperate with the other heroes. The only one whose location was known was the Queen of the Fairies, Halyan, who transcended life and death. The journey to the fairy kingdom on foot takes about 2 months, and along the way there are dungeons with dangerous monsters. Lisi admitted that her information would not be of much help to the guys, and that fighting with the heroes would be suicide. Eric knew they couldn't win now, so they needed to get stronger. Looking at Lesya, Eric said that the more of them there were, the better, and suggested that she go with them. Lisi didn't expect such an offer. And in Crater's prison, Raud, sitting in a huge chair, reminded Elhauer that in court he paid someone to let him go. But the Brotherhood of Darkness learned that Elhauer had passed off Raud as a foreigner, and now he was facing punishment. Elhauer knelt before Raud and begged him to save him, telling the Brotherhood of Darkness that it was all a misunderstanding. But since Raud is called to do justice, and could not watch someone say goodbye to life, Raud set Elhauer a price of 20 million X's every month. Elhauer didn't have time to think, as the Brotherhood of Darkness was already standing outside the office door and demanding that the door be opened. Having sent Raud into the next room, Elhauer asked him to come out when the Inquisitors came in and tell the whole truth. Standing outside the door, Raud was glad that his life was starting with a clean slate, and now he didn't have to worry about anything. Listening closely, Raud heard that the Inquisitors had already entered, and now it was his turn to go. Leaving the room, Raud asked to wait for the Inquisitor, explaining that this was all a misunderstanding and an absurd mistake. But when Raud opened his eyes, he saw Elhauer lying dead in his own blood. Raud decided that Elhauer was killed by the Inquisitors. Lisi explained to Eric that there was a prohibition inside her, so she couldn't leave them. Having collected all the necessary things, Eric and the guys were ready to leave. Studying the map, the boys were glad to be together again. The Inquisitor arrested Raud, accusing him of murdering a high-profile suspect. After delivering the blessing to the Brotherhood of Darkness, the maiden informed Leonhardt that Kibriel would be very happy about it. But the maiden also warned Leonhardt that the crater would not overlook all the damage. Moreover, the sentence was carried out right before the eyes of the residents, and this did not look like Leonhardt. Leonhardt explained that the stranger had almost surrendered, but there were circumstances that forced the Inquisitor to take action. Leonhardt had some news for the goddess regarding this stranger. Suddenly, the maiden turned around and praised Leonhardt for the action he had performed. Leonhardt did not expect this turn of events. Bowing, Leonhardt was glad to meet the goddess of darkness, Kibriel. The goddess praised Leonhardt for returning Ompalos' blessing, and also for destroying the wicked foreigner. But the goddess was interested in where such a strong warrior came from, who challenged the one who had the blessing of the goddess. Zenovia possesses a maiden and introduces herself as a goddess to gain more information. Leonhardt revealed that his opponent was a descendant of the Valtarians, and it was he who prevented Leonhardt from fulfilling his duties, so it was necessary to put pressure on him. The goddess stopped Leonhardt, saying that he could wait for the goddess's oracle. And now the goddess has forbidden Leonhardt to engage in battle until she personally gives permission. After talking with Leonhardt, Zenovia believed Lycia's words about the Valtarian and the foreigner appearing. Zenovia told Garen that Leonhardt was the best inquisitor, because if it weren't for him, their plan would have failed. Zenobia noticed that Ompalos's blessing had barely increased. Garhan explained to her that the blessing was removed early due to Leonhardt acting without instructions. Because of this, Zenobia and Garhan were thrown out of the plan, as the blessing should have fully formed at this time. Zenobia knew that absorbing all of Kibriel's divinity would be too much, but Garhan had no other choice, and besides, this intermediate dimension would not last long and could disappear. Garhan was ready to open the seal of Kibriel and absorb a little of her divinity. Zenobia warned Garhan that he could not control the goddess's divinity, and that it could upset the balance of the world. After thinking, Garhan decided that he needed to absorb all the divinity before the world collapsed, and a destroyed world can always be repaired after Garhan becomes a god. Driving from the Brotherhood of Darkness, Leonhardt said that he was on probation due to which he could not conduct investigations yet. It was strange to Felix that the one who had the goddess's blessing was punished. But what was even stranger to Felix was that Leonhardt said that the goddess of darkness did not exist. Leonhardt had many reasons to doubt due to recent events. Someone reminded Leonhardt that the last time Eric called himself a Valterian, he lied to the goddess herself. Felix couldn't believe that 6 goddesses could let such a lie pass. Leonhardt asked Felix to calm down, sit down, and listen. When the third man removed his hood, it turned out to be Changrushin. Leonhardt told Changrushin that if he remained silent about Eric, no one would know about his essence. But Changrushin had many questions about why Eric saved him and how he managed to survive at all. Leonhardt looked at Changrushin and said that the Inquisitor's goal was to take prisoners for interrogation. However, those enraged hunters could no longer be calmed down, they thirsted for revenge. Therefore, Leonhardt used a powerful technique that blocked visibility and covered Changrushin with a protective layer. But since Leonhardt was in a weakened state due to fighting with Eric, he simply threw Changrushin down. After this story, Changrushin understood why his whole body ached as if all his bones were broken. Felix added that after death, foreigners turn into dust and not even a corpse remains. But he did not understand how all this served against the goddesses. Leonhardt repeated that a man can be deceived, but a real goddess cannot. But when Leonhardt talked to the goddess, she claimed that he destroyed the foreigner, which meant that whoever was in the Dark Brotherhood was not the goddess Kibriel. Leonhardt knew very well that they wanted to get the entire Dark Brotherhood, or their goal was divine power. After all the information, Felix decided that Leonhardt needed to return to the Dark Brotherhood immediately. But this was impossible. Leonhardt assumed that there might be a traitor in the Brotherhood, and it would be necessary to act in secret from the Brotherhood. The problem now was that Leonhardt was under punishment and couldn't conduct an investigation. Suddenly, Leonhardt noticed a frightened Raud in the passing carriage of the Dark Brotherhood. Leonhardt then immediately ordered Felix to turn around. Leonhardt addressed the stranger, saying that he should have died. But he survived, and there was a reason for that. Changrushin had a chance to become a hero. Leonhardt asked for help. Everyone knew that the goddess of darkness, Kibriel, controls darkness and the end of everything, so people turn to her when they pray for the repose of their souls. The bandits also discovered a nearby shrine to Kibriel, where elves may pray to the goddess. In this sanctuary was Leondel Atransas, who was surrounded by bandits. Looking at the bandits, Leondel asked them how they dared to treat a representative of the Atransas clan like that. Then Leondel threw the robbers the money they loved so much. Leondel offered them to take the money, because if the bandits wanted a ransom for him, then his clan would take their lives. Some of the robbers were happy with the gold, because with this money they could buy several houses. But the leader of the bandits informed Leondel that they had already received payment, and much more than his handouts. Grabbing Leondel by the hair, the robber brought his knife to his throat. But suddenly, strange magic began behind Leondel, and in just a moment the entire sanctuary was immersed in magic, and the bandits fled in fear. When the magic weakened, the goddess Kibriel appeared in this sanctuary and spoke the name Eric. On the way, Eric did not remember one thing: why were those 4 heroes who destroyed the Sword King? After all, he was a warrior, and besides, they called him a hero, but why did they need a foreigner? Addis explained that 20 years ago, the Great Land was the enemy of the 4 heroes, and now no one could have imagined that there would be a great back behind them. But Eric was also interested in the question, when would they arrive in the Fairy Kingdom? Addis informed Eric that they had been in the Fairy Kingdom for 2 days already. Eric was surprised, and Addis said that the territory of the Fairy Kingdom begins at the roots of the World Tree. The Fairy Kingdom of Elandia, the World Tree. The Kingdom of Fairies is a united state of 4 nations, in the center of which is the World Tree, and each has its own culture and ruler. The capital is located at the foot of the World Tree. The tree has many roots, and if you follow those that stretch along the mainland, you can get to the capital of the kingdom and the largest city of Sarandia. But this is not only the road to the Fairy Kingdom, but also a trade route, so there are various tribes of elves and people here. Due to the mixing of different tribes and races in one place, an equal number of different problems arise. Even before the emergence of human hunters' guilds, the fairies founded their own guild, which dealt with various issues, Also, many hunters came here and became heroes, but there were also those who died. Therefore, for the past 200 years, the guild leader could not think of anything else. The guild leader looked at the newcomers and realized that these were not ordinary guys. The guild leader was delighted when he saw the results of the newcomers. Addis, a 52nd level magician, moderate charm, formal and neat appearance, a sense of strength of spirit. Ether, a level 38 swordswoman, looks silly, has a cute appearance and a childish voice. From his own experience, the guild leader could say that people like them should not rot in the dungeons. The head of the guild was ready to write letters of recommendation to support influential people. From all the praise, Ether could not contain her emotions. Addis thanked the head of the guild and said that they were registering simply as hunters. Addis also thanked them for not measuring Eric's level and said that the hunter exam was cancelled 10 years ago. Eric looked at his exam results and was upset about his score. Ether peeked and laughed, and then offered to help with the lessons. Eric was outraged, since other guilds did not require this, and the guild leader was surprised that the exam was cancelled 10 years ago. Addis asked the head of the guild not to bother and offered to register Eric as a guard. The guild leader took out a huge book and said that he would check if there were any exceptions, but it would take about 6 months to check. After leaving the guild, Eric was upset that it was taking so long, but Addis calmed him down by saying that time flows differently for elves. Addis told Eric that the system of modern guilds appeared 100 years ago, but here they still weren't used to it. So 6 months passed very quickly for them. While Eric and Addis were talking, Ether noticed some kind of event in the distance of the streets. There were a lot of people around the arena, and the host said that the challenger was not a weak hunter. Would he be able to pull out the sword? Erica thought it all reminded him of a fair, and Addis thought they were at Thanksgiving. Attis said that the elves were created by the earth goddess Sarandi. In the distant past, the land of the elves was barren, and when famine came, the king of the elves offered his prayers, and the goddess heard them and gave him a sword. As soon as the king stuck this sacred gift into the ground, it immediately became fertile, and the elven state began to prosper. And now Eric understood that once a year, a festival was held as a sign of gratitude to the goddess. Looking at the top rows, Eric assumed that the elven nobles were sitting there. But while Eric and Addis were talking, Ether disappeared somewhere. Addis didn't even understand how they could not notice her absence. Addis immediately went to look for Ether, and told Eric to be there in case she returned. Left to wait, the host announced that this year probably no one would be able to pull out the sword. The nobles who sat in the stands were amused by the stubborn little people who had to try their best because they had a short life. Unexpectedly for the nobles, His Highness appeared and said that thanks to the people their fields were being cultivated. Everyone stood up from their seats and greeted His Majesty. His Majesty said that the king was unable to come due to health reasons, so they allowed him to finish the celebration. When Addis found Ether, she had collected a bunch of elven cookies and did not want to leave the party. Ether told Addis that the sword could only be pulled out by the elven king, but Addis replied that this was just a legend. In fact, the sword was stuck into the ground with the help of magic, and many people tried to pull it out, but they couldn't. The king appears, removes the effect of the magic, takes out the sword and inserts it into the ground again. This is to show the fair choice of the goddess. Then Ether realized that there was no one who had actually applied force in trying to pull out the sword. But according to Addis, no one would have been able to pull out the sword anyway. And even if they had pulled it out, that person would have been dealt with quickly. While Addis was looking for Ether, Eric couldn't resist and decided to try his hand. Seeing Eric in the middle of the arena with a sword in his hands, Addis and Ether's expressions changed. The Elven Kingdom connects the land of fairies with the mainland, and is the largest city. Upon arriving in Sarandia, Kibriel thanked Leondel for her help. But Leondel asked Kivia to be quieter, since no one should know that he had come to the city. Leondel asked Kivia to be careful, since she was now an escort. Walking through the streets, Leondel knew that people could not be trusted. People know neither honor nor nobility. But Kivia was very strange. Even after she became an escort, she answered strangely when asked who she was and where she came from. Kivia said that she was a separate being, born from the darkness, and repeated incomprehensible words that were impossible to believe. Having found the boy's carriage, Kivia immediately crawled under it, looking for something there. Leondel knew that this girl was simply not herself. But suddenly Leondel heard a conversation among the passers-by that in a sword-drawing competition, some hunter had broken his sword. Leondel did not believe this, because this could not happen. Kivia found a thread and smelled the scent of a young dragon, which meant that he and his companions had arrived in the city. When Kivia turned around and wanted to tell Leondel that they needed to go to the guild, she didn't find him. Meanwhile, in the arena, the elves captured Eric with magic. An elf shouted from the stands that there was no place for a Valtarian here and demanded that he confess who had sent him. Eric walked out of the stone prison as if nothing had happened, saying that he simply thought the competition was funny. But when Eric came out, some stones flew up to the upper stands and scratched His Majesty's face. Then the elf shouted that an attack had been made and the Valtarian was attacking the air. Hearing this, all the people began to run away. shouting that they had a terrorist in the square. The huge crowd scattered in different directions, and no one even noticed that one of them had fallen. Eric ran up to the baby lying on the ground and asked how he was. But when Layondel stood up, he answered furiously that he was not a baby. And after that, he suddenly screamed about the monster, and Eric asked not to call him that. But when Eric turned around, he noticed the unique magic of the elves, the stone giant. His Majesty was informed that this golem was connected by magic to the roots of the world tree. After all, no matter how strong a Valtarian is, he will not be able to do anything when strong roots bind him. Holding onto the huge roots, Eric was indignant that no one cared that another person had suffered. Eric was touched by this, and destroyed the stone giant with one blow using aura. His Highness was surprised because it is not so easy to meet a Valtarian warrior who uses aura. The elf did not understand how this was possible and who this person even was. Eric told the elves that they sometimes need to listen to words so that something like this doesn't happen. After this, Eric spat out the clot of blood that had accumulated in his mouth. The elf was glad that the attack worked, but Eric disappointed him by replying that he simply bit his tongue. Eric himself understood that because of the aura, the load on his body was still too great. Then Ether and Addis appeared, carrying Layondel. Eric was extremely displeased and warned what they would get. Addis approached Eric and reminded him of his request that he seal the aura until he mastered it. While the conversation was going on, the boys were already surrounded by warriors. His Highness turned to Eric, apologizing for simply standing and watching his behavior. However, Eric had to surrender and suffer the punishment for the broken sword. Addis suggested surrendering rather than fighting with all the warriors, and warned that the minimum prison term for elves was 3 years. Eric apologized and said that he had no desire to leave the heroes for 3 whole years. Ether supported Erica, adding that they would be grateful if they learned about the conspiracy. After listening to everyone's opinions, Addis suggested changing their plan. Kivia appeared before the boys, preparing for battle. Kivia advised the boys to listen to the elves, because if they didn't, Ratna would have no future. Eric asked the girl what she was even talking about. Then, looking at her, Eric decided that the girl had a high level, but the management began to give out a bunch of mistakes about her. All these errors and spam gave Eric a headache. Eric looked at the girl again and asked who she was. Kibriel replied that now was not the time to share information. Now they needed to end this situation. Eric demanded an explanation, but Kibriel headed towards Layondel. Kivia spoke the name of Layondel Atransis and he opened his eyes. His Highness heard that the girl was communicating with Layondel Atransis. The elf fainted upon hearing this, and His Majesty asked the young prince what he was doing there. His Majesty ordered the soldiers to lay down their arms and ensure the safety of the prince. After some time, everyone was already in the palace, and His Majesty thanked the guys for saving his younger brother. Addis replied that it was a great honor for them to save the prince of the Elven Kingdom. Eric got tired of all these thank yous and pleases, and asked directly whether this prince was the son of the fairy queen Holian. Addis immediately apologized for such directness. But His Majesty found it funny, since the Valtarian warrior could have misunderstood everything. His Majesty began to explain that the race of fairies includes elves, nymphs, gnomes, and sylphs. So the 4 kingdoms united and are called Elendia. And Holian is one of the 4 heroes who received the blessing of the goddess, a representative of the union of fairies and the queen of the nymphs. Eri found out that they were not servants of Holian, but he was more interested in who this girl was. After all the story, Ether was worried about their perfect deed, that they split the sword of the Elven King. But His Majesty calmed everyone down, saying that it was a copy for the festival, and the real sword could not be broken. Layondel expressed his displeasure, saying that because of the jock, the whole festival went wrong and they would not forgive him. His Majesty immediately raised his voice to his younger brother, saying that he could not speak like that to the people who saved him. His Majesty also reminded Layondel that he was forbidden to leave the castle and demanded an explanation from him. This angered Layondel, as his older brother always tried to lock him in, even during the holiday. During the heated proceedings, a servant approached His Highness. Having whispered something in His Highness's ear, he asked about his father. His Highness stood up and apologized to the boys that he would have to leave them due to urgent matters that had arisen. When His Highness left with the prince, Addis and Ether immediately relaxed. Addis noted that the royal family would help them get to Holian. Ether asked Eric about his thoughts on Kivia. Eric replied that she was simply a level 80 warrior, but Addis noticed that there was a temporary error in Eric's guidance. After interrupting the U, Eric informed them that the tea was going to make his bladder burst. Getting up from the table, Eric went in search of the nearest toilet. Addis asked him not to linger. 20 minutes later, Eric was still looking for the nearest toilet. Eric didn't understand why the elves had such a huge garden, and there wasn't a toilet every 15 meters. It was a mystical tree hidden in the depths of a huge garden. The untouched nature indicated that no one had visited this place for a long time. A place where no one had come, and no one would come. Eric was glad that he did not die from the burst bubble, and coming out from behind the tree, Eric saw an old man. The old man turned to Bao Bao, saying that he could have warned him of his arrival. Eric didn't expect to meet anyone here, but at some point he caught that same unpleasant smell. When the old man stood up, he said that the paper was over and he would need to bring it. And Eric reminded the old man about the pants. Having dressed and sat down on the root of a tree, the old man realized that he had made a mistake and was not talking to Bao Bao. Eric asked the old man why he had come to the land of the elves, but he replied that the land had no owner. The old woman began to tell that the care and protection of where the world tree had taken root was just a mission, and their flesh was earthly dust and would eventually return to the earth again. Eric agreed with the old man's words that they were given land for use, and they were not the owners here. The old man asked what he was doing. Eric explained that they also take food from the land, so he returned it and fertilized it at the same time. Turning to the old man, Eric said that they were now accomplices and suggested that they keep it a secret. The old man laughed and replied that nothing would happen to an old man like him. The old man also said that the earth rewards those who work by the sweat of their brow. Taking out his sword and sticking it into the ground, the old man wondered what a little boy like Eric was doing here in such troubled times. After the old man thrust his sword into the ground, the tree's roots began to pull Eric's sword underground. Grabbing the handle and trying to hold it with all his might, Eric was surprised by such a powerful force of the earth. But having gathered his strength, Eric was able to pull out his sword, and not only it. When Eric looked at his sword, he was very surprised. His broken sword turned into a huge wooden sword. The sword was quite heavy. Eric felt it drawing energy out of him. Eric was curious about what the old man had done with his sword, but he didn't understand where the old man had gone. But when Eric discovered the old man, he began to dig him up and ask what kind of sword it was. At the most inopportune moment, Kivia emerged from the bushes. Kivia noticed exactly that picture when Eric was burying the old man. After seeing this, Kivia began to attack Eric. Eric asked the girl to stop, telling her that she had misunderstood everything. But Kivia asked Eric if he really meant to say that the Elf King dug his own grave and climbed into it. Eric replied that he didn't even know that this grandpa was a king and it all happened by accident. Kivia was already flying towards Eric, saying that he had mistakenly buried the king alive. Looking at the girl, Eric again made the same mistakes in management. But while Eric was realizing this, Kivia had already managed to strike him. Grabbing Kivia by the legs, Eric asked again who she was and said that her skirt had risen up. After these words, Kivia said that Eric was a scoundrel and struck in the most secret place. It was very unpleasant, and if it had been anyone else in Eric's place, he would have been dead by now. Kivia told everything that Erica's real name is Ryu Han Bin, level 5, was forcibly transferred to this world at the age of 24 due to a blessing, and for some reason, lived in isolation in another world for 22 years. Then Kivia told about herself, that she was created by the goddess of darkness Kibriel, and is her representative, and her name is Kivia. Kivia proved her words by not being affected by the Demon King's guidance. Eric did not believe that the goddess of darkness Kibriel decided to kill the stranger herself. But Kivia explained that her orders were to find a candidate to be Ryu Han Bin's assistant and test him. Eric knew that the goddess and the Demon King were enemies. How could she choose a foreigner, and what kind of assistant were we talking about? Eric's mismanagement and uncertainty left Kivia baffled. But after Eric attacked the Elven King, Kivia began to doubt his competence as an assistant. Kivia was personally ready to check Eric's personal qualities, and whether it was worth appointing him as an assistant. Eric was surprised that Kivia took out that very spear from the portal. In a couple of seconds, Kivia had already attacked Eric, but he did not fall for her third trick. Erica told Kivia that the manual could simply be turned off. Holding the spear, Eric examined it and told Kivia that he couldn't take something that belonged to someone else. Looking at Kiwi, Eric didn't care who sent her. He asked her to immediately take her hands off the spear, but Kivia disobeyed Eric and used aura. Eric immediately let go of the spear, as such a strong aura almost left him without fingers. Looking at the sword, Eric thought that the defense had fallen because the sword was absorbing his aura. Kivia didn't stop and continued to attack Eric, telling him that he doesn't understand the full importance of this situation. While fighting, Kivia asked Eric why he didn't use his aura, why he didn't fight for real. Eric was annoyed that Kivia talked so much. When Kivia attacked, Eric fought back with his sword, causing half of him to fall to the ground. After this, Eric had complaints about his grandfather. Kivia realized that Eric didn't want to take her words seriously, and then she used an aura attack against Eric. Eric was reminded of his cutting aura and decided to avoid it first. Suddenly, the King of the Elves rose from the ground, asking whether he was in the next world. Eric covered the Elven King, and the entire aura attack hit the world tree, which absorbs the energy and begins to grow. The king said that a high-quality aura makes the tree's roots stronger than steel. But this cannot be achieved with a normal aura. Looking at Eric, the king said that he was the first after Bao Bao, just like that time. The Elven King added that the goddess had sent the hero to the place where he was needed. Arriving at the tree, Leyendel asked Eric how he dared to attack the King of the Elves and his escort. Leyendel shouted that he would never forgive Eric for this, calling Eric a lump of muscle. Leyendel ordered the warrior to kill Eric. Eric was irritated by this little brat. Addis understood Eric, but suggested quietly observing everything. Leondel did not understand why the warriors were standing and not following his order. The king stopped Leondel, saying that it was he who started the battle. The king was interested in how much power the Valterian warrior had, so he started the whole mess. The crown prince asked his father why he did this. The king looked at his son and said that the earth was crying and the roots of the world tree were shaking, and there must be reasons for this. The crown prince had to tell that a strange phenomenon had appeared in the southeastern village. The cattle and residents had turned into mummies. Therefore, the crown prince wanted to ask the hunters to investigate this. The king approved his son's choice, but the king decided to send Leondel with them so that he could feel the land. Hearing this, Eric was indignant, because they had not yet agreed, and Addis said that they were heading to the fairy kingdom on urgent business. Leondel did not believe that people would refuse such an offer, although for them there could be nothing more honorable. Looking at Addis, Leondel decided that he must understand the importance of this proposal. Then Leondel's gaze moved to Ether, and he agreed to let her accompany him. Looking at Eric, Leondel decided that this lump of muscle could protect him. That was Eric's last straw. Having intimidated Leondel, Eric said that the Valterian warrior would not tolerate insults directed at him for anything. And if Leondel blurts out any more nonsense, Eric's hand will not stop. The crown prince turned to his father and said that Leondel was not able to cope with this matter. The king understood that it was dangerous, but that is precisely why the people recognize Leondel. Looking at the hunters, the king knew that they had their own calling and it would not be good to force them. Therefore, the king was ready to find out the boys' decision tomorrow morning. In the evening, there were discussions. Addis realized that the four heroes were planning something, but he did not want to think that they could attack the goddess of darkness. Ether couldn't imagine that the heroes were using foreigners as slaves. That's why Kivia asked for their help. Seeing what Addis and Ether were doing, Eric ran up and knocked over the chair with Kivia. Eric didn't understand why Kivia was getting so much attention if she almost killed the king and him, but Addis reminded her that she was the goddess's messenger. But their goddesses had no relation to Eric as an earthling, and for him the request for help sounded strange. Kivia explained to Eric that this was not a request, but a fair deal. For Eric, this was a good chance, because once the goddess was released, she would reward those who contributed to this. And the reward will be the fulfillment of one wish that does not go beyond the bounds of world laws. As an exception, she can even send Eric back to Earth. After listening, Eric replied that there was someone who promised a similar reward, only his goal was to kill the goddess, and he was a demon god. The boys were surprised by what they heard. Addis immediately said that the promise of the demon god was a lie. But Eric will never forget how he rotted in the mountains for 20 years because of this demon god. Eric reminded everyone that they were going to catch Holian without asking. Kivia replied that there was no need for that, since the goddess Kivriel only trusted the boys with one task. The terrible Garhan, the archmage Zenobia, Holian who surpasses life and death. The task was to find a warrior who is recognized as stronger than these three combined. The guys must find the Sword King Beotold. According to Kivia, they just need to guard her until they get to the king, after which he will destroy the fallen heroes. Eric felt that the task seemed too easy in words compared to the reward. Kivia warned that failure was not an option in this task. After some thought, Eric agreed, deciding that they had the same goal. Hearing a positive answer, Kivia said that it was necessary to send it right now, and climbed out the window. Eric did not think it was so serious. Then Eric asked what they should do with the task of guarding the baby. Although they didn't care, and they could refuse the Elf King. Kivia said that they would refuse, as it would interfere with the fulfillment of the mission of the goddess Kibriel. In the morning, the crown prince informed the king that the hunters who were in the outbuilding had disappeared. The king assumed that those guys were in a hurry. The crown prince was ready to inform his brother that his mission was cancelled due to the lack of guards. But the king decided to send Leondel on an expedition to his eastern roots. Anyway, the crown prince reminded him that Leondel was just a child. The king answered his son that one day Leondel would lead the kingdom of the elves, and he must earn the recognition of the people. The crown prince dared to say that there would certainly be those who would not have the best opinion of Leondel. But the king told the crown prince that protecting a child is not the only purpose of a parent. Suddenly, Leondel entered the hall, saying that Leondel's knights had finished preparing for the military campaign. The king couldn't stop admiring how well the uniform suited Leondel. The crown prince was surprised that all the hunters were there. As it turned out, that evening Kivia told the boys that Leondel would die anyway. Eric did not understand Kivia's words, and asked her to explain more clearly. Kivia said that 6 goddesses are the creators of the war. They know about everything, and even about what goes beyond time and space. However, even goddesses who can foresee the future act with caution when interfering in the affairs of the war, since they should not violate the free will of beings and laws. But the prophet of the goddess does not have the ability to foresee the future. Therefore, Kivia has no right to exceed her powers given by the goddess, and in any way influence the fate of others. But the problem was that because of Kivia, The prophetess who was created by the goddess, Leondel, did not die, but remained alive. Ether understood that the future where the prince dies remained unchanged. Even Eric was surprised that Kiwi didn't care, even though the baby was naughty. Kivia reminded once again that she was created to free the goddess for the sake of the survival of the Ratna. But the future of the entire army and the life of one boy have different values. The death of Leondel Atransis is his destiny. While in the palace, Kivia knew that Eric and Leondel were not in such a close relationship. But why did he make such a decision? Eric's answer was very simple. He told Kivia that he simply didn't like her. After such an answer, Kivia doubted Eric's qualities as an assistant. Eric redirected Kivia to ask those who chose him, but then remembered that the one who chose was sealed. The king was glad that everyone was there and began to talk about what was happening in the eastern village. The children's task was to find the reasons for this phenomenon, because if the roots dry out, then the whole tree can dry out. The infection threatens to spread throughout the entire territory in the shadow of the world tree. Therefore, this concerned not only the Elven Kingdom, but the entire Fairy Union also showed interest in this matter. The king added that if they resolved this problem, the representative of the Elven Union, Holian, would personally thank them. Eric liked this because they would be able to meet Holian. The king also said that Leondel would participate in the expedition not as a prince, but as a leader. Sitting behind the wheel, Leondel was glad that his father knew his worth. And for Leondel himself, all these phenomena were just trifles. Leondel rode so slowly that Ether told the prince that they would die by the time they got there. But Leondel asked to be called chief, and in general, Leondel told Ether that a little girl like her should be grateful for such a trip. Addis decided to figure it out, and told Leondel that if he got tired, who would protect the people, and asked him to entrust the helm to him. Leondel agreed with Addis, but looking back he realized that he had not had time to demonstrate his driving skills to Kivia. Leondel noticed that while he was busy driving, the Valterian was chatting with Kivia. Along the way, Eric learned that Kivia did not know where Bauthold was, and she replied that even if she were a goddess, she would not be able to know the dungeons that belonged to the Demon King. Kivia explained that the goddess could know a person's thoughts if prayers were offered to her, but there was no record of Bauthold's prayer. On the way, a cart overtook the boy's carriage, and an intelligent man asked if he could go first. The man explained the situation, that he needed to get to a village in the east before the sun set. Addis, of course, let the man through. Addis also told the man that they were also heading there, and the man warned that strange things happen in this forest when night falls. The man apologized again and overtook the carriage. Ether was glad that they could just follow that carriage and not get lost. But for Leondel, it was outrageous that some guy would ride in front of him. So Leondel decided to go around the man and press the gas pedal. There was a fence ahead, but for Leondel it was no obstacle. Having flown over the fence, Eric thought that someone was attacking them, and that was why they were driving so fast. But Leondel warned the boys that he was being guided by the goddess of the earth, and that they had nothing to fear. A few meters away, the boys' carriage was burning with a beautiful flame. Everyone looked askance at Leondel, but he answered everyone that this happened by the will of the goddess of the earth. Leondel said that he knew the way and they could go on foot, and ordered his savages to follow him. At that moment, the guys were trying to put out the carriage, and Eric joked that he could still hear the voice of the prince who died in the fire. Wandering through the forest, Leondel pointed out a new direction each time. Eric wondered why Leondel was so confident. Kivia replied that it was because of his royal blood. Kivia said that the royal family has been caring for the roots of the tree since ancient times, and therefore, once every 20 years, they can prepare a gift from the world tree. Eric looked at his sword and realized how valuable it was. Kivia added that Leondel did not have the skill of an elven king due to his age. However, Leondel is able to perceive the roots of the tree that stretch across the earth. Because to begin with, the blood of the royal elves flows in it. Eric wondered what the beginning meant, but their conversation was interrupted by Leondel. It turned out that Leondel had found the very same cart passing by them. Ether didn't even expect that their leader could be so useful. Leondel turned to Kivia, that now she could notice the difference between the muscular savage and him. Eric did not understand what he had to do with it at all. Then Leondel suggested asking the owner of the cart to give them a lift. Kivia approached the cart to inspect it, and she told the boys that Leondel's proposal was impossible. From childhood, the Elven King's favorite was Prince Leondel, despite the fact that he was a late child. The Crown Prince felt uneasy. Suddenly a younger half-brother appeared from somewhere, and with such an origin. There were various rumors about Leondel. He was hidden in the palace. But those who needed to know knew that this was a big mistake of the Elven King. Because of all this, Leondel's mother fled from the palace. When Leondel opened his eyes, he did not understand what had happened. And in front of him, he saw that same dying man who was asking for water. Leondel got scared and jumped up screaming loudly. Eric told Leondel to calm down and asked him not to faint again. Leondel asked what happened. Eric said that when he saw the man, he thought he was dead and lost consciousness. Addis explained that the man's organs had been sucked out, and the situation was quite critical. but the man was still holding on. Then Ether added that all they had to do was go to the nearest village, but the problem was that the one who knew the way was unconscious. Eric said in a serious voice that the situation did not allow her to wait for Leondel to come to her senses. Eric told Leondel to turn around so that he could see the whole situation for himself. Ether didn't understand why wild monsters were chasing them. Just like in the good old days, Eric decided to shoot his stones. And one of the stones hit the bloodsucker, a ghost-type monster that inhabits the bodies of dead monsters and controls them. Kivia suggested that these same monsters sucked organs from people and turned them into mummies, the kind Eric had only seen in the haunted house. Leondel knew that there were no dungeons nearby. But where did the monsters come from then? Kivia replied that the reason was unknown. It was only known that the monsters wanted to get the aura. Leondel, having learned this, immediately told the savage to get out. But Eric reminded that Kivia also had an aura. But suddenly, Kivia told the boys that if they continued to drive like this, they might get into trouble. Taking a closer look, Addis noticed a cliff ahead. Addis told everyone to hold on tight and asked Ether to help. Ether immediately understood what needed to be done and used her skills. Throwing her sword into the tree, Ether created an electric rope, and thanks to this, they sharply dodged the cliff. But Leondel decided not to listen to Attis's words and fell out of the carriage. Noticing this, Eric quickly jumped out of the carriage and managed to catch little Leondel. Eric warned Leondel that the savage's hands were beginning to weaken, and that he needed to say a magic word. Looking up, Leondel thanked the Valtarian. Then the boys drove up to the main gate of the small village of Root. A menacing man came out to the boys and shouted that he would not let them in, and that they could go back. Leondel explained to the man that they had come to investigate the matter on the orders of the Elven King. Hearing this, the rest of the residents began to say that they had asked for their help 2 months ago, but they had not lifted a finger. Not only was the road not easy, but Eric was also surprised by the situation. Kivia said that initially people lived in this village, but because of the roots of the world tree, elves came here, and so disputes over the land began. That's why Kivia doesn't have the best impression of the elven race. Addis intervened in this conversation and said that there was a patient with them who needed urgent help. The man replied that they would accept the patient, but said that they refused to enter the domain of the Elven Kingdom. Therefore, their rule was that the feet of elves should not set foot on their territory. Kivia whispered to Eric that if they did not make concessions and could not find the cause of the incidents, then they would begin the goddess's task. Continuing the pointless conversation, Kivia told Leondel that they were going back. But Leondel didn't want to. He asked how he could look his father and brother in the eyes if he came back like that, or how he could continue to be the head of the boys. Leondel heard that the man would not let the elf through and, pulling his hair back, asked what about the half-elf. Everyone was surprised. Ether generally thought that children were rarely born between elves and humans, and Addis understood the reason why Leondel was hidden. When the man saw that Leondel had different ears, he laughed loudly. Then the man said that the elves didn't like the odd-eared one, and that's why they sent him here. The villagers were shouting that pure-blooded elves dislike half-breeds just like humans. At that moment, Eric thrust his sword into the ground with all his might. Leondel looked at the Valtarian with incomprehension, and Eric answered him that he could not tolerate this any longer. Eric addressed the residents with the words that this little one is temporarily their leader, and those monsters that people are so afraid of are susceptible to aura. Eric had a red light in his eyes, and he said that an aura was about to start coming out of him. This made the residents a little nervous, and after these words, their laughter quickly stopped. Then the villagers took a closer look and found out that this was a Valtarian warrior, and if they did something wrong, the problem would no longer be the monsters. The main gate of the village suddenly opened and a man asked where the patient was. Then the man who was negotiating warned that it was dangerous to go out because these people came from the kingdom of the elves. The man asked again about the kingdom. Eric was surprised and did not understand what was happening. Leondel also did not expect this, and did not even think that he was here. As it turned out, it was not a person, but Leondel's second brother. Then the elf asked the baby if he was really Leondel. Leondel replied that it was him, and then the middle brother began to hug his youngest. While Tiskaya Leondel, the middle brother asked how his father was doing, how Leondel was doing in school. Eric noticed that the middle brother looked exactly like the crown prince. Kivia replied that they had the same genes. It turned out that he was the half-brother of Leondel Atransis, and the twin brother of the crown prince. At the hospital, the man the guys brought felt much better after taking the medication. Ether was glad that the man's complexion had improved, and that their efforts had not been in vain. The elf said that the medicine was created using his meager knowledge, and since he is the only magician in the village, he acts as a healer. Since there are many sick people, it is difficult for the elf to take care of everyone alone, and some are being treated at home. Because of this, the elf asked his family for help. Leondel did not understand why his brother did not indicate that the letter was from him, because then Leondel would not have come alone. But his brother reminded him that he was in exile, and if anyone found out that he was here, it would harm the village. Laundel no longer remembered what had happened 10 years ago, but he was sure that his father had long since forgiven his brother. Ether began to push Eric to the exit, but he did not want to leave because now the most interesting moment had begun. But Ether said that the brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they had a lot to talk about, and at such moments they needed to know when to leave. Eric agreed with Ether that standing and eavesdropping was not very good, but Eric was confused by the strange sounds. Looking around, the boys noticed that Kivia had stuck her hand into the patient's mouth. Everyone ran up and started asking what she was doing. Eric pulled Kivia away from the sick man, but Kivia pulled something out of the patient and told Eric to take a closer look. Looking closely, Eric saw that it was a bloodsucker larva. Kivia explained that even those whose organs were sucked out by the bloodsucker can recover with normal treatment. But all the patients who were in the hospital did not recover because larvae were parasitizing in their bodies. The elf understood that the bloodsuckers deliberately leave people alive so that their larvae can reproduce. Addis was surprised, and Ether knew that the monsters of the dungeon only wanted to kill and appeared on their own. Then it dawned on Eric why there were more and more monsters in the area. Kivia informed everyone that their mission was complete and they could return to the kingdom and report everything to the king. Leondel told Kivia that his brother and the others were in danger, but Kivia reminded him that their job was to find out the cause of the anomalies. Eric stopped Kivia and asked her to know her limits. They can't just up and leave when people are dying in the village. Kivia replied that the guys don't think about future victims who are not visible now. Looking at Eric, Kivia asked if he had forgotten how many innocent people the one he thoughtlessly saved earlier had killed. And in the end, he couldn't even take responsibility for his misdeeds, allowing him to simply die. Addis couldn't stand it. He swung his hand and wanted to hit Kivia, but the elf reminded him that this was a hospital. Then Addis stopped. He didn't know how much Kivia knew about that matter. But he said that the best choice led to the worst result, and asked Kivia not to throw words around. Addis knew that Kivia had not seen what Eric had gone through because of the heavy burden of his responsibility. The elf interrupted Addis, saying that he would ask that the building of the former hotel be prepared for them, and that tomorrow they would decide what to do. In the room, Ether was furious at Kivia's impudence. Addis asked Ether to calm down, since he himself had allowed himself to go too far. With a sly smile, Addis reminded that Kivia had a task concerning Ratnu's fate, which is why she was in a hurry. Looking at Eric, Addis asked his opinion on whether they should carry out the goddess's task while listening to such insults. Eric admitted that he didn't feel insulted, but his mood was spoiled. Eric then compared it to the feeling of having a 4-year-old sister asking him why he doesn't have a girlfriend. All this time, Leondel's elven ear was shaking. The hotel had thin walls, and the guy's entire conversation could be heard perfectly. Listening to all this, Kivia turned to Leondel, saying that she was curious about something. Kivia asked Leondel if he thought she had angered the boys. Leondel didn't know the exact answer, because if Kivia did something that the guys didn't like, then she made them angry. Although Leondel decided that they didn't care, because they didn't care even when they found out that he was a half-elf, and the Valterian was a completely normal guy. Leondel looked at Kivia and suggested that she simply apologize to Eric. Kivia thanked Leondel for his advice. Satisfied, Leondel turned away from Kivia and suggested leaving important matters for tomorrow. Kivia agreed with Leondel and fell asleep. Not understanding, Kivia decided that the memory lapses were due to a head injury. Kivia's body was damaged because she was chasing the monster. The monster asked Kivia why she told him that she hid her children. Kivia looked at the monster and wondered what she was doing in this place. The monster replied with a smile that she could be anywhere. Kivia woke up in a cold sweat and realized it was a dream. Looking to the side, Kivia noticed that Leondel was not in his place. Standing up and running to the door, a surprised Ether suddenly opened it. Kivia asked Ether if they were looking for Leondel. Ether didn't understand at all what Leondel had to do with it, and replied that all their weapons had been stolen. On the street of the village, residents fought with the bloodsuckers that attacked them. Bloodsuckers were everywhere. On the street, on houses, in houses. Eric dealt his powerful blows to the monsters, but after each blow, the monsters simply separated. Addis came to the rescue, trying to burn the attackers. Addis explained to Eric that without his magic staff, magic was spatially limited. Eric warned Addis that if he used aura in such a narrow place, everything would explode. While fighting off the bloodsuckers, Kivia told Eric that his sword, created from the world tree, would absorb most of his aura. Hearing this, Eric didn't even know whether he should be happy about it. Fighting off the monsters at the height, Ether reported that they had entered here from the eastern gate and were crawling in all directions. Returning to Earth, Ether calculated that there were about 200 monsters, and destroying them one by one would take too long. Kivia found it strange that so many monsters had attacked the village, and she was also worried about where Leondel had gone. When the man heard that Leondel had disappeared, he immediately decided that it was all because of the little elf who had betrayed even his own. Eric grabbed the man and reminded him that it was he who was going to stab him in the back and take Leondel hostage for negotiations with the king. This is why Eric assumed that they stole their weapons and his sword was simply too heavy for them. The man looked at Eric with fear and replied that it was too late to look for that baby, and that they needed to at least get out of here. Suddenly, Kivia interrupted the conversation and said that she didn't want it to come to an argument, explaining to everyone that she cannot interfere in the fate of people. This concerns not only the inhabitants, but also the matter of life and death of Leondel. Kivia should not do anything that is not related to the fulfillment of her assigned mission. Having killed another monster, Eric asked Kivia if she really meant to say that Leondel's death had nothing to do with her mission. Eric reported that if Leondel died, he would no longer help her. Kiwi needed to find Leondel in order to complete her mission. Unhappy with this arrangement, Kivia nevertheless went in search of Leondel. Watching Kivia go, Eric noticed that she wasn't as cold as they thought. Eric asked Addis how long his magic would last. He replied that it would last for about 5 small ones and 1 large one, and Ether borrowed a sword from a man. The man asked what they were going to do, because if they started killing the monsters one by one, it would take a very long time. But the guys replied that they had no intention of killing the monsters one by one. Eric said that the monsters needed to be gathered together. While at the World Tree, the monster held Leondel in her arms. Kivia appeared behind her, asking her to stop and not do anything to Leondel. The monster turned around and said that she did not expect a savior so quickly. But when Kivia saw who it was, she was stunned. The monster looked at Kivia and asked why she was staring like that, as if they had met before. Kivia replied that this was the first time he had seen such a monster that did not kill, but stole children. The monster asked for a human assessment and asked what people feel when they have children, how valuable a child is. Holding Leondel, the monster said that if this child were hers and was dear to her. The monster was interested in the expression on a person's face if her child was killed. The monster asked Kivia if she would show an expression on her face if she killed the child. But after putting Leondel on the ground, the monster said that she would figure this out later. Kivia, not missing the opportunity, decided to act first and attack the monster. The battle was still going on in the village. Addis asked Eric if he controlled the aura. Eric kept everything under control. Ether was also busy with the task at hand. The villagers sat away from all this and watched as the boys collected all the monsters from the entire village. The man waited for the moment when the monsters would be dealt with, and their nightmare would come to an end. The doctor appeared and said that the situation was not so good. The man noted that the Valterian had a very strong aura. What should they worry about? The doctor explained that the aura was too strong, and that the monsters below were devouring their own. The Valterian's aura kills the individuals and destroys the cells, but remains in these corpses. It turned out that one dead bloodsucker feeds dozens of other bloodsuckers. While fighting, the monster noticed that Kivia was deliberately not using her aura so that it wouldn't absorb her. Kivia appreciated the monster's high intelligence and ability to recover, which means it was she who brought the bloodsuckers to the village. But the monster corrected Kivia, saying that they were the ones who invaded her village, and she finally felt Kivia's aura. Kivia noticed that the more the monster was attacked, the stronger it became. Gathering her strength, Kivia struck, but the monster warned that she would not be able to defeat her with the help of aura. But suddenly the monster felt something different. Kivia used a freezing artifact because in this state the monster will not be able to absorb aura. The monster only managed to scream for the girl to wait. Watching the monster freeze, Kivia remembered that she didn't even ask her how she got out of the dungeon. After the monster froze, Leondel immediately woke up and asked Kivia why he was sleeping outside. Kivia approached Leondel and told him that it was time for them to go back. Suddenly, a powerful wave ricocheted Kivia far into the forest. It was a monster freed from magic. In a strange pose, she tried to give her face its former appearance. Looking at all this, Kivia knew perfectly well that after freezing, recovery was impossible. The monster laughed and said that even her bloodsuckers wouldn't last forever, so she had to kill a few. Seeing all this horror, Leondel decided that he was looking at a monster. The monster looked at Leondel and told him that she wanted to be a good mother, but the baby saw something extra. Kivia got to her feet and ran to help Leondel, remembering her prophetic dream. The pleased monster admitted that she had heard about some strong man. Eric was already standing in front of her, and the monster assessed him, saying that he was her type. Eric, tearing her hand away, replied that there were plenty of strange women in his circle. But before Eric came to the monster, fighting with the bloodsuckers, he felt that these creatures had risen in level. Ether reported everything that she would take on the small suckers, but her 38th level would not go for the large ones. Addis looked at Ether and gave her a special sign. As he continued to fight, Eric remembered that Addis had some kind of plan. Then Eric noticed a strange magic that looked like a countdown. When Eric looked up, he saw Addis grabbing Ether and flying away. A pleased Addis and Ether shouted at Eric to be patient for a little while. The boys left Eric as bait for the monsters, but after a certain time, a huge and powerful explosion occurred. Addis and Ether were happy that the plan worked, but the man was shocked that their colleague was burning in the fire. Ether told Addis that his explosion still looked a little dangerous, and it would be a little hot for Eric. As he emerged from the huge fiery flames, all Eric could say to Addis and Ether was that they were idiots. Addis apologized and explained that they were originally supposed to all escape from there together. But there were more monsters than they thought. The men looked at the body of the Valterian, which was not damaged anywhere, unlike the monsters, of which there was no trace left. On the other side of the village, deep in the forest, I also noticed a huge amount of aura. Addis told Eric that something might have happened to Kivia. Eric looked into the distance and assumed that something could have happened to the baby too. Eric told Addis and Ether to check everything in the village, and he would check the forest and quickly ran away. But as soon as Eric ran away, the villagers began to behave strangely. Addis and Ether didn't like this and decided to follow them. The world created by the goddess is like a precise clock, as long as it runs continuously. What should happen happens, and does not go beyond the framework of her script. But even if reality goes beyond the limits, the problem is not the prediction, it's just that reality changes. Kivia wondered why a future was appearing that shouldn't exist. Eric noticed that Kivia was out of action after the headbutt, but Kivia replied that she was created in the image of a Valterian woman, and was also strong. Kivia asked Eric to focus on the enemy in front of them. Kivia also noticed that after the battle with her, the recovery power dropped, but due to the aura, she is not affected by slashing attacks. When the monster recovered, the villagers appeared behind her. The monster said that she was only interested in the boy, and that hunters like the boys were rare in such parts. To everyone's surprise, the monster happily says that he will allow everyone to live in the village. After her words, Eric swung his sword with all his might and smashed the monster to the ground. Kivia was shocked. She knew Eric was strong, but not that strong. For Kivia, the strength of this stranger was beyond reason. After Eric smashed the monster, an instruction appeared stating that this was not a boss-level monster, but just small bloodsuckers. The villagers ran to the place where Eric had crushed the monster. Everyone started yelling at Eric and saying that he was worse than animals and killed an innocent lady, because she was like a mother to them. Eric tried to prove that it was a bloodsucker, but Kivia didn't understand what her mother had to do with it. But then it dawned on Kivia that the entire village was already infected. Kivia realized that the villagers were pretending and that the village was infested with parasites long before they arrived. Something strange began to happen to people, and the voice of the monster was heard again, who said that all these people were afraid of wild monsters, and the monster simply protected them. And in return, people gave her a place to live. For her, it was a symbiosis. But for the fact that people accepted foreigners, they had to pay for it. Kivia explained to the monster that manipulating other people's lives is not symbiosis, but slavery. The monster replied that people were happy in this slavery and did not even suspect it. Lyondell shouted at Eric to grab Kivia and quickly go to his father and tell him everything. But the monster shut Lyondell's mouth, saying that she wanted to live quietly and peacefully in the village, especially since they had already killed many of her children. Even though their blood was now on everyone and the monster, everything turned out just fine. Kivia realized that the carrier of the infection was blood, and her gaze smoothly switched to Eric. The last thing Lyondell saw was Eric knocking out Kivia. After some time, Lyondell woke up from a terrible nightmare. Looking around, he did not understand where he was. The door to the room opened and that same monster entered. Lyondell was frightened and asked the monster what she wanted to do with him. But the monster replied that she was not a monster, but his mother. And the man standing next to him asked him to watch his language before his daddy punished him. Lyondell didn't understand anything at all, and didn't believe that there was a Valterian near the monster. Kivia's dreams were often prophetic, but it was very difficult to explain them. It was the same this time. Kivia woke up with a terrible sore throat. When Kivia cleared her throat and looked at her hand, she saw a bloodsucker larva. Looking around, Kivia realized that she was in a hospital, and next to her lay the same man who had vomited a maggot. Then it dawned on Kivia that the entire hospital was full of patients infected with bloodsuckers. At that moment, the doctor entered the room and dropped the tray of food out of fright. Kivia quickly jumped out of bed and grabbed the doctor by the throat, pressing him against the wall. Looking the doctor in the eyes, Kivia did not believe that he was in league with those monsters. The doctor burst into tears and pitifully asked to save the village, saying that he would tell everything as it happened. It all started about 6 months ago. The doctor lived in this village and treated people. An elf of royal blood was driven out of the palace in a fight for the throne, and while in the village, he felt a bad aura from the roots of the world tree. Then, together with the villagers, he went inside the cave to the roots of the world tree. Then everyone saw an incomprehensible crack from which a red light was streaming. When they were there, an incomprehensible creature came out of this crack, but the elf lost consciousness. And when he came to, the people had already managed to kill each other. The elf did not become infected, as he belonged to another tribe. But since then, people began to become infected, and that creature forced the elf to heal people. All this was for the sake of the village, which had to constantly give its energy to the monster. Kiwi wondered why the doctor didn't tell them anything right away, because then they could have returned to the kingdom. As it turned out, the doctor told people about this last time, but they were already infected outside the village. Then the doctor realized that this was the monster's game to check whether he would turn out to be a traitor. The doctor reminded Kivia that even the monsters that were chasing them were infected with bloodsuckers, and when the doctor saw the boys for the first time, he had hope, and he allowed them to enter. The doctor apologized to Kivia for all the nuances, explaining that he had not seen normal people for a long time. After listening to the whole story, Kivia noticed that the crack from another dimension and the monster from there coincided with her vision. Kiwi was very interested to know what happened to Leondel and the rest of the boys. The doctor said that they were all with that very monster. Sitting at the table and having dinner, the monster treated her man to various delicacies. Then the monster noticed that her son Leondel was not eating anything. She asked why he was not eating. Leondel began to shout and say that the monster did not make him laugh and was not pretending. Having shouted to the monster that she wanted to fatten him up and eat him later, a knife immediately flew into the back of Leondel's chair. Daddy Leondel threw a knife to shut his mouth. Father didn't like the way Leondel spoke to his mother in his father's presence. The monster took a knife from the back of the chair and asked her lover not to do that. Since Leondel is half-elf, it will take them some time to become a family, Mommy said kindly. Leondel looked at Eric and thought that the same fate awaited him in time. But closing his eyes, Leondel hoped that they would come and save him, and that he just needed to be patient. The maid Ether entered the room and brought the main dish. Approaching Leondel, Ether said that this was a special dish for the master. When I opened the lid, I found the intestines cleanly washed and filled with blood. The sight, smell, and composition of the dish made Leondel immediately vomit. The maid Ether shouted loudly for the cook to come immediately. The cook Atus entered the room, and his maid Ether was scolding him for the terribly prepared dish. The cook justified himself by saying that he had prepared the pork that the owner had caught according to his signature recipe. The maid decided that the cook wanted to blame everything on the owner, who ordered this stinking dish to be prepared. The owner didn't like this. He was outraged, because before he had prepared sausage from mountain animals. And the maid added that when she served in the army, such things could not even be brought close to wyverns. The cook started crying and saying that he was useless and worthless. Mother stood up from the table and clapped her hands, asking everyone to calm down, as they should live happily. But the problem had to be solved, because if Leondel didn't eat, he would die of hunger. And if his mother forced him to, he would be a bad mother. Suddenly, Addis raised his hand and declared that it was all his fault because he had prepared bad food. Then Mother decided to fire such a terrible cook by releasing bloodsuckers on him. Seeing that the monster wanted to kill Addis, Leondel quickly grabbed his fork and began to eat the food. Shoving this disgusting thing into his mouth, Leondel imagined it was pork and told everyone it was delicious. But the meal of the beautiful family was interrupted by the doctor, who reported to the monster that the maid was healthy. The goddess of darkness, Kibriel, was sealed by 4 heroes who possessed the goddess's blessing. About half a year ago, the power of the goddess of darkness was sealed, and at about the same time, a crack into an unknown dimension appeared. Kiwi could no longer delay the goddess's task, as the decay of the magical power occurred faster than expected. As Kivia prepared, the doctor reported that most likely the bloodsuckers had completely penetrated the bodies of her friends and had become one. Kivia decided that this happened because of the man they brought to the village. The doctor suggested that Kivia try to wake up the boys in the same way that she woke up. But they both knew that using someone else's aura could be poisonous. Addis and Ether might not be able to withstand Kivia's aura. Of all of them, only the Valtarian warrior can withstand Kivia's aura. Kivia knew that Eric wouldn't be hurt much by her aura, but the problem was the mother, who was keeping a close eye on Kivia. Leondel, seeing his brother, ran to him, asking if he was okay, but the brother apologized to Leondel, turned around and left. Leondel did not expect this, and looking at Kivia, he did not believe that she was also infected. A monster approached Kivia, touched her hair, and said that she envied her strength and beauty, but the monster was happy that the girl was now just a doll in her hands. Leondel grabbed the knife and pushed the monster away from Kivia, injuring her hand. Holding the knife in front of him, Leondel told the monster that the boys were not guilty of anything. After all, it was because of him that they had to come to this damned village. Kivia leaned over to Leondel and said that in moments like these, you just need to apologize. Leondel immediately dropped the knife and apologized to the monster. Somewhere far away in the cold quarries was Raud, who, using his mind control powers, tried to stop the monster. When the monster sat still, Raud decided that his power had worked. But this was his big mistake, and then Raud thought that it would have been better for him to remain in captivity in the Order. At that moment, help arrived for Rauda. It was Chanrushin who told Raud that the monsters here were above his level, and therefore his skills did not work on them. Raud thanked the stranger for his help, but the monster behind them became even bigger. Looking at it, Chanrushin decided that it also did not have a very high level. Raud suggested using Chanrushin's hand to climb up, but Chanrushin said that his hand was stuck. The monster was already ready to swallow these sweet guys. But fortunately for them, help came to them, which they will owe for this. Leonhard informed the two that they were being pinned down by a normal nature monster. Changrushan thanked Leonhardt and said that he would serve him loyally. Raud was interested in why they were in such a place. Changrushan answered that there was a dungeon here, and Leonhardt asked Changrushan if he knew why they were going down into the dungeon. Changrushan suggested that it was for the sake of the raid, so that the monsters would not attack people. Here Raud intervened, saying that monsters come in different forms. The one that attacked them was a Ratni, and he attacked because they invaded his territory. Leonhardt explained that the dungeon monsters were created by the demon god, and they cannot eat anything that belongs to the Ratna, and therefore they cannot cause harm. Changrushan became interested in why the hunters went down into the dungeon. Temptation was to blame for everything, because for completing the dungeon they could receive powerful items and glory. Therefore, the Ratni voluntarily go to their deaths. In other words, this is the first stage of the capture of Ratni by the demon god. Now it became clear to Changrushan why there were objects in the very heart of the dungeon. While the interesting and informative conversation was going on, they came to an interesting point. It was another unstable rift into another dimension, in the name of an abandoned homeland and sacred gods. Changrushan and Raud were very surprised and wondered what it was. Leonhardt explained that the Order had reported about 100 such cracks, and that there had never been anything like this before. Leonhardt thought that if it could be seen using the landmark created by Ompalas, then it must be related to the demon god. While Leonhardt was thinking, Changrushan decided to look into the crack, and Raud quickly grabbed his hand. Not far from that very village, a carriage stopped, and a man, a Komodo, tried to get through with a blessing. When someone answered on the other end, the man immediately began reporting that the prince had been captured, and that a monster was ruling the village. Due to poor communication, Kronprince had trouble hearing and asked again if they had really caught Leondel. But the man could no longer answer the prince, as these were his last minutes. Receiving no answer, the crown prince hung up and resigned himself to the fact that something was indeed happening in that village. In front of the crown prince sat Holian, who informed him that this problem was no longer limited to the elven kingdoms. But the crown prince reminded that even a representative of the fairy union could not interfere in the elven kingdoms without discussing it with the union. Holian replied to the crown prince that she had no such thoughts. Then Richard interrupted their conversation. Richard told Holian that he didn't have time to get permission for every issue, and that Lady Zenobia had to be quicker. But Holian didn't let Richard finish. She made a remark to him that he shouldn't fall in without warning. It brings inconvenience to the elves. The elven king entered the hall, saying that they had not seen Miss Holian for 15 years. The Holians apologized to the king for visiting so late, but he knew she must have had a reason. Looking at Holian, the king noticed that she came without messengers, which meant that she was here as Holian, superior to Death, one of the 4 heroes. With sadness, Holian replied that the king was right, but the king also noted that Holian was going to the very village that rejected the elves. The elven king asked Holian to be careful and not to harm the inhabitants, and when the morning came, she could set off. Holian thanked the fairy king for allowing them to go to their territory. The elven kingdom was a small country compared to other states, its population and national power less than half. Although diplomatically the fairy kingdom is superior, thanks to Holian who transcends death. The crown prince told his father that he would set out with Holian the following morning. The king looked at his son and said that the elven nobles were waiting for the power to weaken, so the king should not rush off so easily. The crown prince did not like this, because as the eldest son of the royal family, he has the power to control the roots of the world tree. The king wondered if the crown prince was angry with him for sending Leondel to that dangerous place. Turning to his father, the crown prince replied that he simply did not want to end up in hell a second time. Sitting behind bars, Leondel tried to dig a tunnel with a spoon. When one of the bricks fell out, Leondel looked through the crack. But on the opposite side were the roots of the world tree, which you couldn't even scratch. Leondel wondered why the house was built so strangely, but he had to get out of there by any means necessary. At an inopportune moment, Leondel's mother came to him and asked him if he had thought about his behavior. With a sweet smile, Leondel replied to his mother that he regretted his misdeeds. The mother noticed that her son was still trying to escape from her. Then the monster asked everyone to leave, and leave them alone with Leondel. When everyone left, Leondel looked at Kivia and hoped that she had woken up. Otherwise, she would not have returned here. Leondel felt that Kivia and his brother had some kind of plan. As she left, Kivia's thoughts were that she had managed to avoid the worst-case scenario, her own death. None of this would have happened if they hadn't taken the king's quest. Even if the future was not as she had envisioned, there shouldn't be any problems. But Leondel's death is inevitable, and if the predetermined fate is changed, all of Kivia's visions will be destroyed and she will no longer see the future. For Ratna's sake, we must save Eric, leave this village, and find Beotold. When everyone returned to the house, Kivia went after Eric, but the maid Ether began to wonder where the new girl had gone. Kivia couldn't afford to be found out before she woke Eric up. Now was the right moment, while Leondel was distracting the monster, because it was unknown when she would be separated from Eric. Ether continued to call Kivia, and she noticed that she was acting strangely. But suddenly someone knocked on the door and everyone looked around. Opening the door, a doctor stood in front of them, who had business with the lady. Addis replied that the lady was now with the young master, and he could inform her of the doctor's arrival. The doctor told the servants that the mistress had probably forgotten to ask them for something, and suggested that they go outside the village together. Since it won't take much time, the lady won't even notice their absence. Lying on the bed, the gentleman felt strange that he had previously slept on such a small bed, and worn such tight clothes. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, it seemed to him that this was not his true appearance. But then he thought that he was not a primitive man who walked around naked, and there was no way that this cool mustache wasn't actually his. While the gentleman was admiring himself, Kivia was already attacking him with her aura. Loundel didn't understand until what point this monster would pretend to be human and pretend that they were family. Mommy leaned closer to her son and said that he had not yet seen real underground monsters. She stroked Leondel and said that if she were a monster, the village and he would no longer be alive. Mom explained to the baby that monsters are programmed to destroy everything connected with war, the desire to kill. The monster kept telling Leondel that she rejected all of this, and that was why she was different. But Leondel didn't understand why she was better than monsters if she manipulated people and killed innocents. The monster replied that they were all exactly the same, because that was what happened to Leondel's own mother when she died. These words caught Leondel's attention. He did not understand what this monster was saying. Covering her mouth with her hand, the monster apologized for saying too much again. Leondel wanted to know what this monster was talking about and, waving a brick, began to threaten. But the mother stopped her son and realized that it would be difficult to convince him with words. Having obtained the bloodsucker larva, the mother decided to sew her babies into the baby's body herself. Suddenly the walls and ceiling shook as if an earthquake had occurred. While resisting, Leondel hoped that Kivia had done everything and that they would soon save him. But it wasn't an earthquake, Eric. After Kivia's attack threw her into the wall, and from the powerful blow, the house shook. Now Kivia realized that burning the bloodsuckers in Eric's body was a stupid idea, because her power was not enough. Eric was like a multi-layered monster. Looking at himself, the master was unhappy that his clothes were torn due to the fault of the maid. The gentleman regarded all this as an attack on his family. After some strange noise, the monster decided to leave, but Leondel stood in front of her and did not let her pass. Leondel's thoughts were that Kivia was now fighting to save them, and therefore he had to stop this monster. But the monster slipped through the bars like a ghost. And then Leondel had only one option left: the roots of the world tree. The master told the maid that he had been wandering for 20 years. He was also a foreigner, but the people of this village accepted him. And now here is his home, his family, and his friends, whom he will not allow to be hurt. After hearing all this, Kivia realized that real memories and false ones were mixed up in her head. The master decided that their new maid was simply crazy. Kivia noticed that a normal attack using the aura would not expel the parasites from his body. Kivia still had one more way left to force Eric to use his aura. When Kivia used powerful aura energy, Eric blocked her attack with earth. Kivia suspected that Eric wouldn't be able to resist for long without using his aura. Now Eric attacked Kivia first, and the blow caused her to drop her spear. Kivia turned to Eric and said that she couldn't summon his aura with her own powers. Looking again at the maid, the master was surprised that she continued to talk this nonsense. Kivia turned to Eric and said that he needed to use the aura. But then she appeared, walking slowly towards her master. And then she answered Kiwi that he couldn't use aura. Otherwise it would completely destroy the village. Kivia guessed that it was the monster who forbade Eric from using the aura. Pressing Kivia against a tree, the monster asked her who she really was. After all, she was very interested in why her parasites did not work on her. This could only happen to children who have few memories. Kivia said that despite how it looks, it has only been 4 weeks since it was launched. This made the monster laugh, as she knew that women should not be judged by their appearance. The monster emphasized that Kivia has a strong influence on the child in the dungeon. During this time, while the proceedings were going on upstairs, Leondel managed to dismantle half the wall in order to get to the roots. After he had the opportunity, Leondel came into contact with the roots of the world tree. As soon as the reunion occurred, the monster and those who were under its influence began to have a sharp headache. The monster didn't understand what it was and who could interfere with her signal. While she was thinking, Kivia suddenly attacked Eric and knocked him down. Holding Eric's hands, Kivia leaned towards his lips and performed artificial respiration to transfer the aura. But the monster, noticing this, immediately pushed Kivia away from Eric. The monster explained to Kivia that the parasites had already completely taken over Eric's body, and it was too late to transfer the aura. Having grabbed Kivia, the monster said that no one doubts the life that she gave, because new memories are superimposed on top of the happy ones. But Eric appeared behind the monster. She did not understand how he was able to wake up on his own. In front of Kivia's eyes, Eric raised the monster, and she told him that his memories were perfect. Eric agreed with her, because he had a house and a wife, and also a child to feed. A normal life. Piercing the monster with his hand from which an aura emanated. The only thing that was strange about Eric was that he didn't remember kissing anyone. From Eric's powerful aura, the monster seemed to evaporate, and Kivia told Eric that it was not a kiss, but artificial respiration. Returning to the house, Eric thanked Kivia for kissing him, or rather, performing artificial respiration, and for him coming to his senses. Kivia asked Eric to be more serious, as Mom might come back to life. In general, for Kivia, this was an extreme method that she did not want to use. Eric decided that it was because of his headache that everything worked out for Kivia. When Kivia and Eric came to Leondel, they noticed that the roots of the world tree began to suck the baby into themselves. Londel, seeing Kivia, was glad that she remained alive. Eric immediately bent the bars of the grate so they could enter. Kivia cut the roots of the world tree with her spear using aura. When Leondel fell on Kivia's shoulder, he was immediately glad of such relief. It was known that people were controlled by a signal coming from the world tree. Whoever received the signal was immediately under control. The monster used the tree's roots for its own purposes, which means the source is hidden somewhere underground. To free people, it is necessary to destroy the source and restore the world tree. Then the signal will disappear, and all charged ones will heal naturally. Kivia told all the information that Leondel received when interacting with the world tree. Looking at Eric, Kivia told him that he looked like a clown without clothes, but Eric had no clothes and his sword. But Leondel reminded everyone that in order to restore the world tree to its previous state, he personally needed to touch it. This meant that Leondel also had to go down into the dungeon. Kivia didn't even want to hear about it, and immediately said that Leondel would stay upstairs while they destroyed the enemy. Leondel tried to persuade Kivia, saying that the road leading down was like a labyrinth and it would be difficult to find the way. Also, Leondel said that he was engaged in fencing, or he would be able to distract the monsters. But Kivia insisted on her own, and even more so, after contact with the world tree, one of Leondel's eyes began to see worse. Suddenly, Eric picked up Leondel and put him on his shoulders, realizing that the weight was just right. Eric said that even 3-year-olds go out to battle among the Valtarians, and Leondel will be their navigator. This idea pleased Leondel, and sitting on Eric's shoulders, he shouted that Leondel's squad was ready for battle. The doctor, along with Ether and Addis, descended into the dungeon and walked along the tangled paths. Ether didn't believe that the lady had a task for them in such a terrible place. Having already gone deep enough, Ether wanted to touch the tip of the root, but Ether was frightened by someone's mooing face in the roots. Attis and Ether were surprised where it came from, and why the roots of the world tree were absorbing it. The doctor explained that with the help of the world tree, it sucks out energy, even though the roots are infected. All this bears fruit on the branches. The high concentration of life force and energy turns into red crystals. After that, bloodstones appear and all this is done for her. Arriving at the place, the doctor gave the order to find the sword of the Valtarian warrior. But the same monster who said she wanted to accept him into her family turned to the doctor. The doctor didn't expect Kivia to wake up the Valtarian so quickly. Then the doctor turned to the queen and asked what had happened. And she sternly replied that the cunning doctor knew everything and did not tell. But the doctor tried to convince the queen that he knew nothing about it and had no idea. The queen told the doctor that she would never forgive him. Then the doctor approached the queen and asked what she would do with him. Kill him or something. But if the queen kills him, she will turn into a monster who is unable to resist the thirst for murder. If the doctor dies, his magic will disappear, and the queen will not be able to live like an ordinary person. The queen turned away from the doctor, saying that he simply had nowhere to go because he had been kicked out of the kingdom. It was not in the interests of the two of them for this village to become known. But Eric, along with Kivia and Leondel, were already on their way. The queen warned the doctor that she would make Eric pay the price for cheating on his wife by kissing another. Hearing this, Addis offered to kill Eric for such an act. Seeing his brother, Leondel was glad that he was alive. Eric was surprised that Leondel's brother was also not infected, and Kivia said that thanks to him, she got close to them, and only people are susceptible to influence. Then Erica wondered how people could be influenced. The doctor told Leondel that he was indeed a true descendant of the royal elves, since he was able to touch the roots. Suddenly, Ether jumped out from somewhere waving her swords. Eric started yelling at Ether to come to her senses, but Kivia told Eric that if it was that simple, she wouldn't have woken him up that way. At the moment, Ether and Addis mistook Eric and Kivia for enemies. When Addis tried to attack, Eric managed to block it, but noticed that Addis's skills had become more powerful. Eric decided to talk to the guys again, saying that the fact that they were fighting now looked very strange. But Addis did not see anything strange in this, since he was trying to kill the enemy who invaded his territory. Eric kicked the ground with all his might, causing it to shake as if there had been an earthquake. As the impact tore a hole in the ground, Eric grabbed Ether and Addis and fell into it with them, shouting to Kivia that there was a way. Kivia was surprised that Eric spoke so confidently about this. The queen immediately appeared and wanted to kill Kivia for breaking up someone else's family. Kivia immediately entered into battle with the queen. Turning to the doctor, Kivia ordered him to take Leondel away from here. Of course, Leondel was against this. Then Kivia told him that if he stayed here, he would die. The doctor grabbed Leondel by the hand and they started to run away. Leyondell decided that he was just bothering everyone, and his escape was the only help for Kivia and Eric. The middle brother asked Leyondell if he wanted to help his friends, and Leyondell of course agreed. The doctor was happy about this, and said that the time had come to prove his worth. The queen asked Kivia if she knew that if a half-elf touched the world tree, he would die due to the side effect. The queen knew that Kivia's true intentions were not to save the child, but simply to have him die away from her eyes. Kivia begged the wretched monster to shut up, but the queen was glad she had hit the nail on the head. The queen continued to talk about how Kivia only needed the boar she could take in exchange for Leyondell. At one point, there was already a whole crowd of monsters, and each one said that Kivia could have killed Addis and Ether, and told the Valtarian that they were killed by a monster. Kivia thought about freezing this crowd with an artifact, but using aura on bloodsuckers is not the best option. During the time spent in the village, Kivia realized that the bloodsuckers quickly recover and feed on the energy of the tree. And in order for Kivia to deal with everyone, in addition to aura, she needed 4 main powers. The queen turned to Kivia and asked her if she understood the queen's weakness. The queen was also curious about what Kivia thought about why the queen did not kill the mage and the swordsman. The queen told Kivia that there was no way to return the mage and swordsman to their previous state, and the only thing left to do was to kill them. Eric immediately appears and asks Kivia to help him, since he lacks a level. The queen doesn't understand how the Valtarian is still alive. Kivia takes out a polymorph necklace that can suppress users of the dragon race. After activating the necklace, Addis and Ether immediately turned into dragons. The queen was amazed that the magician and the swordsman were dragons. Addis was furious that the monster wanted to harm Eric and Kiwi with his hands. Addis grabbed the monster by the hair and began to spit fire right into her face. Eric watched all this, and for the first time he saw Addis so furious. Ether grabbed Eric and began to slam him into the ground, telling him to die. Eric started hitting Ether in the face and telling her to come to her senses. When Ether came to her senses, she immediately went to help Addis. Eric asked Kivia where Leyondell was, and she replied that she had sent him and his brother outside. Kivia told Eric that as long as the main monster was in the crosshairs, no one would be able to harm Leyondell. But no one expected that the village's world tree would turn into a monster. The monster began to attack the village with its aura. Addis told the monster that it was precisely such actions that made her a monster. Eric, sitting on Ether, went to help Addis. But Eric didn't just strike, he cut the monster with his aura. It was the first time Eric had seen someone bigger than Addis. With his strength and aura, Eric smashed the monster to pieces. Eric destroyed every millimeter of the monster, getting closer and closer to her. After Eric's aura, the monster could no longer regenerate. And then Eric got as close to her as possible and was ready to strike. But Eric's sword couldn't withstand his powerful aura and broke. Noticing this, Kivia made a good run and threw a spear at Ermic, saying that she had already used it and it was time to return it. Eric caught the spear and thanked Kivia for returning it. The world tree sucked all the energy out of the monster, while Eric cut off her head. All the energy of the world tree will leave through this gap. Leyondell told his brother that he couldn't move, and his brother replied that this was enough to prevent the queen from regenerating. Leyondell, looking at the crack, asked his brother what kind of crack it was. The brother said that her origin is impossible to know. But thanks to her appearance, the bloodsuckers can operate outside the dungeon. And the larger the gap, the further they could crawl according to the doctor's calculations. The bloodsuckers could even reach Alendia. Leyondell did not understand what his brother was talking about. But he continued to say that if he opened the crack and killed the queen, he would be able to control people throughout the entire fairy union. Hearing this, Leyondell immediately began to detach himself from the world tree. But his brother pushed him away and told him not to act rashly. The doctor said that he began studying bloodsuckers 20 years ago. Even then, he noticed that they were responding to signals from the world tree, but they were simply creatures that fed on energy. At that time, the doctor thought that they couldn't be used to manipulate people, so his father kicked him out because of these studies. The doctor wanted the elves to be able to rule over numerous nations, and then not only would peace come, but their kingdom would become great again. Leyondell couldn't believe that after his father had thrown his brother out of the palace, he continued his research in the village. The doctor was glad about this, as he was able to complete them when he discovered the crack. And then he met the monster that controlled the bloodsuckers. According to the doctor's plan, Leyondell's companions were supposed to kill the monster. When the boys saw a small white lump, they were not sure that it was the same monster. But this monster's eyes turned red and he wanted to attack Eric. The monster was stopped by Kivia, who grabbed it. Eric became curious about who this was. What kind of monster? It was a level 32 monster. Tribe name Specimen A. Angel Star 156-842. The monster settled in a deserted gorge where there was nothing. He devoured everything that was smaller than him, and this required neither consciousness nor ego. In order to survive and become stronger, he had no other way but to devour and evolve. Compared to other predators, which were simply huge, the monster was weak and small. Most often he ran away, because in case of failure it was impossible to survive. But one day he failed. The monster was badly injured and wanted to be killed and eaten. But suddenly he noticed a strange crack that he had not seen before. And then he instinctively ran towards her, not noticing his wounds. When he got to the other side, he couldn't figure out where he ended up when he fell into it. The monster continued to run until he was sure he was safe. Then the child noticed a monster in the bushes and told his parents that there was something strange there. The monster was in an unfamiliar environment. He didn't have to hunt anymore, and food was given out on a schedule. People didn't understand where he came from, because in terms of recovery speed, he was like a wild monster. The child was delighted that they had discovered a new species, but the father warned his son that he could not keep it at home. The father warned his son that this monster was still a puppy, but could also be dangerous. The child told the monster that his dad was a veterinarian, and if he ate well, he would soon get better. The monster grabbed the bowl of food in his paws and said that it was delicious. Everyone was surprised by what they heard, as no one expected this monster to speak. Immediately after this, the father and son began to persuade their mother to let the monster stay with them. But mother was against it, afraid that the villagers might find out that they were keeping a wild monster at home. But the monster was able to persuade his mother, looking at her with his huge eyes. Then the monster realized that these large creatures were not scary and began to learn more and more about them. Dad, a veterinarian, loved to look after the monster as he was, and thanks to this, he was able to live comfortably in their home. After some time, my mother decided that it was impossible to keep the monster locked up, so sometimes she would secretly take him out when she went to the village. The boy loved to read books and sleep under a tree. Then this baby gave a name to the monster. Since he was white as snow, he received the name Snow. Even though the monster Snow had never seen snow, he liked the name. After some time, the baby fell ill as an epidemic spread throughout the village. The parents called the doctor, who asked them not to worry, but the parents said they would bring a special doctor. There were many other doctors before this one, but no one could identify the disease. But it was that special doctor who was able to cure the boy, and the parents thanked him. The doctor assured the parents that he had simply replenished the body's internal energy. At that time, the village was hostile to elves, and the parents had a hard time deciding about such a doctor. Sitting in the boy's room, the doctor admitted that this was the first time he had encountered such a type of animal. The father told the doctor that they accidentally found Snow wounded and are now monitoring him. And an interesting ability is that he takes the form of objects that he ate. After the conversation, the father reached into the inside pocket of his jacket for his fee. But the doctor asked without this, since the baby had not fully recovered. In return, he asked to put in a good word for him to stay in the village. Father was surprised that there were still such amazing elves. The doctor had medicines to treat people, and he used this to his advantage. Although the doctor did not look like the villagers, to Snow, he was like a human. The father helped the elf and convinced the residents, but at first, everyone reacted strangely to this. But the people he cured began to treat him as a doctor. Unfortunately, even medications did not help the physically weak, and the boy was no exception. After the boy's death, the house acquired an uncomfortable silence. No one called Snow by name again, and the family and other residents became infected with another disease. The disease was so severe that it could not be cured by any medicine. Snow didn't know what he had to do to return to that time. He wanted to be called by name again, played with and fed. When Snow ran to the boy's grave, he began to dig him out, and one of the villagers noticed this. After some time, Snow returned, but his parents were alarmed by his appearance. Standing on the threshold, Snow said that he was in pain, just like his mom and dad. Even though the boy disappeared, Snow made his parents happy that they had him, and that he would become part of their family. But the father was beside himself and swung at Snow, saying that he was a vile monster. In such rainy weather, the villagers entered the house to report that a monster had dug up their son's grave, but there was no one to report this to. When it was all over and Snow came to his senses, he decided he needed to go to the doctor. But in this guise, Snow could not appear, and, not understanding the reasons, he ran away. Snow found the crack from which he fell, but he had already become larger than that crack. He thought he could push it open and crawl inside, but Snow didn't want to go back to the mountains. When the residents shot Snow, they began to worry more about the incomprehensible crack, which they decided was the cause of the illnesses. Snow stood up and started crying, telling the villagers that it wasn't because of him. It was at that moment that people began to kill each other. Snow realized that he had forced them to do this, and then he gained the ability to control the bloodsuckers. As it turned out, the cause of the disease in the village was blood-sucking monsters, and the same thing happened to the boy who became infected with this disease. And when Snow ate the boy, he became infected with this disease. A doctor appeared from somewhere in the dungeon and saved Snow. The doctor extended his hand to Snow and offered to help him live as a human. After all this, the doctor cast magic on Snow so that he would not accidentally kill anyone. Then Snow gave the doctor his 2 eyes, and all this was so that he could use his abilities. The boys realized that Snow was just a pawn of the elf to control people. Kivia began to threaten Snow and ask where the doctor and Londell were now. But Snow didn't even think about helping the guys. because they also consider him just a monster. Addis intervened in the conversation and said that he had also lived like a wild animal before and had to kill people to survive. Addis admitted that he now regretted it, and Kivia asked Addis to step aside. Eric pulled Kivia towards him and asked her to leave it as is for now. Snow decided that Addis was asking him to repent and move on with his life. Addis explained that taking people's lives by using bloodsuckers and attacking them was wrong. Snow didn't like all this, since he couldn't turn into a human like Addis. These words made Snow angry, because everyone looked at him like he was a monster. Addis hugged Snow, telling him that the two of them were essentially monsters, and no matter how much they denied it, it wouldn't change. Addis asked Snow not to use all this as an excuse anymore. When Addis asked Snow if no one had ever been kind to him, Snow remembered that boy's mother. From such mental trauma, everything inside Snow was screaming. Kivia didn't remember why Eric and Ether were just standing there watching all this. And when everything calmed down, Eric suggested finishing off the second prince and finding Leondel. As Snow climbed higher, he ordered the villagers to go very far away so that the signal from the world tree would not affect them. Eric suggested waiting until the residents left. Addis praised Snow. Snow also erased the memories of people seeing the dragon. Unexpectedly, Ether said that she had gotten out of the habit of flying in the form of a wyvern, that now even her shoulders hurt, but Eric said that she had simply gained weight. Ether attacked Eric with the words that she was 3 times lighter than him. Eric replied that weight is determined by true appearance. Noticing Kivia a little further, Eric approached her and saw that she was sad, most likely because of Leondel. Kivia replied that she was worried about Leondel, but sad because of Eric. Since Eric was not a warrior, even the goddess could not accurately predict his actions, and if this continued, all of Kivia's predictions would be false. So now Eric must follow only Kivia's decisions. Eric, without denying anything, simply agreed with Kivia. Along the way, Kivia praised the boys for stopping her when she tried to kill the creature. Eric was glad that Snow was alive, and said that he had an interesting race. When Eric named the race Angel, Kivia's face changed, but Eric continued to say that there were still strange numbers there. Addis and Ether heard of such an angel race for the first time, and Snow himself admitted that he did not know such a thing. Eric was outraged that the guys themselves didn't know this, and they called him a foreigner. At that moment, a huge bunch of monsters similar to Snow flew out of the tree. Everyone was surprised and decided that these monsters came here just like Snow. Kivia pushed Eric down sharply, grabbed Snow, and told Addis and Ether that there was a change of plans. Kivia ordered Addis and Ether to kill the monsters called angels so that they would not leave the village. Kivia jumped after Eric and shouted that they would close the gate in that time. When strange monsters began to penetrate, Leondel blocked their path. The doctor, looking at the crack, suggested that there might be a connection with other lands, since this was the first time he had seen such monsters. Leondel turned to his brother and said that he had made the wrong choice, since he himself would not be able to control it. Leaning towards Leondel, the brother replied that it was for this very reason that he asked him for help. Leondel was even afraid to imagine what his father and older brother would say to all this, but the doctor replied that they were all dirty liars. The doctor said that neither the crown prince nor he could control the world tree, only Leondel could do it. This ability is possessed by the eldest sons of the royal elven family. The crown prince forgot his duties and fell in love with a human girl, and then the king declared his own grandson to be his son to hide the prince's stupidity. The crown prince wanted to pass the throne to the half-breed when the time came, but if that happened, the royal blood of the elves would be forever defiled. As with Leondel's mother, the middle brother sent mercenaries to kill the younger brother. But then the doctor gets hit in the face by Eric, who was very happy to hit such a filthy scumbag. Eric explained that for some reason he couldn't kill, but if Kivia had hit him, the doctor's head would have flown off his shoulders long ago. The doctor did not expect to see the Valtrin here, and he became interested in how they knew his location. Snow came out from behind Eric, who had thought the whole time that the doctor was caring for him and therefore was hiding this place. Snow was so angry that as soon as the doctor appeared in the village, he infected everyone with bloodsuckers. Seeing the monster, the doctor was even more surprised that now they were all on the same page. Kivia noticed that the doctor had given Leondel poison to drink and wanted to help him quickly. But suddenly Leondel ran over to his brother. Eric and Kivia did not understand what he was doing. The doctor knew that even half-elves could be controlled. Eric asked Snow if there was anything he could do, but he replied that now only Elf could control Leondel. The doctor asked Leondel if he remembered his request, and Leondel touched the roots. Kivia asked to stop, as this was not just a dungeon. These were the gates leading to another world, the world of Ompalas. Kivia quickly explained to Eric that the goddess of darkness had lost her power. The balance of power that protected the battlefield had cracked, and that was why a gap had appeared. As for the angel, it was not created by the goddesses. Most likely it was a biological weapon against the Ratna that Ompalas was testing. The doctor suggested that Kivia kill him and Leondel to save the world if Ratne was already in danger of destruction. As he said this, the doctor was sure that Kivia would not do this, since all her words were lies. Eric grabbed his sword and ordered the doctor to move away from Leondel if he did not want to die. The doctor found it funny that Eric decided to break the gate with his stupid sword. A monster of level 148 burst out of the crack. Tribe name Specimen A, Angel Lattice 1537. The monster grabbed the doctor and ate him. Kivia realized that this was the next step in Ompalaz's plan to take over the Ratna. Snow recognized the monster as Amuria, who was already many years old and who would devour them all. Eric immediately began to attack before the gate was fully open. Eric wanted to deal with the angel first and then seal the gap. Kivia wanted to help Eric by giving him a hint that if he had already dealt with the angel, then he needed to immediately run to the gate. But Eric shouted back to Kivia that it wouldn't be that easy to handle this, and asked to entrust the monster to him, and for Kivia to deal with Leondel. Eric noticed that the monster was trying to drag him into the crevice, and the monster succeeded, and Eric followed him into another dimension. When Eric heard about the world of Ompalaz from Kivia, he doubted it, but now he had no doubts. Looking around, Eric could not imagine when he would return to this hell again. Looking at the monster, Eric did not believe until the very end that the second prince had been eaten. Snow didn't understand why. Even though the second prince died, the manipulation of Leondel didn't stop. Kivia said that it was because of the resistance that arose when the half-elf came into contact with the world tree. Snow began to have tears in his eyes, thinking that this was all because of him. But Kivia reassured Snow, saying that it was simply time. Above, Addis and Ether continued to fight the angels using different methods of magic. Ether noticed that although there were a lot of monsters, they were not particularly strong, but one still had to be careful. Addis felt uneasy, because the army was safe even with so many dungeons. Ether understood that if all the monsters crawled out, the world would end. Then Ether and Addis noticed that the monsters began to devour each other. This meant that the monsters would evolve, and the guys couldn't let that happen. Ether noticed that Addis wasn't attacking the monsters, and asked why. Addis was upset because the blessing of Ompalaz on the staff refused to attack the angel. And after the monsters evolved, they turned into a huge monster. The huge monster began to fill with irreversible aura power. Eric kept trying to attack the monster, but no matter how much he tried, before he could even swing, he lost his strength. However, it was dangerous for Eric to receive direct attacks from such a high-level monster, and he could not use aura. At the very beginning, the management warned that it was an impossible target for an angel to attack, and suggested sacrificing oneself to the deity's viceroy and striving for eternal life. When Eric entered another dimension, the gate opened even more, and monsters began to arrive from there. Kivia didn't believe that they couldn't be gotten rid of. Snow replied that it was only for a while, since they had enough food here. Kivia had only one option left, to close the gate. Snow fully agreed with Kiwi, but only Leondel could close the gate. But in the state that Leondel was in now, he couldn't even get close to the world tree. A loud voice of Ether was heard in the tunnel, shouting for everyone to step aside. As Ether and Addis flew past Kivia, Snow and the other monsters, a huge monster flew after them. Having flown into the crack, the monster was about to attack the guys, gathering all of its aura. But Ether and Addis waited for the right moment and dodged the attack, and the monster attacked another monster. Then a fight began between the monsters, and this gave Addis and Ether time to search for Eric. If even Ompalaz's blessing didn't work for Addis, the boys realized that Eric wasn't in the best position either. Flying in this hell, Addis noticed a huge hole and told Ether to fly there. In one of these holes, under a pile of stones, lay an exhausted Eric. As Ether and the monster quickly passed by, the small monsters were swept away, and Leondel called out to Kivia. Kivia immediately turned to Leondel, who asked Kivia to help with something. Leondel asked Kivia to take him to the roots of the world tree. After all, as a representative of the royal family of elves, he must take responsibility. Ether and Addis appeared from the crack and helped Eric walk. Eric reassured the boys that when he lived in the mountains, such fights were commonplace. But no matter how hard Eric tried, Addis saw that Eric's wounds were serious, and he would not be able to take the blow and fight as before. Kivia approached everyone and said that there was no point in fighting anymore. Looking away, Kivia said that the gate would close soon, as Leondel was already working on it. Everyone immediately ran to the roots and asked Leondel to wake up. Snow replied that Leondel was already unconscious, and now he could control the bloodsuckers so that they would not kill Leondel. Turning away from everyone, Kivia reminded that at the very beginning she had spoken about the fate of Leondel, and in order for the will of the goddess to be fulfilled and the war to continue to exist, it is necessary to save people from death. But Eric didn't like all this and began to get Leondel from the roots of the world tree. Kivia started screaming and asking Eric if he still didn't understand her words. While trying to get to Leondel, Eric shouted to Kivia that he didn't understand something. Eric didn't understand whether the world would collapse if they saved some boy, and if the world really was that weak, then it would be better for it to collapse. As Eric began to free Leondel, the gap became large again and a monster appeared from there. Taking a closer look, Eric noticed that the monster was devouring other angels and evolving. The monster sent its murderous aura into the gap to kill everyone, but Addis used ice reflecting magic. When the way was clear, Addis and Ether went to buy time for Eric, and when he freed Leondel, he could help them too. Kivia couldn't even imagine how these two would resist the angel, but Eric warned the guys that he would quickly cope. Hearing about quickly, Kivia was completely dumbfounded, because the roots of the world tree can only be torn apart with the help of aura. Kivia grabbed Eric's hand and started talking about the promise he made to her that he would follow her decisions. Eric laid everything out for Kivia, so that when she entrusted them with the goddess's task, she did not have to tell them about Leondel's fate. Then the boys wouldn't have to go with Leondel. They would have gone straight to look for Beotold. Eric decided that Kivia, without realizing it, had made the decision to save Leondel from his fate. Kivia burst into tears. She realized that there was nothing they could do now. They had only one option left, to sacrifice Leondel, but Eric had one way, and that was to fight at full strength. By that time, Addis and Ether were already exhausted and could not continue the fight. A few more moments and the monster would have destroyed the guys. Erica found a way to use the power of the goddess, and a guide appeared before him. The management informed that it was impossible to recognize the enemy and that it was necessary to destroy the enemy. Eric was ready for a complete demolition. The monster was special. 25 years had already passed since he managed to survive. He became the strongest in this place and everything stopped. Those whom he ate and the weakest, no matter how much he swallowed them, could not become stronger. Even the acquired ability began to sharply reduce his metabolism, and it became enough to eat once a month. There were no enemies and no need to move. It was all profit and free. But now it was impossible not to be angry. For the first time in a long time, he again smelled blood and suffering. And thanks to the creature that wants to destroy him, the monster feels an incredible sense of hunger. Snow asked Kivia what kind of magic she was using, and Eric fought the monster on equal terms. Kivia replied that it was not magic but sacred abilities. Eric was able to hack the landmark and adjust it so that it would not perceive the monster as an angel. Also, a little bit of Kivia's aura was added to the total power, but compared to Eric's aura, it won't give such an effect. However, Kivia knew that it was impossible to deceive the landmark forever. Then Kivia asked Snow to look after Leondel, and she herself would get Addis and Ether out. But Snow told Kivia to stay with Leondel, because he needed her more. It would be even more difficult to explain to Leondel who Snow is. Therefore, Snow went to return Addis and Ether. Kivia thanked Snow and wished him luck. Eric kept trying to aim for the monster's head, but even though it was huge, he still dodged it well. At that moment, Eric used all the methods and techniques he knew, and it wasn't without exploding the earth. After this move, Eric managed to cut off the monster's arm. But because of the explosion, huge stones continued to fall and raised huge dust, making it impossible to see anything. And when the dust settled, Eric noticed that the monster was repeating all his movements. When the monster used aura, Addis came to Eric's aid with his reflector ice move. Having landed with the guys, Eric asked about their well-being. Addis informed Eric that Ether most likely broke her arm. Then Eric ordered Addis to take the Ether and go to the gate, and he would deal with the monster. But the monster repeated Eric's explosion of the earth, and Eric managed to grab only Addis. Because of her broken arm, Ether couldn't do anything, but Snow caught her below. Snow shouted to Eric that the monster would evolve due to the elf that had eaten it. And so it happened. The monster prepared to attack with another portion of aura, but Eric asked Addis if he remembered how they hunted the spider. Without a single unnecessary question, Addis froze Eric's sword. And with all his might, Eric threw the frozen sword straight into the monster's mouth. Kivia watched all this and hoped that Eric would soon put an end to it, because her abilities did not have much time left. Eric's sword flew straight into the mouth, repelling the monster's aura. But at the very last moment, the monster closed his mouth and the sword got stuck between his fangs. Eric immediately grabbed the sword, and was glad that he finally reached the head. Having inflicted his professional cuts on the monster lengthwise and crosswise, for dessert, Eric left him with a crossblow and pierced the monster with an additional blow. Suddenly, Snow shouted that they shouldn't aim at the monster's head, as it was just a shell. But it was too late and the shell was damaged. The monster descended to the place where Addis, Ether, and Snow were. Addis grabbed his staff and tried to pull himself together. Eric attacked the monster, protecting the boys, and shouted to Addis that Ether wouldn't last long. Addis didn't understand why he needed to help Eric and save Ether right now. Looking at the monster, Addis decided that his main body was allowed because he had become much smaller. But then Snow explained that they were constantly evolving and receiving various advantages, and in return they accumulated unnecessary abilities. And after the monster ate the elf, he developed intelligence, which brought awareness. Addis was even afraid to imagine that if the monster had become so smart, what would be the next stage? Eric didn't understand why it became difficult for him to deal with the monster. Each attack of the monster was thought out to the smallest detail, and Eric no longer felt like he was fighting a monster. The monster put aura into the wings and thereby strengthened them, just like Eric did with his sword. Eric noticed that the monster was completely repeating all of his techniques. And when Eric wants to strike, the monster seems to know and dodges. the monster used a lengthwise strike against Eric. In addition, the monster used fire magic in addition to the aura. For Eric, the monster's blows became dangerous, especially with fire magic. While Addis had time, he turned into a dragon. But he didn't understand what Ether and Snow were still doing here. Snow answered Addis that even if they ran away, when the monster came out, it would be the end for them all anyway. And Ether warned the two of them that they had no choice but to defeat the monster. The monster was furious. He repeated the same thing over and over again, that he was interrupted. Then the monster used a cross move, adding some fire to it, and directed it all at Addis. Addis prepared for the attack, but the boys had little chance of survival. Suddenly, Kivia felt that someone was approaching with great speed, but there could be no one here with such force. When Kivia looked up, she was very surprised at where they came from. Before attacking Addis, Snow ate Ompala's blessing from Addis's staff. Eric was furious because the monster killed his friends. Together with the monster, they used the same cross attack, which made the entire earth shake. The monster pierced Eric's shoulder with its sharp wing, but the monster didn't understand one thing: why Eric stopped and didn't attack. And at the most inopportune moment, management announced that in order to check the landmark, all user movements were suspended. This amused the monster, and he became convinced that his opponent was a complete non-entity. Eric was on the verge of anger, hatred, and wanted only one thing: for this monster to die. Suddenly, a black blindfold flew over the monster's eyes. It was Kivia who started saving Eric, and he asked her if she could hack the landmark again. But Kivia hinted to Eric that he was already barely alive, but his opponent was still in excellent shape. The monster didn't want his prey to just run away, because he wasn't finished yet. Eric told Kivia that even if he died, he couldn't let this bastard go. After such frank phrases, Kivia asked what would happen to the other members of the team. The monster was angry that he had not managed to kill anyone, and this worthless thing was running away like a coward. Suddenly, the roots of the world tree began to emerge from the ground in another dimension. Eric noticed that the roots of the world tree were holding back the monster, but Eric didn't understand who was doing all this. And then from afar, the voice of the Crown Prince began to be heard, saying that he would not be able to hold back the monster for long. Kivia and Eric managed to penetrate through the crack, and Addis and Ether, who were alive, were already waiting for him there. Ether told Eric that just before the attack, Snow protected them by swallowing a blessing. Eric asked Addis where Snow was then, but Addis could not answer, because when they came to their senses, the roots had already carried them away. Kivia told the Crown Prince that if this gap between dimensions was left, it would begin to grow, and the Ratna would not be able to withstand it. The Crown Prince heard Kivia and knew that only through the roots of the world tree did they have a chance. The Crown Prince ordered the elves to direct all remaining energy to the roots of the world tree. The Crown Prince himself also took it upon himself to help the elf close the gap. The Crown Prince asked Kivia to explain this phenomenon later. Kivia agreed with the prince and asked in return that he explain everything to Landel. Looking down, the Crown Prince agreed with Kivia that it was time to tell the whole truth. When the gap was almost closed, a monster appeared from it, shouting that he would not allow this to happen, and began to open it with his own strength. Suddenly, the monster's aura covered everyone, but most of the energy was directed at Eric. And at that moment, Eric's body seemed to be bound by millions of chains, and instructions appeared. To prevent the monster from killing Eric, Snow came to the rescue and began to interfere with the monster. Looking back, the monster asked Snow why he was trying to stop him, since they were the same species. But suddenly, a huge black harness grabbed Snow by the paw and began to pull. It was Kivia who answered the monster that Snow was completely different and was not a monster. When Kivia grabbed Snow, the monster had a good chance to break out again. Jumping out of the crack, the monster cut Kivia's harness, and at that moment powerful magic began to push the monster and Snow back. Then Snow realized that this was their last meeting and smiled at the guys as he said goodbye. The elves added strength and sealed the gap with the roots of the world tree. The boys became curious about who appeared with such strong magic. Holian was in the sky, wondering if everyone was safe. When the people came out of hypnosis, they observed what was happening to their village. The villagers approached Richard as a hunter and asked him to catch the monster. Richard was ordered to guard the inhabitants, and he was waiting for a certain signal. When arrows appeared in the sky, Richard knew it was all over. Richard, as he left, told the residents that sometimes it was better not to know anything, and a flash of magic blinded the residents. The Crown Prince thanked Holian for helping them at a critical moment. Eric looked with anger at the superior death of Holian. Holian also used magic on the boys. Eric prepared for the attack and ordered Addis and Ether to hide behind him. But because of the thick prana of Holian, the guys found themselves in a completely different place. Holian said that she heard about the boys from the prince, and expressed gratitude to them on behalf of the entire fairy union. 2 days later, all the representatives gathered at a round table in the Frelsis Palace. The Crown Prince announced that he had personally seen the gate leading to another dimension. The king of the dwarves, Crombrindle, having studied the matter, was surprised by the unknown monsters that possess intelligence. The Sylph King, Kudibadi, was worried that the monster was trying to come out of its own accord. The Queen of the Nymphs, a representative of the Fairies' Union Holian Prandrihi, reported that at the very end she managed to throw the monster back. Holian was also grateful to Lord Landel and the hunters who risked their lives. Kudibadi was delighted with the Valterian and his assistants, and Crombrindle was surprised at how much effort it took the guys to close the gate. But Crombrindle decided to look at it from the other side, and put forward the theory that perhaps the hunters were somehow connected to this incident. The Crown Prince revealed that the cause was his dead twin brother, and that the Elven Kingdom was responsible for not keeping an eye on him. The Crown Prince also admitted that the price for all this is that his son Leondel is now unconscious and cannot come to his senses. There was silence at the table because no one expected such a turn of events. The Crown Prince was grateful to the heroes who saved the future of the Elven Kingdom. Crombrindle wanted to meet and get to know these hunters in person. The Crown Prince replied that he would prepare a meeting for next time, and Kudibadi suggested rewarding the heroes. But for Kubibat, there was something strange. Why the great King Garhan or the sorceress Zenobia did nothing. The Crown Prince turned to Holian, saying that in order to find out the cause of the incident, cooperation with the countries of the continent of Ratna is inevitable. The Crown Prince suggested that Holian contact them as soon as possible, and that she could use their means of communication for this purpose. After contacting Garhan and Zenovi, Garhan told Holian that an investigation was currently underway. Zenovia told Holian that she was ready to rush to investigate right now, but not everything is so simple, so she gave Holian a hint. Holian thanked Zenovia for the hint, as it allowed them to avoid major losses. But Holian was still worried. Holian revealed that the two possess the Demon King's blessing, and are currently studying it. The critical moment had come for the army, and Holian suggested finding Beotold and helping everyone together as before. But Garhan reminded Holian that they were human, and unlike her, their lifespan was limited. Garhan said that only with the blessing of Umpalas would they soon be able to receive eternal life. Zenovia noticed that Holian's expression changed, and asked if this wasn't part of her plans. Holian was nervous, because these were her friends, and she couldn't wish them dead. Garhan reminded Holian that they, as 4 heroes, had to save the Ratna, so they entrusted this task to her. Holian left in a bad mood and asked to contact her if they learned anything about the gate. Zenovia suggested that Garhan tell the whole truth to Holian, since they had already given up control of the great land and blessing to her. But Garhan replied that this was impossible, and the problem was in the gates themselves. Garhan knew that the power protecting the Ratna would be thrown out of balance by the absence of the goddess of darkness, but he did not expect that it would connect it with the world Umpalas. Zenovia warned Garhan that this was a temporary problem, and that they should simply absorb the goddess's power completely. Garhan reminded Zenovia that Holian, although a healer, was a level higher than all of them, and Beotold refused to measure the level at all, so Garhan and Zenovia could not know anything for sure. Garhan regretted that he had not resolved all the issues with Beotold, but now the main thing was not to become enemies. Calling Richard Garhan to ask about the situation, Richard said that Holian was planning to stay in the Elven Kingdom to investigate. Richard also noted that the leaders of the Fairy Union are not going to officially announce the gate. Garhan ordered Richard to keep an eye on Holian and make sure she didn't find out anything about their conversation, and if anyone starts to guess about their plan, Garhan ordered that they be destroyed. Walking around the palace grounds, Addis asked where Kivia had gone with such a worried face. Eric decided that it was because of Holian. Addis only noticed that Holian did not have the blessing of Umpalas, because then she would be able to measure the level of the warrior. Ether agreed with Addis, adding that given their healing, maybe she wasn't that bad. But Eric told the guys that when Holian treated him, he felt the remnants of his aura leaving him. Eric decided that Holian was too risky to trust, since she was in the same boat as Garhan and Zenovia. Ada suggested that the best option was to find Beotold and do it before the other gate opened and the angel came out of it. Suddenly, a strong wind arose and Sylph, the thief of justice, appeared. Sylph asked if they were the hunters hired by the Elven Kingdom. Ether didn't understand when Sylph stole her necklace, and for Addis it was strange that Sylph, who lived at the top of the World Tree, was doing here. Flying away quickly, Sylph said that if they caught him, then they would find out everything. Ether and Eric immediately set off in pursuit, but Addis forgot that his dry land with the blessing was no longer there. Sylph led Eric and Ether into the forest away from the palace. Then Sylph shouted that it was not he who wanted to fight the Valterian, and someone huge jumped out of the mountain. It was a dwarven warrior who thanked the Valterian for coming to test the new weapon. Eric found the dwarf too noisy and had no choice but to destroy him. Crombrindle approved of the fact that the Valterian didn't even care that he was the king of the dwarves. As it turned out, the king of the gnomes wanted to test the new weapon and asked Sylph to bring the Valterian. Sylph looked at the necklace and noticed that it looked more like the artifact that Miss Holian used to have. If Ether is too far from the necklace, it risks taking on its true form. The dwarf warrior took out his new invention, the stone thrower. Eric was surprised when he first saw such a thing. The dwarf warrior explained that this was a reusable installation for launching magic projectiles, created using the latest dwarven technology. Having shot the entire forest, the wonder weapon ran out of shells and then there was no point in testing. Eric used aura and therefore nothing affected him. But in case long-range shooting was no longer possible, the dwarves had the option of battle. By that time, Addis had arrived and did not understand what was happening. Taking a closer look, Addis noticed that Eric was fighting with the magical dreadgnome gloves from the kingdom of the gnomes. And if Eric suddenly defeats this person, then problems may arise between the states. For such a case, Addis took the crystals, but without the staff he could not use them. And then Addis noticed a very interesting joke. Sylph told Ether that if you chase them in such a narrow and confusing space, it would be almost impossible to catch them. Ether tried to catch Sylph with a magic sword, and judging by her movements, Sylph realized that she was used to flying. Since Sylph became too slow and tired, Ether almost caught up with him. Ether sat down on a branch, and somewhere a flying Sylph was wondering how Ether got this necklace. But Ether wasn't going to tell this story to the thief. Then Sylph offered an option: if Ether could take the necklace away in 10 minutes, then he would not ask anything else. But if Ether loses, he will tell him the whole truth.